Chapter 3802. Very good, this Falling Dawn sect's people have a lot of good stuff. Luo Xia's storage ring actually has 3 sets of martial skills written by hand. The strongest is a low-level 4th Order Emperor Realm, and the weakest is a low-level 2nd Order Emperor Realm. Lin Xiaoqian and Shen Luoqiu's storage rings also have good stuff. I don't want these, take them and cultivate. Ling Xiao didn't care about those things. Since they were spoils of war, he naturally had to give them to Shengtian sect's people to cultivate. Shengtian sect's martial skills had been stolen and destroyed in recent years. Especially the fire from before, almost all of their emperor-grade martial skills were destroyed. Only those martial skills that had been learned had been passed down orally and had been preserved. Unfortunately, there were very few of them. Now, if they could get a few emperor-grade martial skills, they would be thanking the heavens and earth. Thank you, Grand Sect Master. Everyone thanked him again. Ling Xiao had already broken through the air and disappeared in the direction of the pill refining room. Falling Dawn Sect. Sect Master Luo Xia's face was gloomy. Looking at the corpse on the ground, his whole body was trembling violently. The Falling Dawn Sect's Grand Elders and Elders had already arrived. There were also many core and inner disciples watching outside. Young Sect Master Luo Xia led more than 100 people to Shengtian Sect to cause trouble. In the end, Luo Xia, Shen Luoqiu, and Lin Xiaoqian were all killed. This was like a nightmare. What happened? Luo Xia looked coldly at Chen Shuzhong, who was still alive. You said you wanted to destroy Shengtian Sect. How could it be like this now? Young Sect Master is dead. Why did you come back alive? Sect Master is wise. This little one also didn't know that Shengtian Sect suddenly had a young Grand Sect Master. His strength is too terrifying. Young Sect Master couldn't even fight back in front of him. Chen Shuzhong hurriedly said. He hoped that his good attitude would be able to save his little life. Grand Sect Master? Luo Xia looked at the others. Those people nodded one after another. Young Sect Master could only be beaten in front of that person. Where did Shengtian Sect find such an expert? It looks like we can't rely on our Falling Dawn Sect alone to take revenge. Men, contact the Sucking Blood Sect and the Lion's Roar School. Tell them that this Sect Master has something important to discuss with them. Yes. Someone immediately accepted the order and left. Luo Xia Meng glanced at Chen Shuzhong coldly and suddenly walked forward. You can accompany young Sect Master in death. Before Chen Shuzhong could react, Luo Xia's palm slammed down, killing Chen Shuzhong on the spot. His 2 best friends were also killed by Luo Xia Meng's subordinates. Listen up. Don't go to the Shengtian Sect for the time being. After giving the order, Luo Xianmeng left. Since the Shengtian Sect had such a powerful existence, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Before the people from the other 2 forces arrived, he had to cultivate steadily for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, 3 groups of people suddenly arrived outside the Shengtian Sect. Every group was like a fiend, and they were quite brutal. People of the Shengtian Sect, listen up. Get out of the valley and hand over the dragon vein. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving alive. A thunderous roar resounded. It turned out to be a strong man with a lion's head. This man was about 3 meters tall and extremely powerful. He was the sect master of the Lion's Roar sect, Guangshe. There were 2 other groups of people. One group was the Luo Xia sect, led by Luo Xia Meng. The other group was the Vampire sect, led by the sect master of the Vampire sect, Gui Ju. A few days ago, Luo Xia Meng told the other 2 forces about the Shengtian sect situation. After hearing it, they immediately responded. After all, a dragon vein was very important. Moreover, the mission given to them by the bloodthirsty sect was to harass the Shengtian sect and prevent them from growing. Now that the Shengtian sect had started to rise by relying on a young expert, such a thing must not happen. Impudent! You dare to attack my Shengtian sect? Are you not afraid of our Eastern Emperor demon vanquishing array? An elder of the Shengtian sect led a group of disciples to appear and shouted sternly. If it was in the past, he would not have dared to be so confident. But now, the Shengtian sect had Ling Xiao overseeing it. They were much more confident now. Ha 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 ha, I haven't seen you for a few days, and this group of trash actually dares to talk back. Kwangsha laughed loudly. Men, kill him. After his laughter ended, he waved his hand. An expert of the Lion's Roar sect walked out. He directly pounced on the elder. Boom. The elder's strength had also increased by a lot. If it was in the past, he might have died after being attacked by the other party. However, this time, he was only pushed back a dozen steps and blood flowed out of his mouth. The injury was not as serious as imagined. Hey! Kwangsha, Guiju, and Luo Xiameng were stunned. It seemed that those who had escaped were right. The strength of the Shengtian sect's people seemed to have increased by a lot. They were no longer the trash of the past. Old thing, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because your strength has increased. I will still kill you. The Lion's Roar sect's upper echelon saw that he could not kill the elder of the Shengtian sect and felt embarrassed. He was immediately enraged. The terrifying Lion's Roar true chi erupted, and his strength instantly skyrocketed. He pounced again. With his current strength, the elder would definitely not be able to stop him. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the void. There was a pair of demon wings on his back. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying fist energy blasted on the body of the Lion's Roar sect's upper echelon. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The Lion's Roar sect's upper echelon's body was directly penetrated by the fist and fell to the ground, heavily injured. Sheng Buell. The upper echelons of the three major forces recognized the person who attacked. It was Sheng Buell of the Shengtian sect. However, it felt that Sheng Buell was much stronger than before. At this moment, the people of the Shengtian sect had basically all arrived at the sect's entrance. They formed a tight defense. Only two people had not appeared. One was the Supreme Sect Master, Ling Xiao. The other was his disciple, Shang Yu. I heard that the Shengtian sect has a new young expert. Could it be you, Sheng Buell? Luo Xiameng frowned and asked. Of course not. I can't compare to that lord. Sheng Buell shook his head. Not you. Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he going to be a coward? Kwangsha furiously roared. There's no need for the Supreme Sect Master to deal with trash like you. We're more than enough, Sheng Buell said with a grin. Ling Xiao didn't show up, and they all believed that there must be a special reason behind it. No one would think that Ling Xiao was a coward who was hiding and didn't have the guts to come out. Hey, nice words, but too bad, you're all just a bunch of shameless trash. Sheng Buell, you're indeed strong. But don't forget, there are a total of 7 fourth divine core warriors from the three major forces. You might not even be able to defeat one of them. 7, that's even more ridiculous. Just obediently ask that coward to come out. As long as you give us his nickname, we can consider sparing your lives. Luo Xiameng sneered. Chapter 3803. Luo Xiameng absolutely believed that with 7 fourth divine core warriors, it would be a piece of cake for them to deal with the sect chief of the Shengtian sect. The Shengtian sect was going to be destroyed today. Bullshit. Why would the sect chief be afraid of you little rascals? He is in secluded cultivation right now, and when he comes out, it will be the end of you little rascals. Sheng Buell respected Ling Xiao a lot. After all, it was Ling Xiao who saved him from the heavenly devil, and even gave him a 4th level emperor martial skill. He even gave him a lot of pills. Sheng Buell owed him a lot. There was no way he wouldn't return the favor. Fine, I'll start with you today. After I kill you, I don't believe that coward won't show himself. Luo Xiameng walked out from the crowd. Without wasting any time, he charged towards Sheng Buell. Although Sheng Buell knew he was no match for Luo Xiameng, he couldn't take a step back today. After all, in the Shengtian sect, besides the sect chief, he was the strongest person. If he didn't attack, who else could? In this battle, he had completely disregarded his own life and death, and used all his techniques to kill himself. In the beginning, he was able to force Luo Xiameng back. After all, Luo Xiameng didn't want to die. Most of the time, he didn't want to fight with force. But in the end, Luo Xiameng was really annoyed. After more than 100 rounds of attacks, he still couldn't defeat Sheng Buell. Sheng Buell, Since you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Bang! A frightening aura emerged from behind him. It was a huge scorpion king with a colorful glow. Compared to Luo Xiaomeng's scorpion, not only was Luo Xiaomeng's scorpion bigger, it was also much more ferocious. Die now! Luo Xiaomeng threw out a punch, causing the entire space to become extremely heavy. Bang! It was as if a huge mountain had crashed into Sheng Buell. Puff! Even though Sheng Buell wanted to die together with Luo Xiaomeng. But in the end, he only managed to push Luo Xiaomeng 2 steps back, and some blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. As for Sheng Buell, he was sent flying away and landed on the ground, coughing out blood. Obviously, he was severely injured. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're at the mid-4th divine core realm. Compared to this old man, you're still far inferior. Luo Xia sneered and did not intend to let Sheng Buell go. After all, this Sheng Buell was also a troublesome person. If he was not killed quickly, there would definitely be trouble in the future. Protect the Supreme Elder. Sheng Buell was now the Supreme Elder of Shengtian sect. No matter what he had done in the past, he truly wanted to protect Shengtian sect. Therefore, the people of Shengtian sect were willing to protect him. With Sheng Xingzong as the leader, the higher-ups all stood in front of Sheng Buell. A motley crew. What a joke. Luo Xiaomeng didn't take Sheng Xingzong and the others seriously. The terrifying fists waved once again, wanting to smash all these people into meat paste. Boom. Suddenly, a black silhouette attacked. Luo Xia hurriedly retreated in fright. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a corpse. Supreme Elder. The one who exclaimed was a disciple of the vampire sect. Their Grand Elder concealed himself and headed to the Shengtian sect to destroy the Eastern Emperor Grand Array. But now, he had become a corpse. It made them shudder. Welcome, Supreme Sect Master. The people of Shengtian sect saw the person flying in the void. It was their Supreme Sect Master, Ling Xiao. They couldn't help but feel less pressured. Although they didn't think that Ling Xiao could drive away the 3 major forces by himself. But as long as he could make the other party bleed a little, the other party wouldn't dare to fight head-on. In this way, Shengtian sect could also get a chance to breathe. They didn't want to be bullied like fish on a chopping board like before. You must be the Supreme Sect Master who suddenly appeared in Shengtian sect. You look quite young. Luo Xiameng looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He knew that this was the person who killed his son, Luo Xia Wubian. Because of this, he didn't dare to take revenge alone because he was afraid that he would fail miserably. He chose to join forces with the other 2 major forces, which was a smart choice. But Mad Lion of the Lion's Roar sect and Ghost Duke of the Vampire sect felt that Luo Xiameng was making a big fuss over nothing. In their opinion, Luo Xia Wubian's death might have other secrets. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who killed Luo Xia Wubian. Sheng Buell might have helped him as well. If 2 4th-level Divine Core warriors were to join forces, there was no way they wouldn't die under the endless sunset. This was the only reasonable explanation. That's right. Ling Xiao looked at the men from the 3 major forces with an indifferent expression. They were all people. There were more than 100,000 of them. If all these people joined Shengtian sect, Shengtian sect's overall strength would skyrocket. Even the strongest sect in Half-Demon City, the bloodthirsty sect, wouldn't dare offend them. Kid, I'll give you a chance, get the hell out of Shengtian sect. What happened here has nothing to do with you. If you're stubborn, I'll kill you. Mad Lion furiously roared. We can't let him go. He killed our Supreme Sect Master, he must die. But Ghost Duke didn't want to let Ling Xiao go. You guys don't have to argue anymore. Since you're all here, none of you will leave here alive. As for the rest of you, if you're willing to pledge your loyalty to Shengtian sect, I won't kill you. Ling Xiao looked at all the men from the 3 major forces and said with an indifferent expression. Ha 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 ha, is this guy joking? Mad Lion burst out into laughter. He thought Ling Xiao must have lost his mind, that's why he said something so ridiculous. Little bastard, today, your grandpa Mad Lion will show you what true cruelty is. Mad Lion furiously roared, then a huge lion appeared behind his back. The lion shook its body, then a violent golden beam shot towards Ling Xiao. Kwang Shi intended to kill Ling Xiao the moment he made his move. With that, Shengtian's sect was finished. When the golden beam shot towards Ling Xiao, it transformed into a huge lion. Mad Lion himself was right in front of the lion's teeth. His hands formed into sharp claws. Even if it was a huge boulder as tall as a mountain, it would probably crack under the force of this grab. Even if the laws of the 4 major regions were more stable, Mad Lion's attack wasn't weak at all. At that moment, Ling Xiao directly entered the yin-yang universal tiger beast soul transformation. Behind him, a huge phantom of a cosmic light tiger appeared. Surprisingly, it was in a confrontation with the gigantic lion shadow. However, Ling Xiao himself wasn't as powerful as Mad Lion. He just coldly smiled and casually raised the sharp blade in his hand, the Blood Supreme sword. Then, the sword pierced through the air. Boom! The terrifying sword Qi pierced through the void and directly pierced through Mad Lion's fist. It destroyed the huge lion formed by the golden light. Crack! The heavy armor on Mad Lion's body was also penetrated. It directly pierced through Mad Lion's body. This sword had injured Kwang Shi's internal organs. The sword Qi was tyrannical. Mad Lion was directly sent flying. One sword and he was seriously injured. This scene was simply like a dream. How could this be? Mad Lion was seriously injured by that guy with one sword. Chapter 3804. The scene of Kwang Shi being severely wounded by a single sword strike was unbelievable to many people. They were completely dumbfounded. Although Kwang Shi was only a late 4th Divine Core warrior, he was a half-demon. When he transformed into a half-demon, his combat strength could definitely reach the perfect 4th Divine Core realm. But, his opponent had just severely wounded Kwang Shi with a single sword strike. This was unbelievable. Fury of the Golden Lion, Golden Seal, Kwang Shi was severely wounded by a single sword strike. The Lion's Roar sect's supreme elder, Elder Jin Shi, immediately attacked. His cultivation was the same as Kwang Shi, but because he was an expert in secret skills, he was much stronger than Kwang Shi. Therefore, he was much harder to deal with than Kwang Shi. He then started forming hand seals. Streaks of golden light shrouded Ling Xiao, forming a cage-like existence. It was obvious that he wanted to trap Ling Xiao within. Since they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, trapping Ling Xiao was the best choice. With Elder Jin Shi here, that guy will have a hard time. Even a perfect 4th Divine Core warrior won't be able to break the Golden Seal. Also, I don't think that guy is a 4th Divine Core warrior. As long as we can trap him, we'll be able to slaughter the entire Shengtian sect. Hee, don't underestimate Elder Jin Shi. The Golden Seal is just the beginning. His most frightening killing strike will come after this. Everyone from the 3 superpowers were discussing amongst themselves. Sure enough, Elder Jin Shi made another hand seal, and countless golden lights turned into countless golden arrows. They were aimed at Ling Xiao, who was trapped in the cage. Buddy, since you dared to hurt our sect chief, I'll let you have a taste of having your heart pierced by thousands of arrows. Golden Thunderbolt, kill. Following his order, the tens of thousands of golden arrows flew towards the sealing cage. The power of these arrows was something that even a perfect 4th Divine Core warrior couldn't withstand. Right now, Ling Xiao was trapped in the cage, there was no way for him to dodge. This was a situation where death was inevitable. However, would Ling Xiao die so easily? Of course not. Right when the thousands of golden beams disappeared, to everyone's surprise, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Hell Shadow Strike. In the next moment, a cold voice sounded out in Elder Jin Shi's ears. His entire body quivered. Unfortunately, it was too late. A sharp sword Qi pierced into his heart. Elder Jin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. His injuries were even worse than the Berserk Lion's. Ling Xiao's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The Hell Shadow Rabbit was just a shadow. Ordinary seals were meaningless to it. If Ling Xiao wanted to escape, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Unfortunately, that idiot Elder Jin Shi didn't know this. He thought that he had trapped Ling Xiao to death. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts from the Lion's Roar School were wounded at the same time, and they had basically lost their fighting strength. Too powerful. This brat's cultivation is clearly not that strong. Luo Xianmeng was somewhat glad that he had made the choice back then. He hadn't come alone to seek revenge on Ling Xiao. Even so, he still found it hard to believe. If Ling Xiao could easily injure Kuang Shi and Elder Jin Shi, then he definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Long live Supreme Sect Leader. Kuang Shi and Elder Jin Shi from the Lion's Roar sect were no match for him. They were defeated so easily. With Supreme Sect Leader here, our magnificent Sky Sect will definitely rise again. In the future, we will take back our homeland and drive the bloodthirsty sect away. Everyone from the magnificent Sky Sect were pleasantly surprised. To them, Ling Xiao's strength was truly unfathomable. It was truly inconceivable. A bunch of trash. You can either surrender now and pledge your loyalty to the magnificent Sky Sect, or you'll all die. Ling Xiao looked at the top echelons of the three superpowers and sneered. He was at the critical moment of breaking through to the fourth divine core realm. Only when the top echelons of the three superpowers joined forces could they pose a threat to him. With that, the energy in his cultivation ocean would increase even faster. Once he broke through to the fourth divine core realm, he would be able to face the powerful Yu Qilong. He wouldn't be afraid of a fight. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can fight all the top echelons of the three superpowers by yourself? Gui Ju stared at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression. Although Ling Xiao's strength was indeed shocking, but this guy was looking down on them too much. This was unbearable. If they couldn't defeat Ling Xiao today, perhaps the three superpowers wouldn't be able to show their faces in front of others in the future. And the bloodthirsty sect would definitely blame them for this. One of the Supreme Sect elders from the Sucking Blood sect had been killed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, only Gui Ju and Elder Hei Yi were left. However, all of them were perfect fourth divine core warriors. As for the Falling Dawn sect, there were also 3 perfect fourth divine core warriors. Besides Luo Xiaomeng, there were also 3 Supreme Sect elders. On the other side, the dying Kuang Shi and Elder Jin Shi had used a forbidden skill. It allowed them to stay in their peak condition for 1 hour. Unless their inner cores were destroyed, they wouldn't die. But, after 1 hour, they would definitely die. As such, the 7 great cultivators all stood out and surrounded Ling Xiao. Sheng Xingzong, listen up. Bring all the warriors of the Shengtian sect back to the sect, and don't come out without my permission. This battle was going to be an earth-shattering one. Ling Xiao was worried that he might hurt his own people. That's why he asked them to step back. On the other side, the men from the 3 superpowers had retreated more than 1,000 meters away. A battle between 2 mighty warriors was something they couldn't interfere with. If they tried to interfere, they would only be courting death. This guy is not someone to be trifled with, don't be careless. Kuang Shi reminded. Once he's dead, the Shengtian sect will be finished. Later, we'll kill them all to vent our anger. Gui Ju said coldly. All 7 mighty warriors knew that this battle was related to the future of the 3 superpowers and the Shengtian sect. Whoever won this battle would gain a position in the half-demon city. At that time, even the bloodthirsty sect wouldn't dare underestimate them. If they lost, the Shengtian sect would be destroyed. They were now outside the Shengtian sect, so they weren't worried about the Grand Orient Demon Vanquishing Array. After all, the Grand Orient Demon Vanquishing Array couldn't be moved, and they would only be attacked when they entered the Shengtian sect. Kill. Luo Xianmeng was the first to rush towards Ling Xiao. He was the one who started this. If he didn't make a move, the others wouldn't have attacked rashly. Luo Xianmeng was similar to the Golden Lion King. He was also good at using secret techniques. After flying into the air, Luo Xianmeng suddenly released a rosy glow that surrounded everyone. His rosy glow could have an amplifying effect on his own or his allies. It would increase their combat power by about 20 to 30%. Against the enemy, it could weaken their combat power by 20 to 30%. That was why he attacked first. He believed that under such circumstances, their chances of winning would be higher. Oh, interesting. It feels like a domain, but it's obviously more powerful. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he was a little surprised. Chapter 3805. Ling Xiao could feel that in Luo Xia Meng's rosy clouds, he seemed to be bound by something. He couldn't use all his strength. However, this kind of power could only reduce his combat strength by 20 to 30% at most. It wasn't too far away. The troublesome thing was that this rosy clouds seemed to be able to increase the strength of all the warriors on Luo Xia Meng's side. If one were to calculate this, the difference would be a difference of 40 to 50%. This was definitely not small. Don't forget, if one person's strength increased by 40 to 50%, then the total combat strength of 7 people would probably increase by about 3 times. Even Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Golden Light Seal. Golden Lion King saw Luo Xia Meng's attack and didn't want to fall behind, so he used the Golden Light Seal again. Although this Golden Light Seal was broken by Ling Xiao before. But that was when he was the only opponent. Now, there were 7 people. In an instant, the Golden Light Seal condensed into a golden cage again, trapping Ling Xiao. Let's go together and kill him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was weakened and trapped again. The 7 people who were his opponents all smiled. The beginning of this battle was almost perfect. Ghost Duke and Elder Black Wing of the vampire sect attacked at the same time, turning into countless strange phantom bats. Every single one of these bats was extremely poisonous and incomparably sharp. The lethality was extremely terrifying. Compared to ordinary sword chi, they could continuously cause damage to the enemy. It was very terrifying. After Elder Jin Shi used the Golden Light Seal, he used the Golden Light Seal as a foundation. He used the Golden Lightning. This Golden Lightning was controlled by his own soul power, so it wouldn't affect the attacks of his companions. Wild Lion took a sharp long saber from his back and directly stabbed at Ling Xiao. Although his attack was simple, its power was not weak at all. As for the 2 supreme elders of the Luo Xia sect, they also used their supernatural powers, wanting to take advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao was trapped and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Luo Xia Meng certainly wouldn't fall behind. In addition to the Rosy Cloud's domain, countless scorpions flew out from his hand. They crawled towards Ling Xiao. The destructive power of these scorpions was no weaker than those bats. The 7 great warriors worked together, trying to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. They didn't know if Ling Xiao had any other tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, killing Ling Xiao as soon as possible might be the best choice. To avoid any unexpected events. Facing such a ferocious and well-coordinated attack, even a 5th-level Divine Core Warrior, an early Golden Core Warrior, would be scared witless by this attack. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Ling Xiao would probably not be able to escape this calamity. The people of the Heavens sect. We can't just, I'll go help the Supreme sect. Sheng Buell was anxious. He stood up and wanted to help. Chen's Chentes Xia sect take care of you. You, no, I'll of you, eyes, I of you Yang of Chenes, 2ve said it before, listen to my orders. Divine Jiang Chen's tus to S, of course, Luo T's divine, Esav of divine Zestha of Esav of Tess. They were pleasantly surprised. Since Ling Xiao still had the time to talk, it meant that Ling Xiao was fine. It was just as they had expected. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. You guys can unleash the rainbow domain, do you think I can't do the same? Bloodthirsty plague, unleash. With a sneer, the blood-red plague instantly filled the entire sky. The originally 7-colored light had now turned blood-red. The 7 great warriors who were attacking suddenly felt their chi and blood stagnate, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Taking this opportunity, Ling Xiao swung the Blood Sovereign sword in his hand. A terrifying attack was unleashed. Blood Shadow Sword Art, Bloodlight Clone Slash. The power of this attack had reached the level of a high-grade 4th-order Emperor martial skill. However, none of the 7 great warriors had a martial skill of the same level. Plus, they were affected by the bloodthirsty plague. With this attack, Ling Xiao had destroyed all the bindings. He actually has a high-grade 4th-order Emperor martial skill. In Half-Demon City, other than the bloodthirsty sect, no one else has such a martial skill. The Golden Lion King felt his Golden Light Seal being destroyed again. He shouted in horror. Let's not talk about this martial skill. What are these blood-red things? They're too difficult to deal with. Kwangsha felt extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't just his qi and blood, but also his soul. They had no choice but to circulate their qi and consume nearly 40% of their qi to suppress the bloodthirsty plague. In this way, the increase in their strength was completely offset. Once again, both sides were back to the same starting line. Ling Xiao, who had broken out of the trap, smiled faintly and looked at Elder Golden Lion and Kwangsha. You said you won't die, right? I'll start with the two of you. Those who deserve to die should die obediently. Don't waste your time here. Whoosh. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. Blood Shadow Kill. Although this move was only a low-grade 4th Order Emperor martial skill, it was fast enough. The move was also strange enough. As long as Ling Xiao used it, ordinary people wouldn't be able to dodge. They could only block. But no one knew who Ling Xiao's target was. He said he would kill Kwangsha and Elder Golden Lion first. But who would dare to believe such words? Therefore, the 7 of them hurriedly circulated their qi to defend themselves. They didn't even think of protecting Kwangsha and Elder Golden Lion. Kai. In the next moment, Elder Golden Lion saw Ling Xiao's sword. He desperately tried to block. But he still couldn't block it. He had just raised his weapon when Ling Xiao's sword pierced through his dantian. At this time, his biggest weakness was his internal core. Although his body could survive. But if his internal core was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to survive. The Blood Sovereign sword was pulled out, and Elder Golden Lion's internal core was stabbed into it. The internal core instantly dissipated, and energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body through the Blood Sovereign sword. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's body disappeared again. I don't want to die. Elder Golden Lion's last consciousness began to blur. His body began to fall apart. At this moment, even if a golden immortal descended, it would be impossible to save him. Phantom kill. The cold voice sounded again, and this time, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Kwangsha. He said that he would kill Elder Golden Lion and Kwangsha first, and he really did so. Bastard, I'll kill you. Kwangsha was furious. He was actually treated as a soft persimmon. Moreover, Elder Golden Lion had died in battle, so he had to take revenge. Clang. The broadsword in his hand actually blocked Ling Xiao's attack. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile, not bad, as expected of a half-demon who likes to fight in close combat. Unfortunately, I want to kill you, and everything you do will be in vain. Multiple shadow kill. Suddenly, his body turned into several phantoms. Every phantom was incomparably real. Every sword stabbed towards Kwangsha's dantian. It was just that the positions were different. Kwangsha hesitated for a moment because he didn't know which one to block. In the end, his dantian was also pierced. The internal core disappeared. Chapter 3806. The Lion's Roar sect is finish. Although the Lion's Roar sect still had other great warriors, the only 4th Divine Core warriors were Wild Lion King and Elder Golden Lion. With both of them dead, the Lion's Roar sect was nothing in front of the Shengtian sect. Sheng Buell alone was more than enough to wipe out the Lion's Roar sect. Luo Xiameng, it's your Falling Dawn sect's turn now. Are you ready? After killing Wild Lion, Ling Xiao didn't stop. He turned around and leapt towards Luo Xiameng and the 2 Supreme Elders standing next to him. Don't let him kill us one by one, let's work together. Luo Xiameng became anxious. If this continued, all 7 of them would be killed one by one. Because none of them were a match for Ling Xiao. Only by working together would they have a chance to survive. Little thief, don't be so arrogant. Gui Ju and Elder Black Wing arrived next to Luo Xiameng. They thought Luo Xiameng was right. If they fought alone, they would be killed one by one. Only by working together would they have a chance to survive. Hee, are you going to stand together and let me kill you all? Divine Ice Dragon, Freezing Dragon Breath. Behind Ling Xiao, a divine dragon that looked like an ice sculpture suddenly appeared. The divine dragon opened its huge mouth and spat out a cold breath. In just a split second, the 2 Supreme Elders from the Falling Dawn sect had been frozen into ice sculptures. The other 3 were very cunning. When they realized the danger they were in, they abandoned their own men and gained a brief moment of respite. Crack! 2 ice sculptures fell onto the ground and shattered into pieces. Within the ice sculptures, something blood-red could be seen. The 2 supreme elders from the Falling Dawn sect were so pitiful. They never thought they would die in such a cowardly manner. They also never thought that Luo Xiaomeng would abandon them at the last moment. Damn it, blood-red cloud. Luo Xiaomeng knew that since Ling Xiao had killed 2 supreme elders from the Falling Dawn sect, Ling Xiao would definitely attack him. In a hurry, Luo Xiaomeng hastily unleashed his escaping skill and prepared to run away. You know what? I hate guys like you who run away from a fight the most. Ling Xiao took out his arcane bow. There were 3 arrows placed on it. Frost arrows, flame arrow, transparent arrow. The 3 arrows were shot in order. The first sword froze Luo Xiaomeng for a moment. Just as the ice was about to melt, the second sword attack came, burning Luo Xiaomeng to the point that he couldn't care about anything else. The third arrow pierced through Luo Xiaomeng's throat. Luo Xiaomeng's death was even more humiliating than the 2 grand elders of the Falling Dawn sect. He wanted to escape at the last moment, but he was still killed in the end. Dark storm. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Elder Black Wing had already arrived behind Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura was released from his body. A black storm rushed towards Ling Xiao's body. This storm was extremely powerful and could destroy anything in its path. Even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he had to severely injure Ling Xiao. Although this move of yours is powerful and beautiful, there is no one to cover for you. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly turned into a blood-red lightning bolt. He dodged the black storm and arrived behind Elder Black Wing. He didn't use any special moves, he just stabbed his sword into Elder Black Wing's dantian. After breaking through to the divine core realm, Ling Xiao realized that the inner core was the key to killing a warrior. Therefore, during this period of time, he had been choosing to kill his enemies with the dantian, not the throat. How can he be so fast? This was Elder Black Wing's last thought before he lost consciousness. Damn it, how dare you hurt my father? Elder Black Wing was Gui Ju's father. As a half-demon, he had witnessed his father being killed. Gui Ju instantly forgot about his fear. Both of his eyes turned blood-red. His body transformed into a huge bat, and he charged towards Ling Xiao. He was fighting with his life on the line. Ling Xiao was caught off guard, and was slapped to the ground by Elder Blackwing's claw. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. TSK, he's injured. Looks like I shouldn't have underestimated my enemy. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a sneer, he lightly stomped on the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball. Since Elder Black Wing wanted to fight him head-on, he would fulfill his wish. His body entered the form of a demonic beast. He transformed into a ferocious everlasting heavenly rat. Flapping his wings, he engaged in a fierce battle with Gui Ju in the sky. Sparks flew everywhere in the sky. An everlasting heavenly rat and a huge bat. It didn't look like a battle between warriors at all. Instead, it looked more like a battle between demon beasts. Neither side dodged the other's attacks. Both sides were attacking each other's vital points. However, in terms of the strength of his body, Ling Xiao was much stronger. After a brief moment, Gui Ju fell to the ground and turned into a dead bat. Since then, all 7 great warriors from the 3 superpowers had been killed by Ling Xiao. People from the 3 superpowers, listen up. Now is the time for you to make your choice. Pledge your loyalty to the Shengtian sect, or choose death. Since he wanted to solve this problem, he had to solve it thoroughly. After all, Ling Xiao couldn't stay here for long. Therefore, these 3 superpowers had to either pledge their allegiance to him, or be killed. We surrender. After thinking for a moment, someone finally stood up and surrendered. With one person taking the lead, the rest followed suit. The rest were basically the backbone of the 3 superpowers. But there were only about 10 of them. I don't believe that you dare to kill us all. If you provoke the bloodthirsty sect, your Shengtian sect will be finished too. One of those people shouted with certainty. He seemed to be certain that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him. So much nonsense. People of the Shengtian sect, listen up. Kill them. There was no need for him to kill these pieces of trash. It was time for the people of the Shengtian sect to do something. Yes. The people of the Shengtian sect were now absolutely obedient to Ling Xiao's orders. If he gave the order, those people wouldn't hesitate at all. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so people who refused to surrender were killed. Soul Catcher. After subduing hundreds of thousands of people, Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. He directly used Soul Catcher to control these people's minds. If these people dared to betray him, as long as he willed it, their souls would shatter and they would die. This was also his gift to the Shengtian sect. Sheng Buell, Sheng Xingzong, Wang Huiran, listen up. I order the three of you to each lead a team to the three superpowers and snatch all their good things. Killing people wasn't the goal, but obtaining resources was. The three superpowers had a lot of inventory over the years. This was a huge benefit to the development of the Shengtian sect. On this day, the Shengtian sect could finally hold their heads high. The past days of being a coward were completely over. I don't care about the rest. You guys solve it yourselves. I'm going back to cultivate. In the battle with the 7 experts just now, Ling Xiao had gained some insights. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and turn those insights into his own strength. As for those trivial matters, the people of the Shengtian sect would solve it themselves. He didn't want to waste time. Chapter 3807. I still can't break through. Looks like I have to find something exciting to do. Ling Xiao decided to leave the Shengtian sect for a while. But, before he left, for the safety of the Shengtian sect, he had to do something. For example, he had been collecting materials during this period of time, in order to perfect and modify the Eastern Emperor Demon Slaying formation. This would allow it to take effect for a longer period of time. Although its power might be slightly weaker, it wouldn't be much of a difference. But, it could ensure the safety of the Shengtian sect for a long period of time, allowing the Shengtian sect's warriors to focus on their cultivation. After destroying the 3 superpowers, Jiang Chen had gathered all the materials he needed. Therefore, he gathered Sheng Buell, Sheng Xingzong, Wang Huiran, and the 3 supreme elders. He told them, I'm going to the bloodthirsty forest. I'm going to prepare for my breakthrough. During this period of time, all you need to do is to supervise everyone in the sect to focus on their cultivation. We don't lack any resources right now. Martial skills, energy stones, and energy, we have plenty of them. Hide your strength and bide your time. Everyone, go into secluded cultivation. As for any intruders, with my modified Eastern Emperor Demon Slaying formation, even a 5th-tier Divine Core warrior won't dare intrude. Don't worry, Supreme Sect Chief. We can't always be under your protection. Sheng Buell said. Ian, there's one more thing. Sheng Yu is still in secluded cultivation, try not to disturb him. If anything happens, try to wait until I'm back. Ling Xiao stood up and looked towards the direction of the bloodthirsty forest. It was boring to bully weaklings all the time, and it wouldn't help him break through. He still needed to challenge some powerful existences. The reason why the bloodthirsty sect was so arrogant was because of the 6th-tier Divine Core bloodthirsty demon king in the bloodthirsty forest. Once he found a way to kill that demon, the bloodthirsty sect wouldn't be able to be so arrogant anymore. This was cultivation, and also the last thing he would do for the Shengtian sect. The future development of the Shengtian sect would depend on themselves. Supreme Sect Chief, take care. Everyone bowed and sent Jiang Chen off. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Without wasting any time, he turned into a bolt of lightning and left. When he left, the Eastern Emperor Demon Slaying formation was activated. The bloodthirsty forest was a place that both the Purple Mansion Great Country and the Iron and Blood Great Country feared. In the end, in the profound world, monster beasts were still the absolute majority. It was just that demonic beasts were not as intelligent as martial artists, so under normal circumstances, they would not form a huge force. It would be easy for martial artists to defeat them one by one. However, the bloodthirsty jungle was a special place. The bloodthirsty demon king had gained sentience and was able to control the demonic beasts in the bloodthirsty forest. This caused the bloodthirsty jungle to become a forbidden area for the martial artists of the 2 countries. Normally, Those who weren't at least at the fourth divine core realm wouldn't dare enter this place. The bloodthirsty forest was extremely large, no less than the Purple Mansion country and the Iron and Blood country. To this day, no one was able to confirm the number of demonic beasts that lived there. However, it was said that there were at least 1 billion of them. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the bloodthirsty forest, he could feel that he was being watched. The smell of blood wafted out from the forest, as if it wanted to scare him out of the forest. This terrifying murderous aura could disturb a person's mind. If a person didn't have a powerful soul, even if he wasn't attacked by demonic beasts, he would still be killed. Just by living in this murderous aura for a short period of time, he would be struck by the murderous aura and go crazy. Even the plants in the bloodthirsty jungle gave people a gloomy feeling. Even the tree trunks were blood red in color. Demonic energy filled the air. Walking alone in the forest, he could feel that he was being watched. However, Ling Xiao had nothing to be afraid of. With his strength, as long as he didn't enter the core area of the bloodthirsty jungle, he wouldn't be in any danger. Even if he did encounter the bloodthirsty demon king, he still had a way to escape. If worst came to worst, he could just unleash the divine flames and burn down the entire bloodthirsty jungle. He didn't believe that the bloodthirsty demon king wasn't afraid of him. The deeper he went, the stronger the murderous aura became. Ling Xiao finally understood why so many martial artists didn't dare enter this place recklessly. This terrifying place was really full of danger. However, the murderous aura wasn't harmful to Ling Xiao. Instead, it could stimulate his potential. It could help him break through as soon as possible. After the battle with the 7 experts, his cultivation C energy had increased by 30%. Although it wasn't much, it was still an improvement. At this time, although it was noon, it was no different from night in the bloodthirsty jungle. The trees that covered the sky completely blocked the sunlight. Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered several sneak attacks from demonic beasts, but he himself did not make a move. Instead, he released the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's puppet beast to help him fight. He had no interest in these ordinary demonic beasts. Killing them would only be a waste of time. At the same time, somewhere about a mile away, a group of people was frantically fleeing. There were about 30 of them. Looking at their clothes, they should be demonic beast hunters. The treasures of demonic beasts could be exchanged for money in the half-demon city. These people were probably specialized in this kind of thing. Whether it was alchemy, making puppets, or making talismans, the materials of demonic beasts could be used. Now, each of their faces was filled with fear. Obviously, they had encountered trouble. Some of them had terrifying scars on their bodies. They weren't injured by humans, but by demonic beasts. At the back of the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was the strongest person in the group. At this time, he was fleeing while releasing attacks and talismans behind him. He seemed to be stalling for time. Because after every attack, he would shout at the group in front of him to run. They were probably being chased by something really terrifying. "Father, you should run too." The one at the front was a young man in his 20s. At this time, his body was already covered in scars, but because of his martial arts practice, it didn't affect him much. "Don't worry about me, you guys run and go to the half-demon city. As long as you enter the half-demon city, this demonic beast won't dare to chase you." The middle-aged man roared. "No, that demonic beast is too strong. Father, you can't stop it at all." The young man shook his head. "Yes, leader, you can't die. If you die, our hunter group will be completely destroyed." The rest of the people also shouted. Thinking of the terror of that demonic beast, they trembled all over. When they entered the bloodthirsty jungle, there were more than 100 of them. But now, there were only a few dozen people left. The rest were killed by that demonic beast. That bloodthirsty demonic beast had turned their companions into dried corpses. "What a joke, I won't die so easily," the leader said with a loud voice. "You guys should know that I'm a peak first heavenly core warrior. Back in the Purple Kingdom, I was a major of the Purple Kingdom's army. Although that demonic beast is strong, as long as my core isn't broken, I have nothing to fear." Chapter 3808. The group didn't stop talking when they were talking, that's why they were talking while running. If they just stood there, they would soon be caught up. Leader, that demon only eats inner cores. Even if you're a divine core warrior, it's useless. Stop talking nonsense. Daddy is the leader. I order all of you to get the hell out of here. The middle-aged man knew how frightening the bloodthirsty demon was. Although they only encountered a second-level divine core bloodthirsty demon this time, it was still very strong. It was still difficult to deal with. If he stayed, he would definitely die. But he couldn't allow the Iron Blood Hunter group to be wiped out here. As long as his son was still alive, there was still hope. Right now, the group was only a few hundred meters away from Ling Xiao. The young man in the front suddenly shouted, "Father, don't panic, I think there's someone over there." All warriors had good eyesight. Also, Ling Xiao was resting not far away from them, and he was roasting a divine vein demon tiger as food. The light from the fire was too eye-catching. Everyone could smell the aroma coming from it. Who is so arrogant? How dare he roast a demon beast in the bloodthirsty forest? Is he not afraid of death? The middle-aged man was startled for a moment, but he was extremely happy. If this man wasn't an idiot, then he must be very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such an idiotic thing. But the middle-aged man felt a little guilty. It wasn't very nice of him to bring trouble to someone else. But before he could make up his mind, the young man had already started dashing in that direction. The rest of the men followed suit. Obviously, these men didn't think there was anything wrong with their actions. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to follow them. When they were about 100 meters away, they saw a very shocking scene. Next to the clear river, there was a house. This house was obviously stored in a storage ring, and they could use it whenever they wanted to rest. It was comfortable. But it was a little too eye-catching. Normally, only those who were very strong dared to do this. If not, the chances of being robbed in the outside world were pretty high. Right now, a bonfire was lit outside the house. A demon tiger that was over 3 meters tall and 5 meters long was placed on top of the bonfire. It had been skinned and cleaned, and its tendons had been pulled out. This demon tiger was a frightening demon beast at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. It was being roasted and eaten. This surprised everyone in the Iron Blood Hunter group. "Everyone, would you like to have some?" The young man controlled the fire and turned around to look at the crowd with a smile. The members of the Iron-Blooded Hunter group looked at each other, feeling somewhat disappointed. From the looks of it, this young man was not even 20 years old. He was so young, how strong could he be? He might not even be as good as their regiment commander. Even their captain wasn't a match for that monster, so it was even more impossible for this young man. "Young man, hurry up and run. A monster is coming. I'm sorry for implicating you." The middle-aged man sighed and hurriedly shouted at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to hear him at all. He just looked into the distance. The monster's breathing could be heard now. A terrifying demonic aura caused everyone to be terrified. "Leader, don't bother about him. Let's hurry up and leave." He didn't know which family this brat came from, but he was used to being arrogant. That was why he was so impudent. This was the bloodthirsty jungle. His actions were simply courting death. "Let's hurry up and escape." The members of the hunter group hurriedly shouted. "That's right, father. Hurry up and leave. Don't bother about him. The monster is already coming." The young man also shouted. "Who are you people?" Ling Xiao suddenly sat down and cut off a piece of meat from the roasted demon fox. He handed it to the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. How could he still be in the mood to eat at this time? "Young man, leave with my son and the rest. I'll block that monster." He stood up and walked towards the monster resolutely. Originally, he hoped that Ling Xiao could help them deal with the monster. However, he was a little disappointed when he saw him. Although he believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not an ordinary person, his strength should be on par with him or even lower. It was impossible to block that monster. He was the one who caused this trouble. He naturally couldn't let this young man die in vain. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, a strange look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Instead, He sat there and ate the delicious food. The monsters in the bloodthirsty forest all contained a powerful murderous aura. It was quite helpful for his strength to increase. Father, don't be foolish. Why are you helping an idiot who you don't even know? He's probably not even 20 years old. He's not even as old as our son. He's courting death by entering the bloodthirsty forest alone. It's better to let him be the bait to lure that monster away. The young man roared at the middle-aged man. He was really concerned about his father, but he was really ruthless to others. He actually tried to use Ling Xiao as bait for the monster. Shut up. I, Zi Qinghai, have always been open and aboveboard. I will never do something that harms others for my own benefit. However, since this young man is unwilling to leave, you guys go first. I promise you that I'll definitely live. The middle-aged man suddenly roared. At this moment, the monster's roar was getting closer and closer. There was no time to delay. Let's go. The young man finally gritted his teeth. Since his father had already made the decision, he had to do it no matter how unwilling he was. Otherwise, if he delayed any longer, everyone would probably die here. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. The others still hesitated for a moment. After all, Zi Qinghai had done them a great favor. They really couldn't bear to leave Zi Qinghai behind. However, the hope of survival eventually drowned out the so-called kindness. Out of the dozens of people, only 7 remained. The rest had all fled. Sigh, people nowadays really don't know how to be grateful. They abandoned their benefactor so easily. They knew that you would die, but they were unwilling to stay and help you. Especially that son of yours. He's too disappointing. Seeing the dozens of people leave, Ling Xiao stood up. That monster tiger had already completely turned into bones. He did not know how Ling Xiao ate it. I volunteered. Zi Qinghai said, young man, you should leave too. Volunteered? Even if you volunteered, they should have knocked you out and taken you away. If we had to escape, we would have escaped together instead of leaving you alone to face danger. Besides, everyone knows that you can't stop that monster at all. Sooner or later, all of you will die. Even so, they were still unwilling to risk their lives for you. Instead, they chose the illusory hope of escaping. If you don't have a heart of gratitude, it's the same no matter how much you say. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man. Chapter 3809. You guys are lucky. I like you guys, so you don't have to die. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. The 8 of them, including Zi Qinghai, were a little confused. They didn't know what Ling Xiao meant. Zi Qinghai was about to ask when a fishy wind suddenly blew out from the dense forest. A huge figure appeared indistinctly. A terrifying murderous aura enveloped this small open space. The surrounding trees were all trembling. Soon, the terrifying monster appeared. Its body wasn't big, but it had a very unique appearance. Its face was like a leech, and it looked very disgusting. But it was much bigger than a leech. Below it was a human body. Its hands were not human hands, but tentacles with suction cups. Ling Xiao had never seen such a monster since entering the bloodthirsty forest. This was the first time. It was really a little disgusting. If he hadn't seen many strange things in the past, he would have vomited. The bloodthirsty demon is here. Zi Qinghai shouted in horror. The bloodthirsty demon's body exuded a terrifying aura, which made him tremble. Then, the bloodthirsty demon made a strange and unpleasant sound, like a ghost's voice. Yes, it's you guys. You've disturbed my rest. All of you will become my nutrients. Leave quickly. Zi Qinghai suddenly had the courage to grab Ling Xiao's arm and pull it back. Then, he rushed toward the bloodthirsty demon. He was actually not weak. But he couldn't face the bloodthirsty demon. He waved the blade in his hand with all his might, but he could only cut off one of the bloodthirsty demon's tentacles. But the bloodthirsty demon had already wrapped around his body, and the suction cup was aimed at his forehead. It wanted to suck away all of his blood and brain matter. Leader. The 7 people who were left behind looked at each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and pounced forward. Monster, we'll fight it out with you. They were saved by their leader. If their leader died, they were willing to die with him. Perhaps this was a little stupid, but they didn't care. Right at this moment, a blood-red swordlight suddenly shot past them. They didn't have time to react to what was going on. The monster's head had been split open. The tentacles softened and threw Zi Qinghai onto the ground. Soon after, the raging fire burned, and the bloodthirsty demon let out a terrified cry from within the flames. It turned into a pile of black ash. It's him. Zi Qinghai turned his head and saw that the house in the forest had been put away at some point. The young man from earlier had long disappeared without a trace. I only saw a sword light, and that bloodthirsty demon was actually killed. He's too strong, one of the warriors said excitedly. That's a true hidden swordsman, he's so strong. I think he's at least a second divine core warrior. Another person said. Fortunately, we didn't offend him. Otherwise, even if he didn't attack us, he wouldn't help us. The third person heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. Let's hurry up and catch up with the main group. Zi Qinghai took a deep look at the bloodthirsty forest. Then, he bowed deeply and called for the 7 of them to leave. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already reached the depths of the bloodthirsty forest. After killing the bloodthirsty demon, he realized that there was something strange about this bloodthirsty forest. These bloodthirsty demons obviously weren't formed naturally. They were modified by humans. There were records of bloodthirsty demons in the ancient era as well, but they were much stronger than those trash. They could even transform into beautiful human forms. No matter what the reason is, it has nothing to do with me for now. This is just the outer perimeter, but I've already met an early second divine core bloodthirsty demon. I think the deeper I go, the stronger the demons I'll meet. I'd better get closer first, and try not to provoke those existences that I shouldn't. After thinking about this, Ling Xiao slowed down his speed. He was here to cultivate, not to throw away his life. It would never be wrong to be a little more cautious. Disciple, I feel like those bloodthirsty demons are transformed from humans. Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly sounded out. Humans? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. That's right, they must have been infected by some evil technique. This place is very strange, you must be careful. If not, the Eastern Victory superpower would never allow a place like this to exist. Although the bloodthirsty demon king is strong, he is only at the 6th divine core realm. The Eastern Victory superpower has a 9th divine core warrior. It's not hard to kill him. But why is he still alive? Yuan Venerate analyzed. Master's words make sense, I understand now. Ling Xiao nodded his head, then he immediately transformed into the Hell Shadow Rabbit. Caution is the parent of safety. If the bloodthirsty forest was really controlled by some intelligent monster, the powerful bloodthirsty demon king might not be hiding in the deepest part of the forest. If he suddenly appeared, he would be caught off guard. Using the Hell Shadow Rabbit to transform into the Shadow Warrior form was the safest option. Perfect. In order to cultivate the Blood Devil Seal, I'll need 3,000 demon cores from demon beasts at the 4th divine core realm and above. It's best to get demon beasts like the bloodthirsty demons that love fresh blood and have a strong killing intent. This way, the Blood Devil Seal will be even more powerful. Following the breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Xiao started studying the Blood Devil Seal. It turned out that the Blood Devil Seal wasn't really a 6th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. Although it was a 6th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, whether it was a 6th Order Emperor Realm martial skill or a High Order Emperor Realm martial skill depended on the quality and quantity of materials used. The stronger the killing intent, the better the effect of cultivating the Blood Devil Seal. The bloodthirsty demons were the perfect demon beasts for cultivating the Blood Devil Seal. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the result. According to the ancient emperor's understanding of the Blood Devil Seal, he only needed one early 6th Order Divine Core Demon Core. Then, he would be able to cultivate the 6th Order Emperor Realm Blood Devil Seal with 3,000 demon cores at the 4th Order Divine Core Realm. This mission wasn't simple at all. But, Ling Xiao always believed that he had good luck. Right now, his priority was to get the 3,000 demon cores from the bloodthirsty demons. After thinking about this, he immediately increased his speed. Since he was in his Shadow Warrior form, he wouldn't be discovered by any demon beasts. As long as he didn't attack or do anything else, he would be fine. Ling Xiao wouldn't touch most of the demon beasts. Only when he encountered bloodthirsty demons at the fourth order divine core realm or demon beasts with strong killing intent like the bloodthirsty demons. Then, he would suddenly unleash a sword skill and kill them with a single strike. After killing them, he would immediately leave. If there was someone watching from the side, they would definitely notice a strange phenomenon. All the bloodthirsty demons in the bloodthirsty forest had suddenly died. Their demon cores had been taken away by someone. But, they couldn't see who it was. This was why Ling Xiao was so frightening. If he wanted to, any demon beasts or warriors below the fourth order divine core realm would be nothing in front of him. Chapter 38:10. In fact, when Ling Xiao was facing the 7 great warriors, he had actually held back his strength. If not, he would have been able to kill all of them in a much shorter period of time. Of course, there was no need to mention this. In the end, it was because his opponents were too weak. Ling Xiao's current goal was to defeat Yu Qilong. Therefore, he had to break through to the 4th divine core realm at least. With his current strength, he could only guarantee that he wouldn't die in front of Yu Qilong. In order to kill him, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He didn't run away willingly, he was forced to do so. Therefore, he had been suppressing the urge to return to the Z Kingdom. After all, that was where he had started his journey in the 4 regions. He wouldn't let it go so easily. Let's continue. As Yu Qilong's image appeared in his mind, Ling Xiao's killing intent became even stronger. At the same time, in the capital of Ziling Kingdom, the once prosperous city was now filled with corpses. The air was filled with a foul stench. Mosquitoes and flies were dancing in the air. A once prosperous city had turned into a dead city. Only the King Mansion was protected by a formation, and no one was allowed to enter. Within the Purple Palace Army's camp, a young man and a young woman had taken over the place. They were the mighty warriors from the Dongsheng Kingdom. They were here for the immemorial martial skill and the Dongsheng heavenly sword. Right now, in the former general's mansion, the king of Z Kingdom was kneeling down in fear. Together with him were the Purple Palace Army's marshal and the remaining 3 generals. In just over a month, the king had witnessed how the capital of Ziling was turned into a dead city. The one who did it was that frightening woman. She was the woman who came here with Jiyu Fenghua. She was only in her early 20s, but she was cruel and merciless. Her name was Qing Moshue. Her name was nice, and she was very pretty. However, her methods were extremely cruel. No one knew what her martial soul was, but after she unleashed it, the entire capital of Ziling was filled with an eerie aura of death. Those normal people had turned into monsters who only knew how to eat people. This was terrifying. Although Zi Qianye had sent people into the King Mansion to protect them, the King Mansion had limited space. There were too many people in the capital of Ziling. Apart from those who ran away in a hurry, tens of millions of people would have died tragically or turned into monsters. There was only one reason Qing Moshue had done all this. Zi Qianye was unwilling to be captured. "Stop kneeling," Jiyu Fenghua said indifferently. This voice seemed to have a magical power, causing the kneeling crowd to quickly stand up. They didn't dare to resist at all. Jiyu Fenghua was too powerful. The strength of a 7th divine core warrior was terrifying to the extreme. Even the emperor of the Zifu kingdom was like an ant in front of him. 7th divine core warrior, he was an earth core warrior. At the earth core stage, one's inner core could absorb the power of the earth and attack using the power of the earth. Compared to a 6th level divine core warrior, a mortal core warrior was many times more frightening. Even if Zi Qianye had the blood-revered armor, he was still no match for this person. Because of this, Zi Qianye had no choice but to hide in the king's manor. However, more than a month had passed. The monarch's residence had a limited amount of food and resources. In addition, the monsters that had been turned into walking corpses kept attacking. Even the formation protecting the king's residence was on the verge of collapse. No one knew when it would be destroyed. The king of Zifu looked at Jiyu Fenghua with fear and trepidation. He was a man with long blood-red hair, blood-red eyes, and wearing a blood-red robe. Judging from his appearance, this man was emitting a bloody aura and a murderous aura. His appearance was originally very handsome, but because of this additional murderous aura, there was a strange and evil feeling to it. Heaven-slaying blade demon. A frightening existence that can even shatter the heavens. The king of Zifu thought to himself. After offending this man, perhaps Zi Qianye's resistance was just a futile struggle. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Sitting on Jiyu Fenghua's lap was a young girl in her early 20s. This girl had a charming appearance. She was wearing a long black dress, and she gave off an eerie feeling, but at the same time, she was terrifyingly beautiful. One had to admit that she was very beautiful. She was worthy of Jiyu Fenghua's appearance. But after what had happened, the king of Zifu no longer dared to treat this girl as a beautiful woman. In his mind, this girl was a devil. Perhaps only a man like Jiyu Fenghua could suppress her. Sigh, I didn't expect to attract such a monster. The king of Zifu still felt fear in his heart. He thought that he was cruel enough. But this girl, even he felt fear. Qing Moshue had another identity. She was a relative of the Yu family. Qing Moshue's mother was Yu Zhen's sister. This time, she was probably here for the Zi family. Therefore, no matter if the Zi family obtained those treasures or not, she would not let them go. As the disciple of the emperor of Dongsheng Kingdom, and a member of one of the big families in the imperial city of Dongsheng Kingdom, how could she allow the small Zi family to bully her mother's family? Chen Yu, why do you look so scared? Qing Moshue's laughter could be heard as she looked at the king of Zifu. I just feel that I haven't done my job properly, that's why I'm scared. Chen Yu explained. He was an old fox, and he knew how to deal with things. Especially when he was facing Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue, these two monsters. Not to mention Jiyu Fenghua, she was an Earth Core warrior. He was definitely no match for her. As for Qing Moshue, she was at the same cultivation level as him, a perfect mortal core warrior. He could not afford to offend her. So, you still know how to be scared. You can't even handle such a small matter. Did that Ling Xiao disappear into thin air? Are you really going to let him escape with the ancient martial skill and the sovereign blood sword? Qing Moshue walked in front of Chen Yu and looked at him with a smile. Chen Yu's heart tightened. This woman was a smiling tiger. Although she was smiling now, no one knew what she would do next. While he was thinking, Qing Moshue suddenly slapped him. Chen Yu did not dodge, and he could not. He allowed Qing Moshue to slap his face. Although it was painful, it was also humiliating. But he still endured it. He knew what would happen if he offended this man and woman. Shui, don't be rash. Chen Yu is the king of Zifu, and he is loyal to us. Jiyu Fenghua looked at Qing Moshue and said with a frown. Although she was not satisfied, she did not blame her. Obviously, in Jiyu Fenghua's eyes, the weight of a mere Zifu kingdom's king was completely incomparable to her junior sister. Ayaya, I'm sorry, Chen Yu. I couldn't control myself and hurt you. Don't blame me. Qing Moshue said with a smile as she looked at Chen Yu. She did not feel like she did anything wrong. Miss, you must be joking. As a subordinate, I didn't do my job well. I deserve to be hit. Chen Yu was really a person who could tolerate things. Chapter 38:11. Jiyu Fenghua looked at Chen Yu and said, it's good that you can think this way. Continue to search for Ling Xiao. Also, continue to send messages to the King Mansion. From today onwards, every day, we'll destroy a small city in Purple Spirit Kingdom. I heard that Zi Qianye loves her people like her own children. I'd like to see if she'll come out. Senior brother, leave this matter to me. Qing Moshue said with a smile, my martial soul needs a large number of living people to experiment on, and these people are perfect. All right, I'll leave it to you. Have fun. In Jiyu Fenghua's eyes, the people of Purple Spirit Kingdom weren't even human. He could make these people lose their lives just by casually speaking. Not only would they lose their lives, they would also become monsters that didn't look like humans. Chen Yu furrowed his brows. Even if it was just for the immemorial martial skill and the blood sovereign sword, there was no need to be so cruel. After all, not only were these people from Purple Spirit Kingdom, they were also the people of Zi Kingdom, and the people of Dongsheng Kingdom. What Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue did was a disgrace to the imperial family. But it looked like the emperor of the Jiyu family didn't care about this at all. Ling Xiao had no idea what was happening in Purple Spirit Kingdom. To be honest, even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. Of course, even if he couldn't do anything, he would still return immediately. After all, Zi Qianye and Zi Long were good friends to him. Purple Spirit Kingdom was an important stronghold for him, and he couldn't allow it to be destroyed like this. But too bad, he was currently killing bloodthirsty demons in the bloodthirsty forest, collecting their demon cores. He had no idea what was happening. Shaking off the blood on the Blood Sovereign sword, Ling Xiao murmured to himself. Only 100, continue. Although he was strong, he still didn't dare to use a large-scale killing martial skill in the bloodthirsty forest. If he did, he would attract the bloodthirsty demon king, and that would be troublesome. Luckily, the deeper he went into the bloodthirsty forest, the more bloodthirsty demons there would be. With this speed, it wouldn't take long for him to gather all 3,000 fourth divine core bloodthirsty demons crystal cores. Once he broke through to the fourth divine core realm, he would start cultivating the blood devil seal. That way, his strength would become even more powerful. Time really passed very quickly in battle. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The bloodthirsty demon king in the bloodthirsty forest seemed to have sensed some changes in the forest. His subordinates were mysteriously disappearing one by one. However, the culprit's actions were too secretive. Until now, there were no clues. In addition, the bloodthirsty demon monarch was currently cultivating. He also knew that on the path of martial arts, one would fall behind if they did not advance. If he could not increase his strength, he would be killed by those martial artists sooner or later. Therefore, they were not particularly sensitive to what was happening around them. They only sent a small team to investigate the situation. However, Ling Xiao had long since discovered the bloodthirsty demon king's existence. He was very cautious in all his actions. Therefore, the bloodthirsty demon king's investigation was basically meaningless. In addition, there were quite a number of martial artists adventuring in the bloodthirsty forest. Although they didn't dare to venture too deep, this was a place where a fourth divine core demon beast resided. Occasionally, they would spot a few. Somewhere, 4 mighty warriors had their eyes on a fourth divine core bloodthirsty demon beast. This bloodthirsty demon was different from the one Ling Xiao encountered before. It looked more like a huge bat. Ling Xiao, who had killed more than 2,000 bloodthirsty demons, knew this very well. Bloodthirsty demons had more than one form. These demons were made up of human warriors, beast warriors, ocean warriors, demon beasts, and so on. Therefore, their appearances were completely different after their transformation. These 4 mighty warriors were all peak 3rd divine core warriors. Although Ling Xiao hadn't stayed in Half-Demon City for long, he still recognized them. These 4 men were the famous 4 great hunters of Half-Demon City. The reason why they dared to come here was because they were confident they could kill a bloodthirsty demon beast. This huge bloodthirsty bat has left the bloodthirsty forest many times recently, and it has destroyed a few villages near Half-Demon City. It has killed many people. Today, we brothers have to kill it no matter what. That's right, but be careful. The bloodthirsty bat is a type of bloodthirsty demon. It's much stronger than ordinary demon beasts. Also, this thing's sonic attack is very powerful. Even if you block your ears, it's useless. Be careful. For an ordinary perfect 3rd divine core warrior, an early 4th divine core bloodthirsty bat was a frightening existence that was comparable to a boss. After all, not everyone had a heaven-defying ability like Ling Xiao, who could challenge those at a higher cultivation level than him. The 4 men finished their discussion. Then they attacked the bloodthirsty bat from 4 different directions. Obviously, they were good at teamwork. But too bad, the bloodthirsty bat was much stronger than they had imagined. That terrifying demonic beast opened its ugly mouth, and a terrifying sound was released from its mouth. In just a split second, only 2 of the 4 men managed to dodge the sonic attack. The other 2 men were sent flying away, blood flowing out from all 7 of their orifices. If they were ordinary men, they would have been dead by now. Luckily, they were warriors, and divine core warriors at that. Therefore, they didn't die. The bloodthirsty bat didn't seem like it was going to let these two men go. It opened its mouth again, and a small blood-red bat flew out from its mouth. When the other two men saw this, they immediately stepped forward and tried to rescue them. They knew what those small blood-red bats were. They were the frightening bloodthirsty bats. Once they were surrounded, two of their brothers would die on the spot. Not only were these four men partners, they were also blood brothers. Therefore, they couldn't abandon any of them. But, when they tried to rescue their brothers, they would have to face the bloodthirsty bat's attack. Someone would definitely die. Damn it, we underestimated the enemy. This bloodthirsty bat is much stronger than we thought. All four men were upset. They had once worked together to kill an early fourth divine core demon beast. But, they didn't realize that this bloodthirsty bat was much stronger than those demon beasts at the same cultivation level. Just as they were filled with despair, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the air. It pierced through the bloodthirsty bat's mouth. The bloodthirsty bat was instantly frozen. These four hunters had been hunting in the bloodthirsty forest all year round. How could they let go of such an opportunity? At the same time, they unleashed their strongest attacks. In an instant, the bloodthirsty bat was turned into ice shards. After killing the bloodthirsty bat, the four men turned their heads around and looked at a young man not far away. "Thank you for saving us," they bowed and said. "Don't worry about it, I just want its demon beast core," Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Saving people was just a matter of convenience, the demon beast core was the key. Chapter 38:12. After all, an early fourth divine core bloodthirsty bat's demon crystal core was extremely valuable. A single demon crystal core was worth a few 100,000 upper-rank soul stones. For a warrior who hunted for a living, this was definitely a huge sum of money. "Here you go." The leader of the four hunters threw the demon crystal core to Ling Xiao. It was obvious that these four men weren't small fries. At least, they knew how to repay kindness. "May I know your name?" the leader of the four hunters asked. Shengtian Sect's Supreme Sect Chief, Ling Xiao. After finding out that this man had a good character, Ling Xiao told him his name. This could be considered as recruiting talents for the Shengtian Sect. These four men were all on the verge of breaking through to the fourth divine core realm. Once they joined the Shengtian Sect, the sect's overall strength would definitely skyrocket. After saying that, he disappeared from the scene. The four men were startled, then they heard a faint voice coming from afar. "Don't enter the bloodthirsty forest for the next few days, the bloodthirsty demon king is showing signs of awakening." "Brother, I'm not dreaming, right? He's so young, but his strength is so frightening." One of the men who was injured just now finally recovered from his shock. "Many mighty men are like this. Listen to him, let's return to Half Demon City." The leader of the four men thought for a moment and said, "Once you've recovered, let's pay a visit to the Shengtian Sect. Let's thank this mighty man." Of course, thanking him was one thing, but they also wanted to befriend this mighty man. After all, there was no harm in doing so. After saying that, the four men quickly left the bloodthirsty forest. As for Ling Xiao, he continued with his hunting. Up until the last demonic beast core, he had already obtained 2,500 demonic beast cores of the bloodthirsty demons. He still needed 500 more. As long as he worked harder, he would be able to get them soon. One had to know that it had only taken him 2 days to obtain 2,300 pills. It would probably take him half a day to get 500 demon crystal cores. But, the next problem was that he had killed all the fourth divine core bloodthirsty demons in this area. If he wanted to find more, he would have to go deeper. But, the deeper he went, the more likely he would run into the bloodthirsty demon king. He had to be more careful. However, being careful was just being careful. He was definitely not afraid. Originally, one of his goals in entering the bloodthirsty forest was to deal with the bloodthirsty demon king. He wasn't a match for him in a direct confrontation, but he still had other tricks up his sleeve. As long as they could trap the bloodthirsty demon king for a period of time, the bloodthirsty sect would have no one to rely on and the Shengtian sect would be able to develop even faster. What's more, he had to cultivate the blood devil seal. Therefore, he had to obtain the 3,000 bloodthirsty demons crystal cores. As for the crystal core of a 6th-level divine core demon beast, it all depended on one's luck. After all, with his current strength, it was not easy to obtain a demonic beast core of that level. After breaking through to the 3rd divine core realm, his speed had started to slow down. Even with the Heart of Gold and the Blood-Yang Sutra, he couldn't reach the same speed as before. After killing over 2,000 bloodthirsty demons, the energy in his cultivation ocean had only increased by 20%. Currently, it was 50%. But, it was getting slower and slower, and Jiang Chen had no idea when he would be able to break through to the 4th divine core realm. How troublesome. But no matter how troublesome it was, he had to continue. Once again, Ling Xiao disappeared. He walked deeper into the bloodthirsty forest. He believed that the powerful killing intent would be able to better stimulate the potential in his body. It would also help him break through to the next level. According to a reliable source, that young man seems to have come to Half-Demon City. While Ling Xiao was cultivating with all his might in the bloodthirsty forest, 2 men appeared at the entrance of Half-Demon City. One of them looked like he was in his 30s. On his cold face, a murderous intent could be seen. It was as if he had an endless amount of hatred. A frightening aura was unleashed from his body, causing all the passers-by to run away in fear. The other man was an old man with silver hair. Although he was strong as well, his aura was weaker than the middle-aged man. Right at this moment, a group of men were walking towards Half-Demon City from the bloodthirsty forest. They seemed to be excitedly talking about something. "Young chief, you didn't see it with your own eyes. That young man is really strong. With just a single strike, he killed a 2nd divine core bloodthirsty demon. Impossible, he looks like he's only 18 years old. How can he possess such frightening strength?" "My son, this is where you're wrong. Your father was saved by that man, how can I be wrong?" The man who spoke was Zi Qinghai. They were saved by Ling Xiao, and that was why they were able to escape from the bloodthirsty forest safely. Seeing that they were about to arrive at Half-Demon City, they finally felt relieved. Therefore, they started talking about Ling Xiao. Of course, they didn't know Ling Xiao's name and identity. "The man you're talking about, does he look like this?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. The middle-aged man in his 30s picked up a portrait. The man in the portrait looked 80% similar to Ling Xiao. The young man from the Iron Blood Hunter group was about to say something. Zi Qinghai suddenly realized that something was wrong, so he quickly said, "We didn't see it clearly. That man was extremely fast, he disappeared after killing the bloodthirsty demon." "What weapon did he use?" the middle-aged man asked again. This middle-aged man was none other than Yu Qilong. He had chased Ling Xiao all the way to Half-Demon City. When he suddenly heard that there was a guy about the same age as Ling Xiao in the bloodthirsty forest, his intuition told him that it was Ling Xiao's style. Therefore, he asked another question. "It seems to be a saber." Zi Qinghai replied. He felt a terrifying murderous aura from the other party and knew that the middle-aged man was going to harm Ling Xiao. As a person who knew how to repay kindness, he was unwilling to betray Ling Xiao. The previous answer was because they had let it slip just now. Even a fool could tell that they had changed their answer. "Saber." Yu Qilong frowned. He couldn't tell if Zi Qinghai was telling the truth or not. After all, although Zi Qinghai's cultivation wasn't very high, he was a veteran and his acting skills were pretty good. After staring at Zi Qinghai for a while, Yu Qilong didn't notice anything strange and was about to leave. He planned to go to Half-Demon City to investigate again. However, at this moment, a damned voice rang out. "Father, what are you talking about? That person clearly looks the same as the one in the portrait." The one who spoke turned out to be Zi Qinghai's son. At that moment, Zi Qinghai's face became very ugly, although he soon returned to normal. However, he knew that he was probably done for. "Oh, you said that person looks exactly the same as the one in the portrait?" Yu Qilong asked. "Yes, although I didn't see what weapon he used, they look 80% similar." "That person is very arrogant." Zi Qinghai's son didn't notice his father's ugly face at all. He was still talking to himself. "It must be him." A hint of excitement appeared on Yu Qilong's face. Chapter 38-13. Ninth Uncle. Continue your investigation in Half-Demon City. Remember everyone who is related to that Ling Xiao. Once I'm done with that guy, I'll kill all of them. I want that brat to suffer even in hell. Yu Qilong suddenly said in a vicious manner. Don't worry. Yu Qilong's ninth uncle, Yu Xing, wasn't strong, he was only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. Because he was sick, he didn't go to the burial site last time. That was why he was able to escape death. Let's split up then. I'll go to the bloodthirsty forest, you go to Half-Demon City. Yu Qilong couldn't wait to see Ling Xiao and grind his bones to dust. Yu Xing nodded his head and entered Half-Demon City. However, Yu Qilong didn't leave immediately. He gazed at Zi Qinghai with an indifferent expression and said, "How dare you lie to me? Looks like all of you are tired of living. Senior, I've already told you everything I know." Zi Qinghai's son became anxious. Ha 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 ha, yes, you've told me everything, but your contributions can't make up for your mistakes. Who asked you to be saved by that Ling Xiao? I'm going to kill all those who were saved by him. Yu Qilong let out a wild laugh. After that, he unleashed his terrifying aura. Run! Zi Qinghai roared out. He suddenly took out a talisman and threw it at Yu Qilong. Body securing talisman. The men from the Iron Blood Hunter group hadn't realized what had happened. The body securing talisman had lost its effect. Yu Qilong was too strong. The body securing talisman could only cause a 5th Divine Core warrior to be paralyzed. Die. Yu Qilong unleashed countless terrifying sword energies from his body. All men from the Iron Blood Hunter group were killed. Zi Qinghai's son had no idea why this happened. After killing all the men from the Iron Blood Hunter group, Yu Qilong disappeared from the entrance of Half-Demon City. He was running towards the bloodthirsty forest. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, do you really think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the bloodthirsty forest? Damn brat, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. Yu Qilong's hatred for Ling Xiao was bone deep. Deep down in his soul. His father, the head of the Yu family, Yu Hua, died because of Ling Xiao. And all his plans were ruined because of Ling Xiao. How could he ever forget this grudge? A 5th-level Divine Core warrior, even in Half-Demon City, he was the strongest existence. But right now, he had to kill Ling. He had never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to escape from him. Back when he was at the bone burial ground, it was because of the special environment that he had suffered at every turn. But now, that special environment no longer existed. He did not believe that he would be taken advantage of by Ling Xiao. The flames of anger burned in his body. Yu Qilong's angry to the bloodthirsty forest. It seemed that ever since Ling Xiao joined the Zi Mansion army, Ling Xiao had always been his enemy. He had killed his lover, Nai Shuang, and ruined his plan to tame Zi Qianye. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would be the one who obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. Zi Qianye would also be his. His father wouldn't have died. Nai Shuang wouldn't have died. All the mighty warriors from the Yu family wouldn't have died. Everything was Ling Xiao's fault. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll make you watch Zi Qianye and Zi Long being tortured to death. Ha 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 ha, just you wait, Ling Xiao. I'm coming. Laughing wildly, Yu Qilong dashed into the bloodthirsty forest. Right at this moment, at the entrance of Half-Demon City, a core flew out from Zi Qinghai's body, then it shot into the bloodthirsty forest like a shooting star. Deeper into the bloodthirsty forest. The grass and trees had become more luxuriant. The sunlight had become dimmer. Ling Xiao calculated for a moment. He was still halfway to the deepest part of the bloodthirsty forest. But even so, the bloodthirsty Demon King's frightening aura was enough to make anyone tremble. What a powerful aura, but it's perfect. Ling Xiao didn't back down because of this. He had always loved challenges, and this was a great opportunity for him. Whether or not he could break through to the 4th level of the Divine Core realm would depend on this bloodthirsty Demon King. Although it was dangerous, it was also filled with hope. The air was filled with killing intent. Even a 6th-level Divine Core warrior wouldn't dare to enter this place recklessly. But Ling Xiao was a little special. After going through the test of killing intent in the burial grounds, this kind of killing intent was nothing to him. Almost there. Ling Xiao noticed that the 4th-rank divine core bloodthirsty demon had once again appeared in front of him. This made him feel excited. But he was too close to the bloodthirsty demon king, and he could run into it at any time. Therefore, he had to be extra careful while killing. If he could avoid exposing himself, he would try his best. Within this area, there were no ordinary demon beasts. They were all bloodthirsty demons that had mutated after being affected by the bloodthirsty demon king's demonic aura. Therefore, Jiang Chen was able to kill faster. In just over an hour, Jiang Chen had collected all 3,000 bloodthirsty demon crystal cores. With this, Jiang Chen had completed half of his mission of cultivating the Blood Devil Seal. What he needed to do next was to find a 6th-level Divine Core Demon Beast's crystal core, or a 6th-level Divine Core Demon Beast's inner core. In fact, the inner core's effect was better. After all, the Blood Devil Seal itself was a technique that was filled with evil chi. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded out from afar. Ling Xiao was startled. He quickly activated his Taikai eye and looked into the distance. Because it was too far away, he couldn't see clearly. He could only see 2 frightening energies fighting in the depths of the bloodthirsty forest. One of them is filled with demonic aura, it should be the bloodthirsty demon king. The other one is filled with demonic aura as well, I think it's a demon warrior. A demon warrior was a man who had given his soul to a heavenly devil, earth devil, insect devil, or any other demon. They were also known as human devils. These warriors were known for their murderous nature, and they were even crazier than the Bloodsword Supreme. At least, the Bloodsword Supreme still retained a little bit of his human nature. But, once a demon warrior completely turned into a demon, he would lose his human nature and become a puppet of a demon. But, one had to admit that a human devil's strength was extremely frightening. If one could suppress a demon with his willpower, it would be a great boost to his overall strength. Ling Xiao had once experienced being a human devil. But, that was all in the past. At that time, he had suppressed the demon's invasion of his soul. Relying on the demon's strength, he had defeated many enemies. Why don't I go and have a look? Ling Xiao suddenly had the idea of taking advantage of the situation. When 2 tigers fought, one of them would definitely be injured. Since the demon warrior was able to fight the bloodthirsty demon king, he must be extremely strong as well. He should be at least a 6th-level divine core warrior. The inner core was perfect for him to cultivate the Blood Devil Seal. Although this was a crazy and dangerous idea, Ling Xiao felt like he had to give it a try. After all, he had many ways to save his own life. While he was hesitating if he should enter the forest, he suddenly saw a black beam flying towards him from afar. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and caught it. It was a inner core. Young hero, avenge us. Chapter 38:14. You're that Zi Qinghai? Ling Xiao was very surprised. Zi Qinghai was saved by him, but now there was only one inner core left. Something big must have happened. That's right. There are 2 experts from the Purple Kingdom who are looking for you. You even killed a member of my Iron Blood Hunter group. Zi Qinghai replied. People from the Purple Kingdom? Are they from the Yu family? Ling Xiao immediately thought of Yu Qilong. That guy had suffered a lot at his hands. He would definitely not let it go. This is my memory. Zi Qinghai wanted to let Ling Xiao confirm what had happened at that time. He released his memory to Ling Xiao. It's really Yu Qilong. Damn it, I'm still no match for him with my current strength. Originally, Ling Xiao was still hesitating whether to go deep into the bloodthirsty forest. But at this moment, he made a decision. Even if it was risky, he had to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could only run away if he encountered Yu Qilong. Don't worry, this guy is also my enemy. Even if it's not for you, I'll kill him. You're a good person. I'll think of a way to find another body for you. You can rest in my storage ring first. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he put Zi Qinghai's inner core into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. The Dongsheng Emperor Ring had a special space to store living things. The effect was better than the previous beast rings. After putting Zi Qinghai away, Ling Xiao headed deep into the bloodthirsty forest. Along the way, he maintained the shadow warrior form. He did not engage in any more battles to avoid being detected by any monsters. When he arrived at the battlefield, he found that it was already a mess. The bloodthirsty Demon King was seriously injured, and his opponent, the powerful human demon, was already dead. It was obvious that the bloodthirsty Demon King had won this battle. After all, he had the home advantage. "I'll eat you. Then I can become even stronger." The bloodthirsty Demon King's appearance was not ugly. She actually looked like a teenage girl. However, her original form was probably a little ugly. Good chance. Ling Xiao originally thought that he would have to stay here for a while to wait for the battle to end. However, he didn't expect that the battle would be over as soon as he arrived. With the bloodthirsty Demon King's current condition, it was impossible for him to kill him. Even catching up to him was impossible. Therefore, Ling Xiao appeared, grabbed the inner core that had fallen to the ground, turned around, and fled. That human devil's soul was extremely weak. His body was already in tatters. Only the Naiden was still intact. This was the best situation for Ling Xiao. After taking the inner core, Ling Xiao disappeared in the blink of an eye. The bloodthirsty demon monarch was stunned. He had never imagined that someone would dare to take advantage of him. Ah! A sharp and unbearable cry rang out in the bloodthirsty forest. However, Ling Xiao had already used the earth elemental golden light technique to move 10 miles away. That was so scary. Just the sound alone almost jolted me out of the earthen golden light technique. If that guy wasn't injured, it would be too scary. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao made a decision. He planned to find a safe place to start cultivating. He wouldn't come out for a while. The bloodthirsty demon monarch would definitely send his subordinates to search for him after he snatched his prey. Coming out now was simply asking for a beating. The Shengtian sect was naturally the best choice. With Zi Qinghai's reminder, he wouldn't fight Yu Qilong head-on now. Anyway, he had all the materials to cultivate the blood demon seal. In the process of cultivating the blood demon seal, he would definitely have a breakthrough in his cultivation. Thinking of this, he quickly chose a path that avoided Yu Qilong and went to Half-Demon City. The Shengtian sect was protected by the Donghuang demon vanquishing formation. Everyone in the sect was in seclusion at the moment. Therefore, it was very quiet. Ling Xiao didn't disturb the others. Instead, he chose a spacious place in the back mountain of the Shengtian sect and released the martial soul barrier. He had already read the cultivation method of the blood demon seal more than once. He couldn't be more familiar with it. Now that he had the materials, what he needed to do next was to cultivate. It was a martial skill that required 3,000 demon cores from bloodthirsty demon monarchs and a 6th divine core human devil's inner core. Without even thinking about it, he knew how terrifying it was. The blood demon seal was a set of formations. The 3,000 demon cores were the key to cultivating the formation. The same went for the human devil's inner core. It was the core of the blood demon seal. The blood sword reverend didn't know how to cultivate formations. Therefore, the blood demon seal he cultivated wasn't a 6th order emperor realm martial skill. At most, it was a 5th order emperor realm martial skill. Once the formation was activated, the power of the blood demon seal would reach the level of a 6th order emperor realm martial skill. Under normal circumstances, it would be a 5th order emperor realm martial skill. But before he started cultivating, he needed to deal with the human devil's inner core. This human devil was really ferocious. Its soul had been weakened to the extreme. It even tried to seize Ling Xiao's body. It was instantly submerged by Ling Xiao's soul realm and destroyed. After that, Ling Xiao sat down and took out a formation refining stone. He started to arrange the formation according to the blood demon seal. In order to maximize the effectiveness of the formation, Ling Xiao even invited a Yuan venerate, and the two of them worked together to modify the formation. This made the power of the blood demon seal 10 times stronger than before. Although it still couldn't reach the level of a 7th order Emperor Realm martial skill, it was much stronger than other 6th order Emperor Realm martial skills. The blood demon seal was a very special martial skill. It could be used barehanded or with all kinds of weapons. The effect was completely different. When it was used barehanded, it looked like a palm technique. But if it was used with a sword, the blood demon seal would turn into a huge sword seal, and its power would increase tremendously. If it was used with a formation, 3,000 sword seals bloomed at the same time. 3,000 bloodthirsty demon monarchs roared ferociously. Even if it didn't hurt anyone, it could scare them to death. The sword seal in the middle was the biggest. It was a towering heavenly devil. Its pitch-black body was more than 10 meters tall, and black smoke was billowing from its body. It was terrifying. Interesting. This blood devil seal is much more powerful than I imagined it would be. It's a pity that the blood sword venerate didn't understand the true essence of the blood demon seal after such a long time. What he used was merely a barehanded palm print. Ling Xiao used to look down on the blood devil seal, but at this moment, he suddenly realized how terrifying it was. The power of the 9 sovereigns' sword art had already reached its limit. It was good enough that it could release the power of a 5th-order Emperor realm martial skill. The power of the blood shadow sword art could reach the 4th-order Emperor realm at most. Although it was still very powerful at this stage. If he encountered a stronger opponent, he could only use martial skills to suppress them. The blood demon seal was definitely the best supplement. The blood demon seal had a lot of demonic beast cores, and it had a lot of attacking methods. It could be said to be ever-changing, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against. Chapter 38:15. Of course, the scariest thing about the blood demon seal was that it could unleash 3,000 sword seals at the same time. The 3,000 sword seals led by the heavenly demons were actually 3,001 terrifying blood demon seals. It was as if 3,000 giant beasts were running at the same time. If it was placed in the bloodthirsty forest, even the bloodthirsty demon king, who was at the 6th rank divine core realm, would be afraid of it. Maybe I can make it even stronger. Ling Xiao was never one to be complacent. Since this formation could be formed with swords, that meant that the divine demon sword soul could also be merged with it, allowing these blood demon seals to possess souls. With this thought in mind, he began to comprehend and modify it. After a full day and night, an earth-shattering explosion could be heard from the martial soul boundary. A mountain peak was directly blasted apart. You did it. Kid, you're really amazing. Even the person who invented this blood demon seal couldn't have imagined that it would become so powerful. I'm afraid its power is equivalent to a 7th-order Emperor realm martial skill. The Yuan Venerate knew that Ling Xiao was outstanding. But the things that this kid did still surprised him to no end. Let's call it the Divine Demon Seal from now on. This is the upgraded version of the Blood Demon Seal. Ling Xiao was excited about his research. The Blood Demon Seal merged with the Divine Demon Sword Soul was a Divine Demon Seal, and it wasn't just because of the Sword Soul. The main reason was that its power had increased. Withdraw. Ling Xiao muttered an incantation, and the Fiend God Seal began to shrink, forming a blood-red halo behind him. This halo could be big or small. It moved with his body. The faster he moved, the faster the halo moved. When fighting with an enemy, it could be changed according to the actual situation. Blood Demon Seal, Slaughterhouse. Ling Xiao suddenly waved the Blood Sovereign sword in his hand and thrust it forward. In an instant, the blood-red halo expanded rapidly. Then, a terrifying murderous aura was released from the blood-red halo. The entire sword seal space had turned into a slaughterhouse filled with sword lights. Any enemy who entered the space would have to face the terrifying murderous aura. Facing the continuous attacks of the terrifying sword lights. It felt a bit like the sword domain he used before, but it was much more powerful. Blood Demon Seal, Bat Cave. Ling Xiao's hand seals changed, and the scene changed accordingly. It was no longer the dancing sword lights from before. Instead, it had turned into a terrifying pitch-black bat cave. Moreover, the ear-piercing sound waves continued to ring out. If an enemy was trapped in it, they would probably go crazy. Blood Devil Seal, Bloodthirsty Forest. This could be considered the Blood Devil Seal's strongest move. Once it was used, all the bloodthirsty demons would be released. Together with the heavenly demons, they would become the enemy's nightmare. Ling Xiao, get the hell out here. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Ling Xiao was all too familiar with this voice. It was none other than Yu Qilong. It seemed that after these few days of torment, Yu Qilong had finally found Ling Xiao's foothold. He knew that Ling Xiao was related to the Shengtian sect. His roar woke up everyone in the Shengtian sect who was in seclusion. Only a few who were in the midst of breaking through were still cultivating. This included Sheng Yu, Sheng Xingzong, and Sheng Hao. The remaining people all came out. Someone actually dared to find trouble with the Grand Sect Master. This was really strange. By the time everyone was outside, they saw a single person standing in the void. The terrifying aura made Sheng Buell tremble all over. Although he had broken through to the late Fourth Divine Core realm, he still felt a sense of fear. This showed how frightening this man was. Furthermore, the sect master of the bloodthirsty sect was standing behind this man. It seemed like the sect master of the bloodthirsty sect was very respectful to this man. The sect master of the bloodthirsty sect was the strongest existence in the entire half-demon city. Early 5th Divine Core Warrior. Didn't that mean this man was even stronger than the sect master of the bloodthirsty sect? Don't go out. Ling Xiao had successfully cultivated the Blood Devil seal. Although he still hadn't broken through to the next realm. Even though he still hadn't broken through to the next realm, he still had the strength to fight. Therefore, he wouldn't hide anymore. With the help of Yu Qilong's strength, he could break through to the next realm. With this, no matter where he went, he would have more confidence. Ling Xiao turned into a sword beam and left the Eastern Emperor devil-slaying formation. How dare you come out? I've chased you from the Violet Spirit Kingdom to the Bloodthirsty Forest, and now, I've chased you all the way here. But today, let me see where you can run to. Yu Qilong stared at Ling Xiao coldly and said, after I kill you, I'll destroy this bullshit magnificent sky sect as well. I won't let go of anyone who is related to you, they must all die. All of them must die. Hearing Yu Qilong's words, everyone from the magnificent sky sect had ugly expressions. They had never expected that they would provoke such a frightening warrior. Although Ling Xiao had defeated 7 great warriors by himself. But, those 7 men were only 4th Divine Core warriors. This time, there were 2 5th-level Divine Core warriors who had come. Could they win? Facing such a mighty warrior, there's nothing we can do. The only thing we can do is pray. Once Grand Sect Master is defeated, I'm afraid we'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, no matter what, we have to protect the Sect Master, even if we have to sacrifice most of our men. As long as he's alive, the magnificent Sky Sect will always be alive. Sheng Xingzong said with a loud voice. Understood. Over 1,000 warriors from the magnificent Sky Sect shouted out loudly. As for the hundreds of thousands of warriors who were controlled by the Soul Catcher, they had other thoughts. They hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed, so they wouldn't have to be controlled by the Soul Catcher anymore. After all, they had just joined the magnificent Sky Sect, and they weren't that loyal. But, they were really stupid. If Ling Xiao was defeated, would he let them go? Once the Soul Catcher's soul attack was activated, these hundreds of thousands of warriors would be killed on the spot. What they should do was not to hope that Ling Xiao would die, but to hope that Ling Xiao would win this battle. You have a big appetite, but too bad, you're as stupid as your father, Yu Hua. Do you think I'm still the same old me? Fine, since you're here today, I'll let you die here. Ling Xiao stared at Yu Qilong coldly and said, Zi Qinghai and the others, you killed them because they were saved by me, right? That's right. Not only them, I've asked Uncle Ju to investigate this matter. I won't spare anyone who is related to you in this half-demon city. I want everyone in this world to know that those who offend the Yu family are the enemies of the entire world. Yu Qilong said with a loud voice. You're still as arrogant as before. Do you think you're invincible just because you're an early 5th Divine Core warrior? Let me tell you, no matter if it's the past or the current you, you'll always be at a disadvantage in front of me. Since I can kill so many people from the Yu family, I naturally have a way to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong with an indifferent expression and said, let's cut the crap. If you want to kill me, just do it. I'm waiting. You want to die? Hand over the immemorial martial skill and the Blood Sovereign sword first. Yu Qilong hadn't completely lost his mind. He knew why he was looking for Ling Xiao. Aside from revenge, There was something more important. Chapter 38:16. In order to hunt down Ling Xiao, Yu Qilong had used all the resources of the Yu family. In the past month, he had encountered a lot of trouble. Especially in the bloodthirsty forest, he had no idea what those demon beasts had encountered, but all of them had gone crazy. He had almost lost his life in the process. But he still managed to survive, because he had a single belief in his heart. That was to kill Ling Xiao and take back what was rightfully his. He wasn't stupid enough to give the ancient martial skill and blood sovereign sword to an outsider. Even though he knew the warriors from the Dongsheng Great Kingdom were extremely powerful, he still didn't dare to do anything. He still planned to take them and run away after that. He felt that he was different from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength should still be at the second stage Divine Core realm a month ago. But he was now an early 5th stage Divine Core warrior. With this kind of strength, he would be able to survive in any great kingdom. He didn't believe anyone would be able to find him. As for his family, they were basically destroyed by Ling Xiao. The only survivors were Yu Zhen, Yu Xing, and himself. The rest were all below the Divine Core realm. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, how could he feel at ease? You seem quite calm. Don't tell me you don't know what happened in Purple Spirit City. I'm afraid your woman, Zi Chenye, and your brother Zi Long have all become walking corpses. You have no idea how terrifying those warriors from the Dongsheng Great Kingdom are. The entire Purple Spirit capital has become a dead city. Yu Qilong wanted to see Ling Xiao's terrified expression. He didn't like Ling Xiao's calm expression. What did you just say? When Ling Xiao heard what Yu Qilong said, he became nervous. But he wasn't scared. If Zi Chenye and Zi Long were in danger, he swore that he would uproot the Jiyu family. The ancient emperor of Dongsheng didn't expect him to take revenge. He didn't plan to deal with the Jiyu family. But once the Jiyu family attacked his friends, he and the Jiyu family would have to fight to the death. Hey, now you know what fear is. The Dongsheng Great Kingdom sent the heaven-slaying blade devil, Jiyu Fenghua, and the death witch, Qing Moshua. These two people were masters who killed without batting an eyelid. With them here, even if our Yu clan doesn't do anything, Zi Chenye won't be able to survive. Yu Qilong sneered, but you don't have to worry about them. Because today, you will die too. When the time comes, all you need to do is meet in the netherworld. Seeing the expression on Ling Xiao's face, Yu Qilong felt a kind of perverted pleasure in his heart. He wanted to see Ling Xiao get angry. But this was far from enough. The enmity of killing his father was absolutely irreconcilable. The hatred of having his wife stolen from him was heart-wrenching. The pain that Ling Xiao had brought him was much greater than this. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt like he was about to explode. A terrifying murderous aura instantly burst out and spread outside the Donghuang demon vanquishing grand array. He stared at Ling Xiao. Without the suppression of the terrifying killing intent from the bone-burying ground, his strength was indeed much stronger than Ling Xiao's. This is a true 5th Divine Core warrior, a true Golden Core warrior. Because of the special environment, I didn't feel it before. Although Ling Xiao was worried about Zi Chenye and Zi Long, the most important thing right now was to deal with Yu Qilong. Yu Qilong was really strong. Even if 100 peak 4th Divine Core warriors fought him together, they still wouldn't be his match. Perhaps, this would be the toughest battle Ling Xiao had to face since he arrived in Half-Demon City. But he couldn't run away. Behind him was the Shengtian sect. The Donghuang demon vanquishing grand array could be maintained for a period of time, but it would be exhausted one day. Once he died, the Shengtian sect would be finished. His disciple, Sheng Yu, would also die a horrible death. Therefore, even if he could run away, he couldn't. Yu Qilong's body was surrounded by dense sword energies. It was as if he had turned into a sharp sword. Sword energies covered the entire sky. Both of them used swords, and both of them had sword martial souls. Ling Xiao really wanted to see what kind of person he was. He wanted to know how terrifying an early Golden Core sword artist could be. Now that I think about it, it has only been half a year since I arrived in the 4 major regions. When I joined the Z Mansion army, you didn't even bother to look at me. Even the weakest centurion in the Z Mansion army could easily kill me. As for you, you are an existence that I can only look up to. But now, the gap between us isn't as big as it used to be. Now that I think about it, it really makes me sigh. Ling Xiao transformed into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul. Powerful beast souls appeared one after another behind his back. Facing Yu Qilong, he was ready to unleash all of his strength. If he couldn't, he would unleash the tyrant martial soul as well. After all, staying alive was more important. As long as he could defeat Yu Qilong, he would be fine. After all, the tyrant martial soul had been modified by him, and the difference between it and the mountain river martial soul was huge. It was hard for others to recognize it. While unleashing his aura to suppress Ling Xiao, Yu Qilong sneered and said, "Don't brag about yourself. I know your talent is outstanding, and I know you're a true monster. The speed at which your cultivation increases is simply frightening. In fact, when you killed Nai Shuang, I already sensed it. Luckily, I found you now. If it was a year later, or half a year later, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your opponent." Although Yu Qilong hated Ling Xiao, but he had to admit that Ling Xiao's talent was really monstrous. More monstrous than any other genius he had ever seen. But fortunately, Ling Xiao was just a monstrous talent, and his strength was still not enough. This time, Yu Qilong had inherited the supreme martial arts of the Yu clan. After Yu Hua died, he became the patriarch of the Yu clan. He had created his sword soul to perfection, reaching the innate sword soul level. Although it was only at the innate level. But he believed that in the entire Dongsheng strong country, there were very few people who could raise their sword soul to the innate level. He would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Facing the powerful Yu Qilong, Ling Xiao didn't have any hope of winning. He had successfully cultivated the Blood Devil Seal, his cultivation was about to break through, the Dongsheng demonic sword, the Blood God of Thunder, and the Tyrant martial soul. These were all his trump cards. Not to mention, he still had 2 terrifying Ultimate Dan Realm martial artists' divine pills in his body. If worse came to worst, he could release the divine pills and detonate them. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Yu Qilong. Oh right, there was also a supreme treasure, the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. He could use the Dongsheng Emperor Ring once today to summon the heroic spirit soldiers in the ring. Even if he only summoned one, it would be enough to crush Yu Qilong. Of course, that was also a move that he couldn't use unless he had no other choice. Dragon Trapping Talisman. Yu Qilong suddenly used the Dragon Trapping Talisman. The golden dragon circled around, forming a sealed space. It wrapped him and Ling Xiao inside. This Dragon Trapping Talisman is equivalent to a mortal Heavenly King artifact. It's impossible for you to break it. Unless you kill me. I know you have a special escape ability, but don't think about using it today. Chapter 38:17. A cruel grin emerged on Yu Qilong's face as he said, "Those people from the Magnificent Sky Sect must have taken you as their guardian, right? Today, I'm going to torture you in front of them. Let's see how miserable you are." "Hehe, you're such a filthy person," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to be so calm. Fine, I'll let you feel fear." Yu Qilong finally stopped talking. His aura had reached its peak. He was also using a sword, and it was also a mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. Perhaps he had inherited it from Yu Hua. He was now the Yu family's clan chief, and only he was qualified to own a weapon like this. "Come, I want to test the strength of a golden core warrior." Ling Xiao waved his hand at Yu Qilong. He was ready to fight with all his strength. His opponent was too strong, and he didn't want to make the first move. Because it would be easy for his opponent to find an opening. Kill. Yu Qilong was smart. He didn't use his full strength right from the start, he only used an ordinary attack toward Ling Xiao. But, even the most ordinary attack was the attack of a 5th Heavenly Core warrior. Its power was extraordinary. Its speed was extremely fast as well, almost the same as Ling Xiao's full strength. But, it wasn't as fast as the Earth Elemental Golden Light Art. But, the Earth Elemental Golden Light Art was a skill used for escaping. It wasn't useful in a fight. 8 swords in one. Ling Xiao didn't dare underestimate Yu Qilong. He immediately used a 4th grade Emperor ranked martial skill to fight back. Bang! Bang! Both men collided in midair. Ling Xiao was slammed into the Eastern Emperor Demon Slaying formation. As for Yu Qilong, he was only pushed back 2 steps. Yu Qilong had only used an ordinary attack, but Ling Xiao had used a 4th-grade Emperor-ranked martial skill. And he had suffered such a huge loss. This was enough to show how frightening Yu Qilong was. Interesting, I didn't expect you to have mastered a 4th-grade Emperor-ranked martial skill, no wonder you're so calm. But, do you think you can fight me with just this? What a joke! Yu Qilong's face to show disdain. He shook the long sword in his hand. This time, he was going to use a martial skill. Are you the only one who knows how to attack? Through this collision, Ling Xiao roughly understood Yu Qilong's true strength. He was definitely no match for him. However, it was not impossible for him to win, even if the probability was only about 10%. He also wanted to fight 9 swords as one. The power of a high-grade 4th-order Emperor Realm martial skill wasn't something a low-grade martial skill could compare to. In that instant, the 9 swords released the aura of kings. The terrifying sword Qi was sharp and domineering. He charged towards Yu Qilong. He actually chose to take the initiative to attack, which surprised Yu Qilong. What surprised him the most was that Ling Xiao actually knew a 4th-rank Emperor-class martial skill. This was really too shocking. A 2nd-level Divine Core warrior who knew a 4th-level Emperor martial skill? No, he seemed to be a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior. This guy actually broke through again. A trace of panic flashed across Yu Qilong's eyes. However, it only lasted for a moment before disappearing. So what if Ling Xiao had broken through? He was still no match for him. So what if Ling Xiao knew a high-grade 4th-order Emperor Realm martial skill? He was still fearless. 9 terrifying sword Qi enveloped Yu Qilong, and all the domineering sword Qi hit Yu Qilong's body. However, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Through the Taikai eye, he could clearly sense that the 9 swords as one didn't cause much damage to Yu Qilong. This was because Yu Qilong had used a martial skill as well. It was only a low-grade 4th-order Emperor Realm martial skill, but it had easily neutralized his attack. Interesting. It's a pity that this is probably your strongest attack, isn't it? Yu Qilong walked out from the sword Qi. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, and any attack that landed on his body would be easily neutralized. This was the frightening strength of a Golden Core warrior. The sovereign blood sword is wasted in your hands. If it was in my hands, I would be able to unleash a much stronger combat strength. Yu Qilong stared at the sword in Ling Xiao's hand, and a greedy look emerged in his eyes. Ignorant. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong in disdain. No one knew this sword better than him. Its complete form was the East Victory Sky Sword. However, the grade of the East Victory Sky Sword was too high. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he couldn't control it. Therefore, he didn't let the Sovereign Blood Sword merge with his sword soul. Even so, the Sovereign Blood Sword was a spiritual Heavenly King artifact. It had the terrifying killing intent of the Blood Sword Supreme. How could Yu Qilong control it? Ling Xiao's attack did not stop even after he finished speaking. The Sovereign Blood Sword finally pointed at Yu Qilong. Don't you want to know its power? I'll let you try. Suddenly, Ling Xiao turned into a Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow Sword Art, Blood Shadow Kill. The Blood Shadow Kill executed by the Sovereign Blood Sword was much stronger than the Blood Shadow Kill executed by the Blood Sun World. A low-grade 4th-order Emperor Realm martial skill could unleash the power of a mid-grade 4th-order Emperor Realm martial skill. Moreover, the Blood Shadow Kill's attack was very special. It was just an afterimage. It was impossible to guard against. You really don't know what's good for you. How dare you come near me? Yu Qilong sneered. His body turned into a huge lightsaber, and he pierced towards Ling Xiao with a terrifying speed. He had become one with the sword. Before the martial technique was executed, just the terrifying sword Qi that he spat out had already blown away Ling Xiao's sword shadows. But Ling Xiao's attack wasn't over yet. Blood Shadow Sword Art, Blood Shadow Kill. The Blood Shadow Sword Art was a continuous attack. If the first attack failed, the next attack would be quickly unleashed. Each attack was stronger than the previous one, and each attack was more bizarre than the previous one. But it was still useless. The blood shadow kill still couldn't break through Yu Qilong's defense. With an attack like this, you can only fight with a 4th level divine core warrior. To me, it's just like scratching an itch. Yu Qilong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. After the fight, he had become more confident. He felt that Ling Xiao was nothing in front of him. Not necessarily. 10 swords in one. Blood shadow clone slash. In an instant, Ling Xiao had unleashed 2 different martial skills at the same time. 10 swords in one was as powerful as a 5th level Emperor Realm martial skill. The Blood Shadow Clone Slash, with the help of the Blood Sovereign Sword's terrifying killing intent, could unleash the same power. Yu Qilong's face turned pale with fright. This shock was absolutely no small matter. Because Yu Qilong's strongest martial skill was only a 4th level Emperor Realm martial skill. And yet, Ling Xiao was able to unleash a 5th level Emperor Realm martial skill. It could be described as heaven-defying. Bang! 10 swords in one was finally able to push Yu Qilong back, blocking the terrifying man-sword art. After that, the Blood Shadow Clone Slash was unleashed. It left behind 3 deep wounds on Yu Qilong's body. But too bad, Yu Qilong was too strong. Ling Xiao's cultivation was too weak. Both of them were on completely different levels. Therefore, he failed to kill Yu Qilong with this rare opportunity. Instead, it ignited Yu Qilong's anger. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Yu Qilong was enraged. Without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest martial skill and charged toward Ling Xiao. He wanted to turn Ling Xiao into ashes. Chapter 38:18. Yu Qilong's attack speed was too fast. Unless Ling Xiao used the Earth Golden Light technique to escape, he would not be able to dodge it. Ling Xiao had no choice but to face it head-on. That head-on collision just now had already let Ling Xiao taste the sweetness of victory. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 10%. It was evident that there were great benefits to fighting with a powerhouse. It's time to end this. Yu Qilong roared. The sharp sword in his hand turned into a sharp and huge sword light that attacked Ling Xiao. The sword stabbed out and the entire space was distorted. The sword light formed a strange sword chi that looked like a vortex. It instantly blocked all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. Coupled with the dragon trapping talisman's restraint, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to use the Earth Golden Light technique. This terrifying vortex was only the prelude. It was a means to seal Ling Xiao. The truly terrifying attack came from the inconspicuous sword chi in the vortex. Although it was inconspicuous, it could kill. You're really strong. Is this why a Golden Core Realm powerhouse is so terrifying? Facing Yu Qilong's attack, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. This should be Yu Qilong's advanced 4th level Emperor class martial skill. Given the huge gap between their cultivation bases, he could only make up for it with his martial skill. Demonic Blood Seal. Of course, this was just an ordinary demonic blood seal without the use of a formation. As the Blood Sovereign Sword stabbed out, a blood-red sword seal pierced through the air. The terrifying power of the advanced 5th level Emperor-class martial skill made Yu Qilong feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Boom! The huge demonic blood sword seal hit the sword chi in the center of the vortex. It exploded in the void. Fart! Yu Qilong was sent flying and vomited blood. Ling Xiao was also sent flying by the terrifying impact. He crashed heavily into the Eastern Emperor Demon vanquishing formation and was covered in blood. Both of them were injured. Brother Yu, are you okay? Do you need my help? The bloodthirsty sect master looked at Yu Qilong and asked. No need. This attack should be the brat's strongest attack. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed in cultivating the Blood Devil Seal? What a surprise. But it ends here. Yu Qilong wiped the blood from his mouth with great force, looking very excited. The Blood Devil Seal is actually so powerful. If I can obtain it, my strength will definitely increase by 100 times. Although he was injured, he did not feel fear. Instead, he felt an even stronger sense of greed. Brat, so you dared to come out and fight me because of this, right? But unfortunately, you miscalculated. With such a huge gap in cultivation, even if you can use the Blood Devil Seal, it's impossible for you to kill me. And with your cultivation, forcefully using a 5th level Emperor-class martial skill, I'm afraid you won't be able to use it a second time. Next, it will be your death. Yu Qilong's words were meant to scare Ling Xiao and comfort himself at the same time. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change at all. It was as if he was indifferent to Qi Long's words. This made Yu Qilong even more furious. This brat was too good at pretending. Actually, how was Ling Xiao pretending? Just this collision just now, the energy in his cultivation sea actually skyrocketed by 20%. Now, it was already 80% energy. It was not far from breaking through. He was just checking the situation in his body. He did not have time to pretend. He casually took out a few medicinal pills and swallowed them, healing his body's injuries. As for the consumption of true essence, he did not care at all. With the heart of gold, the depleted true essence would be instantly replenished using potential. And his potential was full now, absolutely enough to use. If others forcefully used a 5th level Emperor-class martial skill, they would probably really be like what Yu Qilong said. They could only use it once, and their true essence would basically be exhausted, losing combat power. Even with medicinal pills, it would not be so fast. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao absolutely did not need to worry about the use of true essence. Unless even his potential was exhausted. But the problem was that he still had 2 divine pills in his body as backup potential. Those were the divine pills of the ancient Dongsheng Emperor and his Empress. Those two were both powerhouses in the extreme realm of alchemy. To the current Ling Xiao, the energy of those 2 divine pills was practically endless. Calm down now, you'll panic later. Let me use this sword to completely finish you off. Yu Qilong used the same sword skill again, but the power was clearly more than 10 times stronger than before. After all, Yu Qilong was also considered a genius. Therefore, he also had some secret methods to increase combat power or enhance the power of martial skills. Like last time, Ling Xiao had no door to heaven and no road to hell. The only thing he could do was to fight to the end. Shengtian sect's people were worried about Ling Xiao. All of them were so nervous that their breathing was somewhat hurried. And those who hoped that Ling Xiao would be unlucky were somewhat excited. They hoped to see fear and despair on Ling Xiao's face. But there was none. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever. But when Yu Qilong's attack was about to reach him, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. He raised the Blood Supreme sword in his hand again. Let me show you something fun. Divine Demon Seal. The Blood Supreme sword released a blood-red halo. The halo instantly became extremely huge and filled the entire dragon trapping formation. It trapped Ling Xiao and Yu Qilong inside. 3,000 sword seals were connected, and each sword seal released a terrifying demonic aura. The most terrifying thing was the sword seal in the center. Not only was it huge, but it also released billowing demonic aura. What is this? Yu Qilong was completely stunned. He was already extremely shocked that Ling Xiao could cultivate the Blood Demon Seal. He could cultivate it at such a fast speed and even use it. It was simply like a dream. But now, Ling Xiao had actually used something even more terrifying than the demonic blood seal. By the way, let me tell you, this divine demon seal is actually the complete form of the Blood Demon Seal. Even the Blood Supreme sword hasn't completely cultivated an advanced rank 6 Emperor-class martial technique. Do you think you can fight against it? In fact, Ling Xiao still held back and didn't integrate the divine demon sword soul. Otherwise, the divine demon seal could unleash the power of a beginner rank 7 Emperor-class martial technique. But then, the burden on his body would be too great, and it wasn't necessary. An advanced rank 6 Emperor-class martial technique was enough to suppress the opponent. Kill. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. He waved the Blood Supreme sword in his hand, and the 3,000 sword seals flew out at the same time and integrated into the sword light of the Blood Supreme sword. They condensed into a bright light sword. It was extremely huge and enveloped the entire space of the formation. It made it impossible for Yu Qilong to dodge. Yu Qilong's attack was actually shattered by the huge light sword in an instant. Even Yu Qilong himself had to resist with all his strength. He burst out all the potential he had since he was born. Only then did he manage to block the terrifying light sword. Dense sword chi formed around his body to protect him. Chapter 38:19. This seal of gods and devils is really frightening. Could it really be like what that young man said? This is the complete form of the Blood Devil seal. Speaking of which, I've never seen the real Blood Devil seal before, but the one unleashed by the Bloodsword Lord isn't as powerful as this. Besides, this young man is only at the peak 3rd Divine Core realm. How can he use a 6th Order Emperor martial skill? This doesn't make sense. Does he have an endless supply of true yuan? Normally, when using a martial skill, there were strict requirements for the cultivator's body, soul, and true yuan. For a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior, being able to use a 4th Order Emperor martial skill was already considered heaven-defying. But, when using a 6th Order Emperor martial skill, the cultivator's body, soul, and true yuan couldn't withstand it. It could only weaken the power of the martial skill, or it couldn't be used at all. But, Ling Xiao's situation was completely out of this world. The strength of his body was no weaker than a 6th Order Divine Core warrior. The strength of his soul was even stronger than a 6th Order Divine Core warrior. Because of the Heart of Gold, his true yuan might be stronger than a 9th Order Divine Core warrior. That was why he didn't feel any restrictions when using a 6th Order Emperor martial skill. But, if he used a 7th Order Emperor martial skill with his current cultivation, he would be in trouble. Of course, Yu Qilong didn't know about this. He could only sense how frightening and powerful the seal of gods and devils was. What kind of terrifying potential was hidden in this young man's body? Young man, you don't deserve to have such a powerful martial skill, it's mine, Yu Qilong roared out. Are you an idiot? This is a martial skill I comprehended by myself, and you still have the face to say it's yours. That's why I say the Yu family are all shameless. Weren't you acting tough just now? Come, I want to see what other trump cards you haven't used yet. Bloodthirsty leech. Suddenly, Ling Xiao waved the Blood Sovereign's sword in his hand. A beam of red light suddenly shot out from the void. It was the bloodthirsty leech demon. The figure turned into a sword energy that could suck the blood and true yuan. The sword energy was extremely fast. Although Yu Qilong dodged it, his skin was still cut. At first, he thought he was fine, but suddenly, he realized that something had entered his body from the wound. That sword chi formed by blood-sucking leeches. Once it enters your body, it will suck your blood until you die. Ling Xiao sneered. Damn it. Kill him. Yu Qilong was not completely helpless. His entire body trembled. Sword chi actually emerged from his body and destroyed the bloodthirsty leech. Even so, he had suffered internal injuries. And this was just the beginning. Beautifully done. Unfortunately, this Fiend God seal has 3001 transformations. Every one of them could put you in a difficult position. How many times can you block it? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile. The so-called control was nothing more than this. Within the range of the Fiend God seal, he was like a god. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would still be defeated. He didn't even need to get close to Yu Qilong. As long as he controlled the Celestial Demon seal with the Blood Supreme Sword, he could do whatever he wanted. He could unleash an attack that would make the enemy suffer. Looks like I have to fight with all my strength today. I never expected you to force me to this extent. But, it's a waste for such a good martial skill to fall into your hands. Just give it to me. I can promise you that I won't kill you. His greed for the Blood Fiend God seal had overshadowed his desire for revenge. It was enough to show how attractive the Blood Fiend God seal was to Yu Qilong. You'll let me go? Hehe, what else do you think you can do in this Fiend God seal? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He hadn't even used his martial soul, but Yu Qilong was already suppressed by him. It was enough to show how terrifying the Blood Fiend God seal was. Not necessarily. I'll let you experience the Yu family's immortal sword body. This was Yu Qilong's last resort. It was also his last resort. Actually, the immortal sword body could only be unleashed when one reached the 6th Divine Core realm. But now, he had no choice but to use it. If he didn't use it, he would die. Frightening sword energies were unleashed from his body. A sword-shaped rune appeared on Yu Qilong's forehead. At the same time, the sword soul behind him had merged with him. His entire body unleashed a sharper and frightening sword intent. This was the true fusion of man and sword. Compared to his previous attack, it was much more frightening. With the help of the immortal sword body, Yu Chilong's defense, attack, and speed had all increased by a few times. His aura had also reached its peak. Right now, even a mid-5th level divine core warrior might not be his match. Do you feel despair now? With the help of the immortal sword body, there is no hope for you to survive. Although I can only maintain this state for about 10 minutes, it's more than enough time to kill you. Your fiend god seal is too slow, you can't catch up with me. Yu Chilong looked at Ling Xiao with a proud expression. A pair of wings made entirely of sword energies had grown out from his back. His appearance was really cool. His strength had indeed increased by a lot. Can't catch up with you? Indeed. But do you really think I have no other way? This fiend god seal was personally created by me, a formation master. Do you think this is all it can do? A cold smile emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Yu Chilong furrowed his brows. He really hated this expression on Ling Xiao's face. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve, as if everything was under his control. This made him feel a lot of pressure. HMPH, stubborn. Yu Chilong coldly harumphed, then he took the initiative to attack. Rain of swords. He furiously roared out, then the wings made of sword energies started flapping. After that, countless sword energies rained down on Ling Xiao. This was an attack that could only be unleashed with the help of the immortal sword body. Each attack was extremely powerful. Every single attack was not inferior to his single attack. This was the reason why Yu Chilong was so confident. How sad. Little Long Long, do you still not understand? Why do you keep losing to me? It's because you're stupid. Slaughterhouse of Fiend God Seal. Facing the rain of swords, many of the Shengtian sect's martial artists could not bear to watch. Because they did not want to see Ling Xiao being pierced full of holes by the rain of swords. However, Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. He gently waved the Blood Supreme sword in his hand. The entire Fiend God Seal began to move. At that moment, the space of the Fiend God Seal turned into a terrifying slaughterhouse. Yu Chilong's rain of swords was even more terrifying, and it enveloped the entire space. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Yu Chilong's rain of swords came to an abrupt end. Because they were all destroyed by the Fiend God Seal's sword seal. It was clean, and not a single bit was left. No. I don't believe this is true. At that moment, Yu Chilong let out a cry of disbelief. However, whether he believed it or not, the result was the same. The sword chi, which was as dense as a storm, madly stabbed towards Yu Chilong. Chapter 38:20. Facing the storm of Fiend Celestial sword seals, the only thing Yu Chilong could do was unleash the full potential of his immortal sword body. He was using his immortal sword body to defend himself from the terrifying sword energies. He was like a tiny ant being drowned in a storm. You're pretty tough. Your immortal sword body is indeed unique. After a round of attacks, Yu Chilong was in a sorry state. However, it didn't look like his injuries were too serious. My cultivation base is still too weak. I can't unleash the true power of a 6th level Emperor rank martial skill. If I was at the same cultivation base, even if I was only at the 4th level of the Divine Core realm, I would have killed this Yu Chilong. Although Ling Xiao wasn't affected by the restriction of his cultivation base, he was still affected by it. In the end, he still couldn't unleash the full potential of the Fiend Celestial Seal. It's good that I can break through. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. But, just because he couldn't kill Yu Chilong didn't mean he couldn't kill him. As long as the Fiend Celestial Seal existed, Yu Chilong would keep getting injured. Even if his injuries weren't serious at first, he would slowly lose his combat strength, and eventually die. Yu Chilong obviously knew this. If he kept on defending himself, sooner or later, he would be killed by Ling Xiao. Left with no other choice, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his defense. Then, he unleashed a powerful attack and threw himself at Ling Xiao. Only by killing Ling Xiao would he be able to solve this problem. Buddy, let's see who will die first. Yu Chilong's desperate fighting style was helpless, but it was definitely the best choice. With his incredible speed, especially with the help of the immortal sword body, He arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. "Do you think you can touch me?" A grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face, then he suddenly disappeared. Within the range of the Fiend Celestial Seal, he could appear near any sword seal. In this dimension, speed meant nothing to him. Because he could teleport in the truest sense. Unless someone's attack was stronger than the Fiend Celestial Seal, it was impossible for anyone to hurt him. No. At this moment, Yu Qilong was in despair. He had risked his life and was prepared to unleash an attack. But in the end, he couldn't touch Jiang Chen. On the contrary, his defense was greatly reduced at that moment. The terrifying sword qi pierced into his body like fine needles. He could feel that his body was continuously festering. A bone-piercing pain radiated from his body, making him wish he was dead. Still not dead. Ling Xiao's Taiji eye captured Yu Qilong's figure and condition. This guy is really scary. The strength of his current attack had almost surpassed the full force attack of all perfect Fourth Divine Core warriors. However, he still couldn't kill Yu Qilong. This proved that Yu Qilong was definitely one of the best amongst all early-stage Divine Core warriors. Of course, they didn't kill him, but Yu Qilong's current situation was very bad. His entire body was drenched in blood. It was as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood. His expression was also very ugly. However, this fellow was still the current head of the Yu clan, so he had quite a lot of medicinal pills. Coupled with the terrifying recovery ability of the immortal sword body, the wound was healing rapidly. From the looks of it, it would be impossible to kill this fellow without hitting its vitals. So many Golden Core warriors have been killed. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Even with the Fiend Celestial Seal, he still couldn't kill Yu Qilong. It looked like he had to use a more powerful attack. Ha ha ha, do you know why Daddy's form is called the Immortal Sword Body? It's because under the Immortal Sword Body, I have an immortal body. Your attack is indeed powerful, but too bad, you're too weak, and you're not qualified to be my opponent. Seeing that Ling Xiao had stopped attacking, Yu Qilong thought Ling Xiao had used up all of his true yuan. Therefore, he was overjoyed. He thought his persistence had finally paid off. Hee, you're proud of yourself? Ling Xiao let out an indifferent laugh. Your immortal sword body can only last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, what are you going to use to fight me? Fiend Celestial Seal, Bat Cave. Suddenly, the Fiend Celestial Seal changed. It was no longer a sharp sword energy. Instead, it became pitch black. Suddenly, terrifying screams that could shake one's soul sounded out from the pitch black. In just a split second, Yu Qilong hugged his head in pain. The immortal sword body could make his body extremely powerful. However, his soul was still at its original level. With just a single attack, his soul had been severely damaged. Dragon Trapping Talisman, Retreat. Yu Qilong was smart. If he continued to stay in the Dragon Trapping Talisman, he would be trapped in his own trap. Not only would he not be able to kill Ling Xiao, he would also get himself killed. That sound wave attack was too frightening. He ran a few hundred meters away with all his might before he finally managed to stand up. However, his eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? You're just a peak third Divine Core warrior, how can you be my opponent? How is this possible? Although he didn't want to admit it, he had already used his immortal sword body. But, he still couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. This was a huge blow to him. Brother Yu, let's work together. The bloodthirsty sect's sect chief stood out. He was also an early 5th Divine Core warrior. Although he was slightly weaker than Yu Qilong, he wasn't much weaker. He didn't want the Shengtian sect to exist any longer. Therefore, he had to work together with Yu Qilong. Me too. Yu Xing flew up into the sky as well. Although he was only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior, but, with an extra person, it was always an extra force. Alright, all of you can come at me together. Ling Xiao hooked his finger. He looked extremely domineering. A peak 3rd Divine Core warrior was facing 2 early 5th Divine Core warriors. A perfect 4th Divine Core warrior didn't show any signs of fear at all. He waved the Blood Sovereign sword in his hand, causing the area of the Seal of Celestial and Devil to expand. Seal of Celestial and Devil, Bloodthirsty Jungle. This was the most powerful ability of the seal of Celestial and Devil. After it was unleashed, the surrounding area instantly transformed into the bloodthirsty jungle. Terrifying demon beasts roared out from within the jungle, unleashing their terrifying killing intent. A heavenly devil descended from the sky and leapt towards the trio. Seeing this, Yu Chilong immediately turned around and ran away. He was scared of being beaten up. He had enough of the slaughterhouse and the bat cave. But the bloodthirsty jungle was even more terrifying than the previous two abilities. His strongest martial skill was only a high 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, and he didn't think he could defeat Ling Xiao. Therefore, he decided to go back and ask Jiyu Fenghua or Qing Moshue to teach him a 5th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. He believed that as long as he cultivated a 5th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, Ling Xiao would be no match for him. But, because of fear, he even abandoned his 9th uncle. As for the so-called allies, the bloodthirsty sect's sect chief didn't care about them at all. When both men realized they had been tricked, it was already too late. They were both trapped in the bloodthirsty jungle, unable to leave. Chapter 38-21. Damn that Yu Chilong. Although the bloodthirsty sect's sect leader hated Yu Chilong to the core, there was nothing he could do. Things had already come to this point. The only thing he could do was risk his life and hope he could save his own life. Enraged, he transformed into a bloodthirsty demon beast. It was a blood-red bloodthirsty demon snake. The demon snake moved with incredible speed. In an instant, it arrived next to Ling Xiao. But just like before, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared once again. He didn't need to be injured in order to stimulate his potential. With the heart of gold, as long as he used up all his true yuan, he would be able to stimulate his potential. In fact, when he unleashed the bloodthirsty forest, he had used up all his true yuan. His potential surged into his inner core like a flood, and at the same time, into his cultivation ocean. The energy in his cultivation sea instantly soared to 90%. Just a little more. Kill him. Without holding back, he circulated his true yuan and unleashed the 3,000 bloodthirsty demon beasts and the frightening heavenly devil. These beasts transformed into gigantic sword seals, and their power was at least 10 times stronger than the sword energy in the slaughterhouse. Of course, the consumption was much greater as well. In an instant, Ling Xiao's true yuan was depleted, but his potential was replenished once again. Energy in my cultivation ocean, 100%. Whether I break through or not, it all depends on this. Ling Xiao dashed toward the bloodthirsty sect's sect leader with his true form. As for Yu Xing, he didn't even need to do anything. Yu Xing was completely trapped in the bloodthirsty forest. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao wanting to know something from him, he would have become a corpse by now. Boom. Within the bloodthirsty forest, a gigantic infinite heavenly rat and a bloodthirsty venomous snake were fighting each other. The bloodthirsty sect's sect leader didn't know what Ling Xiao was up to, but he knew this was his best chance. If he missed this chance, he wouldn't be able to kill Ling Xiao anymore. The sect leader attacked with all his might. Ling Xiao was completely suppressed, and he could only take a beating. Without the help of the celestial devil seal, the gap between Ling Xiao and an early 5th heavenly core warrior was still huge. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was feeling both pain and joy. What the heart of gold couldn't do, they had to go back to their old ways. Every time the flesh and blood collided, Ling Xiao's body and cultivation would break through the limits. The door to a breakthrough was opening. The bronze-colored Niden gradually turned into a beautiful silver color. A large amount of energy was released from the Dongsheng Empress's divine elixir and integrated into his internal elixir. As a result, his Niden was much larger and more powerful than an ordinary Niden. Rumble. The door to the breakthrough had finally opened. Ling Xiao suddenly reached out and grabbed the sect leader's body. The blood python struggled madly in his hand. Unfortunately, it was useless. It was still shriveling. A single breakthrough would bring about 100-fold increase in strength. After all, this was an increase in strength from the copper core realm to the silver core realm. Previously, Ling Xiao was no match for the sect leader of the bloodthirsty sect. Now, he could easily kill the sect leader of the bloodthirsty sect. In his despair, The sect leader turned all the energy in his body into Ling Xiao's potential and stored it in his body, replenishing the energy that Ling Xiao had lost. The people below clearly saw this scene. The sect leader of the bloodthirsty sect, the strongest in Half-Demon City, was killed just like that. The people of the magnificent Heaven sect cheered. The people of the bloodthirsty sect were dumbfounded. Some of the smarter ones immediately knelt down and pledged their loyalty to Ling Xiao. Some of the more cowardly ones chose to run away. There were also some who resisted stubbornly, but Ling Xiao didn't plan to deal with them himself. He wanted to leave them for the people of the magnificent Heaven sect to deal with. He couldn't do everything himself. Otherwise, what would the people of the magnificent Heaven sect do? People of the magnificent Heaven sect, listen up. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who resist me will perish. Bloodthirsty sect, attack the main altar. After giving out the order, Ling Xiao retracted the fiend god seal and looked at Yu Xing, who had lost all his strength to fight. Tell me what happened in Xiling Kingdom, and I'll give you a quick death. Or else, I'll make you suffer the pain of having your heart bitten by thousands of worms. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time with Yu Xing. After dealing with the matters in Half-Demon City, it was time for him to return to Xiling Kingdom. Based on what Yu Qilong said, Zi Qianye and Zi Long were in grave danger. Even if he didn't have enough strength, he couldn't be a coward. That wasn't his style. Yu Xing sat down dejectedly and sneered, even if you don't ask, I'll tell you. I'll tell you anyway. Do you know the heaven-slaying blade devil Jiyu Fenghua and the death witch Qing Moshue? Both of them are ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Victory Continent's combat strength ranking. Jiyu Fenghua is an early 7th Heavenly Core warrior, and he has the heaven-slaying blade in his hand. Qing Moshue is a peak 6th Heavenly Core warrior, and she has the death scepter in her hand. Right now, both of them are in Xiling Kingdom. The reason why the capital city of Xiling was turned into a city of zombies was because of that undying witch Qing Moshue. I almost forgot to tell you, Qing Moshue's mother is also a member of my family. You can imagine what she will do to Zi Qianye and Zi Long. Although they are still safe with the protection of the King Mansion's formation, it has been more than a month. But it's already been more than a month. How long do you think that formation can last? Yu Xing's thoughts were simple. He was no match for Ling Xiao. But, Ling Xiao was also no match for Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue. The reason why he said all this was to make Ling Xiao return to his family. He wanted Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue to kill Ling Xiao. How dare they touch Sister Qianye and Zi Long? I'll kill them all. Ling Xiao casually pointed his finger. A sword energy pierced through Yu Xing's inner core. He had asked all the questions he needed to ask. There was no need to waste any more time. His cultivation had now broken through to the early 4th Heavenly Core realm. His ability to survive had greatly increased. He might not die even if he had to face Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue. Plus, he didn't have to face them head-on to save them. Before he left, he repaired the Grand Orient Demon vanquishing Grand Formation of the Shengtian sect. He also left behind a letter. Anyway, the truly terrifying enemies in Half-Demon City had all been eliminated by him. If Shengtian sect still couldn't unify Half-Demon City, then there was no need for him to nurture them. As for his disciple, Sheng Yu, he left behind many good things for her. This girl's talent was terrifying. He believed that she would be of great help to him one day. Therefore, he had to nurture her well. That was why he even left behind the Fiend God Seal and the 9 Heaven Slaughter. Sheng Yu would be able to cultivate them sooner or later. He didn't tell anyone when he left, mainly because he didn't want trouble. Since he had left behind a letter, the people of Shengtian sect would know once they read it. Disciple, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive this trip. Yuan Venerate reminded him on the way back. I know, but you know my character, Master. I won't leave Zi Qianye and Zi Long alone. Ling Xiao's attitude was resolute. Zi Qianye had an ambiguous relationship with him. Even if he couldn't accept her love, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Zi Long was his good brother, he couldn't leave him alone. Chapter 38-22. Since you're so determined, I won't try to persuade you. But, don't be careless. A golden core warrior is very hard to kill. A mortal core warrior is even more terrifying. An earth core warrior can use the force of the earth, they are like gods. That Jiyu Fenghua, try not to offend him if possible. Yuan Venerable knew his disciple too well. Therefore, he didn't want to say anything unnecessary, but he still wanted to remind his disciple. He didn't want his disciple to risk his life by rushing back. I never want to offend anyone, but if he attacks Zi Qianye and Zi Long, I won't forgive him. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and sped up. In the sky, there was only a flash of lightning. Due to the breakthrough in his cultivation, his current speed had become even faster. Last time, it took him more than 3 days to reach Half-Demon City. But this time, he arrived outside Purple Spirit City in just 1 day. But, Ling Xiao knew how strong the enemy was, so he didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, he chose to find a safe place and used his Source Soul's ability to leave his shell. He had never seen anyone use this ability before. After his Yuan soul left his body, he started flying in the sky. In this state, he was even safer than the Shadow Warrior state. Basically, it was impossible for anyone to discover him. Of course, he couldn't attack either. But this time, he was only here to gather information, so it didn't matter. With Purple Spirit City as the center, the surrounding area was like hell on earth. The streets were no longer bustling with activity, it had become a world of walking corpses. The air was filled with a foul stench, it was unbearable. A temporary camp was built outside Purple Spirit City. Zilan and Mengyu from the Zi family were the ones stationed there. Yuan Venerable didn't expect these two men to have sided with Jiyu Fenghua. They had betrayed Zi Qianye. Together with Zilan and Mengyu, there were more than 10,000 soldiers from the Zi family guarding outside Purple Spirit City. The one leading the soldiers was a lieutenant general, a peak 4th Heavenly Core warrior. Husband, we've been guarding here for a few days, I don't think Zi Long will come out. This place is filled with a foul stench, and they might break through our defense at any time. At that time, we'll be in trouble. Is it really worth it? Mengyu frowned. Haven't you always been very smart? Why have you suddenly become so stupid? Do you think we can leave just because we don't want to? You've seen the undying demoness methods. That was the true devil. If we don't obey, we will die. Zilan's entire body trembled when she mentioned the undying demoness, Qing Moshue. Mengyu's face also changed, revealing a look of horror. To be able to turn tens of millions of people into weaklings, he had never thought of such a cruel method. Now, this place was filled with a thick aura of death and the stench of corpses. It was no longer suitable for human habitation. Father, do you think that Ling Xiao will come? Mengyu suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Yes, that bastard Yu Qilong used the transmission array to directly go to the Purple Mansion Royal City and reported the situation there to Jiyu Fenghua. He even obtained a 5th-level Emperor-grade martial skill. He said that Ling Xiao would come back, so he would definitely come back. However, Ling Xiao probably doesn't know that Zi Qianye has taken the initiative to leave with Jiyu Fenghua in order to prevent the Purple Spirit Kingdom from becoming a living hell. At this moment, only Zi Long and the others are still persevering in the city. However, I don't think they can hold on much longer. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. He really wanted to get rid of these two bastards first. However, he gave up temporarily when he remembered that Zi Long was still in the ruler's mansion. He entered the ruler's mansion to investigate. However, this time, he saw something he did not want to see the most. Zi Long and the most loyal group of people in the ruler's mansion, about 100 of them, were surrounded by millions of cultivators and commoners. You bunch of ungrateful bastards, you have no shame. Jiao Hong roared angrily at the people around him. When you were in danger, it was the ruler who let you in so that you could avoid death. However, not only did you not care about her kindness, but you also betrayed young Master Zi Long. Do you have any conscience? Shut up. If it weren't for your mouths, the Purple Spirit Kingdom wouldn't have ended up like this. Everyone, don't listen to him. As long as we hand over young Master Zi Long, we can live. That's what the people from the Eastern Victory Kingdom said. Someone in the crowd said loudly. It was obviously the leader of the rebels. The rest of the people echoed. In order to live, They did not care about what Zi Qianye had done to them. They could betray anyone now. Ling Xiao knew that the situation was urgent and did not waste any more time. He returned his soul and entered the shadow warrior form to sneak into the ruler's mansion. Although the purple spirit capital was filled with a terrifying death aura, his Taikai eye could see that there was a bean-sized black energy in the bodies of the walking corpses. That should be the reason why they could still move even though they were dead. He had already thought of a way to deal with these walking corpses. However, he did not have the time for that now. Zilong and Jiao Hong were in danger. He had to save them first. When Ling Xiao arrived at the ruler's mansion, the battle had already begun. The crazy commoners were like the wolves that Mr. Dongguo had saved, biting the hand that fed them. Some of the ruler's mansion's experts had already been killed. After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Moreover, there were also experts among the commoners. Protect young Master Zilong. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must not retreat. Jiao Hong's cultivation had just recovered to the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. It was a far cry from before. However, even though they were weak, they were still loyal and devoted. This was the most worthy person to save. Back then, Ling Xiao really didn't regret saving him at all. Don't worry about me, I'm not that easy to catch. Zilong's cultivation had obviously broken through as well. He was now an early 3rd Divine Core warrior. With the help of the Xiang pill and the Bloodyang scripture, as well as his own hard work, he was able to survive. In just a little over a month, he had broken through to the early 3rd Divine Core realm from the early 2nd Divine Core realm. However, given Zilong's level of cultivation, the purple sun pill was no longer effective. He could only rely on himself for his future cultivation. There's no need to be merciful. Since they're heartless, we can only be unrighteous. I believe that if Big Brother Ling Xiao were here, he would definitely do the same. Zilong roared when he noticed that many people from the ruler's mansion were still showing mercy. With this roar, the situation immediately changed. After all the people from the ruler's mansion were mighty warriors. Among the several million people who rebelled, only a portion of them were mighty warriors. The rest of them were just divine vein warriors. There was no way they could survive. But even if that was the case, the situation wouldn't change. As time passed, perhaps all the people from the ruler's mansion would be killed. Even the silver-haired old granny from the Z family wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 38-23. Ling Xiao was infuriated when he saw a bunch of ungrateful people besieging the people from the king's mansion. What he hated the most in his life were people who were ungrateful. If he were in their shoes, none of them would have survived. The king's mansion had given them all the resources. Otherwise, they could have held on for a few years even if they were trapped. Now, they could only hold on for 2 months. However, these people still wanted to betray Zilong. How could he tolerate that? Iceon. Ling Xiao transformed into an ice frost divine dragon and released the powerful Iceon. The rebels surrounding Zilong and the others were instantly frozen. Brother Ling Xiao. Zilong shouted excitedly when he saw that. However, his expression changed after a while. Brother Ling Xiao, leave now. This is a trap. Leave. Do you think he can leave? Since he's here, he can't leave. A light screen appeared in the sky above the king's mansion. Zilan's figure was shown on the light screen. It seemed like Zilan was using some kind of treasure to monitor everything in the king's mansion. Even if Ling Xiao could sneak in, he would still be exposed. Activate the Golden Light Dragon trapping formation and lock down the entire Purple Spirit capital city. Zilan's voice continued. Ling Xiao, either you hand over the treasures on you or you turn into a zombie under the attacks of the walking dead. If you die, we can still get what we want. However, Ling Xiao ignored Zilan. He waved his hand and the blood-red sword Qi destroyed the peeping puppet hidden in the king's mansion. Once the puppet was destroyed, Zilan would not be able to receive the signal for the time being. Brother Ling Xiao, hurry up and leave. If you're alone, you'll definitely be able to escape. Zilong shouted anxiously. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear him. He squeezed his hand gently. Ice Eon, burial. Crack. More than half of the people who were frozen by ice Eon died in an instant. Basically, as long as one's cultivation was lower than Ling Xiao's, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Their bodies were shattered into pieces. Only a few 4th-level Divine Core warriors were lucky enough to survive. But they were still killed by Ling Xiao's next attack. Killed them all? That's a few million people. Some people from the king's mansion were shocked. What's the big deal about killing them? Don't forget what those people wanted to do just now. Ungrateful people who bite the hand that feeds them, they don't deserve any sympathy, Jiao Hong said with a stern voice. That's right. If it wasn't young Master Ling's mansion, we would all be dead. That's right. We saved those people, but they wanted to kill us. Their deaths are not worth regretting. The people from the king's. It was easy for him to accept the fact that those people had been killed. Listen up, I'm going to clean up the entire Purple Spirit capital city. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Ling Xiao of the mansion of Ling Xiao of the king's king. Zilong wanted him to escape, but he couldn't. He couldn't watch the kingdom he had chosen turn into a land of zombies. Brother Ling Xiao, I'll help you as well. Zilong said. We can help as well. The people from the king's mansion didn't want to just watch. Not at the moment, all you need to do is protect me. Don't let anyone disturb me. After saying that, Ling Xiao flew up into the sky. Suddenly, a pitch-black universe appeared behind him. Then, something that shocked everyone happened. Those zombies were wreaking havoc in the Purple Spirit capital. But all of a sudden, they burst into flames. They turned into ashes. Only a black energy was left in his body, flying towards the same direction. Countless rays of black light fused into the universe. They merged into Ling Xiao's body, turning into Ling Xiao's potential. Not only did it replenish a huge amount of potential, it also helped Ling Xiao break through the upper limit of his potential. Before this, his potential was equivalent to a 9th-tier Divine Core warrior. Now, he had broken through again. But, even Ling Xiao didn't know what the next level was. But, he could feel his potential skyrocketing. The energy in his cultivation sea was increasing as well. After breaking through to the 4th-tier Divine Core realm, the rate at which the energy in his cultivation sea increased had slowed down by at least 100 times. But, he had obtained a lot of energy this time. Therefore, it wasn't that hard for him to increase his potential. When all the zombies in the Purple Spirit capital and the surrounding cities were completely wiped out, Ling Xiao's energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 100%, and he was only one step away from breaking through. After all, there were tens of millions of zombies. Although each energy wasn't much, when accumulated, it was a terrifying number. How is this possible? How did he do it? Zilan, who was guarding outside the Purple Spirit capital, witnessed this shocking scene through the puppet's monitoring system. He didn't know what that black universe was. However, he knew that the current Purple Spirit capital had already returned to normal from the wasteland. Even the zombies and corpses in the streets and alleys had all disappeared. They were all burned to ashes by the strange flame. Follow me into the city, we'll surround the King Mansion. While feeling shocked, Zilan suddenly thought of the treasures Ling Xiao had. If they kept wasting time here, perhaps Ling Xiao would bring all the men of the King Mansion and run away. But, he was overthinking things. Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. The King Mansion was protected by a formation, and he only needed some energy stones to increase its duration. If he brought all these men with him, they would be a burden. He only needed to give them some resources to keep them safe in the King Mansion. Even Jiyu Fenghua couldn't do anything about it. If not, he wouldn't have used such a despicable method to force Zi Qianye to leave the King Mansion. Zilan, you're really shameless. As the clan chief of the Zi family, you're helping an outsider to bully your own men. Now, you've even set a trap for us, trying to rob us and kill us. Who do you think you are? Zilong stepped onto the city wall. When he saw the Zi Mansion army led by Zilan, he couldn't help but furiously complain. Zilan let out a disdainful laugh and said, "Yes, I'm shameless and despicable. But don't forget that Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshua are here. They're ranked in the top 10 on the Dongsheng combat strength list. If I don't listen to them, the Z family will be destroyed. I'm doing this for the sake of the entire Z family. But I heard that other than you and Mengyu, no one else in the Z family was spared. Who are you protecting? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Haha, since you know about it, you should understand the methods of that demoness, Qing Moshue, right? You'd better hand it over obediently. I can give you a quick death, so that you won't have to suffer. Zilan didn't feel humiliated at all and continued to speak with a smile. You're shameless. Zilong cursed angrily. Ling Xiao remained calm and said, Do you think you can kill me? Why don't you think about it? Yu Qilong caught up with me, but didn't kill me. Instead, he escaped and came back. Zilan laughed and said, Kid, don't try to scare me. I heard from Yu Qilong that he came back because you have a miraculous movement skill. You can turn into a golden light, making it impossible for people to chase after you. Chapter 38-24. Zilan sneered. Yu Qilong said you used a miraculous escape skill to escape from his attack, but this time, you won't be able to escape. The entire Purple Spirit Capital is trapped within the Golden Light Dragon Trapping Grand Formation, and it is specifically designed to prevent escape skills from escaping. I think you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. You believe that idiot Yu Qilong's words? Aren't you afraid of being tricked? Ling Xiao said with a sarcastic tone. Believing him is better than believing you. Let's not waste any more time. I know the King Palace's resources are running out. You can choose to be tortured to death slowly, or die quickly. You can choose. Zilan seemed to have steeled her heart and was determined to make an enemy out of Ling Xiao and the others. Brother Ling Xiao, it's all my fault. Zilong felt like a coward. Every single time, he needed Ling Xiao to save him, and every single time, he would become a burden. He really wanted to help, but no matter how hard he tried, every time his cultivation improved, there would always be a stronger enemy. What are you talking about? I'll need your help in many ways in the future. As for that Golden Light Dragon Trapping Grand Formation, it's just a joke. If I'm not mistaken, the activation mechanism of this formation is in that bastard Zilan's hands. As long as I kill him, there won't be any problems. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Zilong. Zilong was indeed a burden right now, but he still needed this man to help him manage the 4 domains in the future. What Jiang Chen was doing now was actually an investment. If you wanted someone to go through fire and water for you, you had to do something similar. Zilong said with a bitter smile, Big brother Ling Xiao, Zilan is a peak 5th Divine Core Warrior, and is also a peak 5th Divine Core Warrior. How can you be a match for him? This is different from the situation in the burial ground. At that time, you had a special environment to help you, and you were able to do things you couldn't do in the outside world. But now, it's really troublesome. You don't believe me? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Zilong was startled for a moment, then he shook his head and said, No, I believe you. Since brother Ling Xiao says it's possible, then it's possible. Zilong realized that he might have been a little stupid. He had witnessed Ling Xiao's heaven-defying miracles more than once, yet he still doubted Ling Xiao. What a joke. However, even though he believed it, the rest of the people in the king's residence were still worried. Young Master Ling Xiao, you risked your life to save the monarch and young Master Zilong. This shows that you are a righteous person. We can't be a burden to you. If you have the chance, run away. We'll only be a burden if you bring us along. That's right, we once misjudged and thought that bastard Yu Qilong was truly in love with the monarch. Who would have thought that he would be so ambitious? But the monarch didn't make a mistake. She chose you to be her younger brother. She really made the right choice. That's right. Before you came, we actually discussed this matter as well. We felt that against terrifying existences like Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue, we should be able to deal with them. You definitely won't come. After all, everyone cared about their own lives. But we were wrong. Therefore, today, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the sake of gratitude and for the monarch. Everyone chimed in one after another, and it was all very solemn and stirring. It was as if he had the determination to die. Listen, as long as I'm here, none of you will die. Ling Xiao was the man who wanted to unify the entire mystic world. If he couldn't even protect his future citizens, how could he unify the mystic world? He didn't want to be a lone man. Believe in Brother Ling Xiao. We won't be wrong, Zilong said with a loud voice. Although the crowd still had some doubts in their minds, they all nodded their heads. They could only wait and see. If something happened to Ling Xiao, they would have to protect him even if they had to sacrifice themselves. Ling Xiao was the hope of Ziling Kingdom. A bunch of idiots. Why do you believe in a second-level divine core warrior? You're courting death. Zilan didn't know that Ling Xiao had broken through to the early 4th-level divine core realm in just a short period of time. Indeed, his mindset was a bit outdated. Right at this moment, a frightening aura burst out from his body. The shadow of a purple dragon appeared behind his back. Everyone from the Z family had a purple dragon soul. Although this dragon was just a baby dragon, and it was far weaker than the immemorial divine dragon. But, in the eyes of ordinary people, a dragon soul was still very powerful. A purple light covered Zilan's body. The entire sky seemed to have been dyed blue by this light. I heard from Yu Chilong that he won't be able to kill you in a short period of time. Not only because of your amazing escape skill, but also because you seem to have cultivated a high-grade 4th-order Emperor martial skill. But, in front of me, all of this is nothing. My cultivation is much stronger than yours, and I know a 4th-order Emperor martial skill as well. Together with the Golden Dragon trapping formation, you won't be able to escape. Zilan was very confident in his abilities. In his mind, the reason why Yu Chilong didn't kill Ling Xiao was because Ling Xiao's ability to escape was too strong. But, in front of the Golden Dragon trapping formation, how was Ling Xiao going to escape? But too bad, he didn't know that Yu Chilong had concealed the most important information. The seal of gods and devils. Even though they had all pledged their allegiance to Jiyu Fenghua, these men were still secretly competing with each other. All of them wanted to take all the treasures Ling Xiao had for themselves. Of course, Yu Chilong hoped that Zilan would be unlucky. The stupidest thing you've ever done is to listen to Yu Chilong's words. Now, I'll show you what regret is. After saying that, Ling Xiao took out the Blood Sovereign sword. An icy cold killing intent was unleashed from the Blood Sovereign sword. At this moment, Zilan thought he was looking at the Blood Sovereign sword, causing his body to tremble. Blood Sovereign sword, it really is the Blood Sovereign sword. Zilan stared at the sword in Ling Xiao's hand with excitement. With the Blood Sovereign sword and the Blood Sovereign armor, he could even fight a 6th-level divine core warrior. This was too important for him. You really want it? Here you go. Seal of gods and devils, slaughterhouse. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao activated the seal of gods and devils with the help of the peerless heavenly rat. This was because other attacks might not have any effect on Violet Blue. Oh. So this is the upgraded version of the seal of gods and devils that Yu Chilong mentioned? Ha ha ha, mine, it's all mine. Zilan didn't realize how frightening the seal of gods and devils was. All he wanted was the Blood Sovereign sword and the seal of gods and devils. Idiot! Ling Xiao scolded with disdain. At this moment, the entire place had turned into a world of sword lights. The reason why the slaughterhouse was called a slaughterhouse was because of how frightening it was. In just a split second, the Purple Mansion army had started to let out miserable cries. The blood-red sword energy had completely covered Zilan, Mengyu, and the 10,000 Purple Mansion army. Not good. Zilan was a golden core warrior after all. When he sensed something was wrong, he quickly circulated all his true origin energy to increase his defense. Husband, save me. Mengyu's miserable cries sounded out from beside him. Mengyu was only a peak 4th divine core warrior. Facing this frightening seal of gods and devils, there was no way she could fight back. If no one came to save her, the only outcome would be death. Although Zilan really wanted to save her, when he sensed the frightening destructive power of the slaughterhouse, he gave up in the end. Chapter 38-25. Because Zilan was afraid of death, he didn't save his woman, Mengyu. After the slaughterhouse was over, Zilan was the only one left on the scene. Mengyu and the Purple Mansion army were all killed. Ling Xiao's attack was filled with rage, without any intention of holding back. Witnessing this amazing and horrifying scene, Everyone from the King Mansion felt their minds go numb. Although they knew Ling Xiao was very strong, they still didn't expect him to be this strong. However, he hadn't expected it to be this strong. This was too ferocious. Even Zilan, who was a perfect 5th Divine Core warrior, wasn't Ling Xiao's match. Spare me. Zilan suddenly kneeled down. I know I was wrong. I was frightened by Jiyu Fenghua's strength. That's why I became their dog. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to be your dog. He knew that Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. With his current strength, there was no way he could defeat Ling Xiao. The only thing he could do was beg for mercy. I don't need a dog like you. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of Zilan. With a grin on his face, he condensed the seal of Fiend God and turned it into a blood-red halo, then merged with the Blood Sovereign sword. He even put away the Blood Sovereign sword. After that, he stared at Zilan coldly. Through the attack just now, he had a clear understanding of Zilan's strength. Although Zilan was a peak 5th rank Divine Core warrior, he was still a peak 5th rank Divine Core warrior. Most of his strength was obtained by consuming pills. His combat strength was even weaker than Yu Qilong's. Therefore, in front of Jiang Chen, who was an early 4th rank Divine Core warrior, he was nothing. 10 swords combined into one, kill, a low 5th order Emperor Realm martial skill was more than enough to kill Zilan. There was no need for him to use the seal of Fiend God. 10 sword beams combined into one and arrived in front of Zilan in a split second. In that split second, Zilan unleashed a powerful attack with all his strength. However, it was meaningless. His attack was instantly shattered by the sword beam. Even his body had exploded. His gold core tried to escape, but it was swallowed by Ling Xiao's divine core. At this point, Zilan was completely dead. So valiant. Zilong shouted excitedly. The people from the king's residence were also looking at each other. They could not believe how strong Ling Xiao was. Alright, now is not the time to be in a daze. Go and transport all of the resources of the Zifu army to the king's mansion, then you can continue to stay here. I want to go to the Purple Mansion Royal City to save Big Sister Monarch. During this period, try not to leave the Purple Spirit Capital City. This group of idiots set up the Golden Light Dragon Trapping Grand Array, which is perfect for me to use. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he was about to leave. Wait, brother Ling Xiao, take me with you. After all, she's my sister. Zilong shouted. If you want to be my burden, then come with me. These words may sound unpleasant, but you should understand that I'm facing Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue. What can you do to help? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to say anything else at this point. He believed that Zilong understood his intentions. Alright, I understand. Zilong took a deep breath and finally decided to give up. I'll stay here and cultivate, and wait for your return. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded his head satisfyingly. Remember, don't let anyone you don't know into the Purple Mansion Royal City. Once bitten, twice shy. If you don't have enough strength to protect yourself, then don't carelessly show your pity. After saying that, he flew into the sky and left. Zilong and the rest of the men started to transport the resources. Since everyone had a storage ring, it was a simple task. About 10 minutes later, all of Zilan's resources had been transported. Together with the 3 million upper-rank soulstones Ling Xiao gave them, it was enough for them to live in the Purple Spirit Capital City for at least a year. If Ling Xiao didn't return after a year, he would be dead. They had to decide what to do next. Either take revenge, or run away. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao had just left the Purple Spirit Capital's territory. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura that made his body tremble. Not good, it's a peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior. His expression immediately changed. Using his Taiji eye, he saw a man. Yuzhen. Yuzhen's cultivation was exactly the same as Zilan's. However, compared to Zilan, his combat strength was much stronger. Although they were enemies, Ling Xiao had to admit that Yuzhen's combat strength was dozens of times stronger than Zilan's. Unless he used the Dongsheng Emperor Ring, there was no way he could win. But, he was going to the Purple Palace Royal City to save someone. If he couldn't even defeat Yuzhen, how could he save that person? With this thought in mind, he didn't leave, but decided to stay. After a brief moment, Yuzhen arrived. No wonder Qilong asked me to come to the Purple Spirit Capital. That trash Zilan didn't kill you? Or did he betray young master Jiyu Fenghua again? As soon as Yuzhen arrived, he immediately used the dragon trapping talisman, a mortal rank heavenly king weapon. It looked like Yu Qilong had told him a lot about Ling Xiao. He was worried that Ling Xiao would run away, that was why he did this. That old trash has been killed by me, do you want to be the next one? Ling Xiao stared at Yuzhen and said with a cold voice. Don't compare me with that trash. That trash, how could he have my combat strength? Yuzhen said with disdain, enough with the nonsense, once I kill you, that thing will be mine. After saying that, Yuzhen unleashed his powerful sword soul. The frightening aura was dozens of times stronger than Zilan's. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He could feel that his chance of survival in this battle was less than 10%. Man and sword as one, kill. While shouting furiously, Yuzhen's attack arrived. It was the same attack, but it was nearly 100 times stronger than Yu Qilong's attack. If Ling Xiao hadn't broken through to the early 4th heavenly core realm, he would have been killed by this attack. Crack! Ling Xiao tried his best to defend himself. But he was still sent flying away. Although he had a powerful body, he was still severely injured. But this attack had finally allowed him to break through to the mid-4th level divine core realm from the early 4th level. His combat strength had increased by 10 times. But it was just 10 times, it couldn't change anything. In front of Yuzhen, he was still the one being beaten up. Good kid, you're still alive after being hit by my attack. Looks like Qilong was right. You've really grown too fast. If I don't kill you now, I'm afraid we'll both be in trouble in the future. After witnessing Ling Xiao's tenacity, Yuzhen didn't want to hold back. The second attack was even more ferocious. Fiend Celestial Seal, Bloodthirsty Jungle. Without any other choice, Ling Xiao unleashed his most powerful attack. Bloodthirsty Jungle Unleash. The frightening aura caused Yuzhen to feel fear. Suddenly, he stopped. Kill. Ling Xiao ordered. The 3,000 demon beasts turned into 3,000 sword seals, and each of them was as powerful as an early 5th heavenly core warrior's full force attack. Even Yuzhen dared not underestimate his enemy. He could only defend himself with all his might. Chapter 38-26. There was a reason why Ling Xiao didn't attack with the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. For him, it was his ultimate life-saving treasure. If he encountered a 6th level divine core warrior, it would be best to use it. After all, he could only use it once a day. If he used it now, he wouldn't be able to use it again for the rest of the day. After trapping Yuzhen in the bloodthirsty jungle, Ling Xiao took out the frightening Dongsheng Devil Sword. The Dongsheng Devil Sword, an existence with a sword soul. When he attacked, the frightening aura of the Bloodfang heaven-breaking rat filled the entire area. Even Ling Xiao felt his body trembling. What he was holding in his hand wasn't a sword, but a frightening demon beast. It was something he couldn't control, at least not with his current cultivation. But, in order to escape, he could use it to break free from the dragon trapping talisman. After all, the Bloodfang heaven-breaking rat hated the feeling of being restrained. Like a piece of paper being cut open by a knife, the Dongsheng Devil Sword easily broke free from the dragon trapping talisman. Ling Xiao put away the Dongsheng Devil Sword, and he immediately felt dizzy. Suppressing the urge to faint, he sped up into the sky and unleashed the earth-crossing golden light skill, flying away in a panic. In the next moment, he fell into a river. Just like that, he fainted. He drifted along the river. Ling Xiao felt like he had entered a mysterious state. He could feel that he was still alive. But he couldn't wake up. After drifting for an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao felt that his eyelids weren't as heavy as before. Most of the injuries on his body had healed, and he could now move his heavy limbs. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of a living person. But he didn't sense any malicious intent. This made him feel relieved. He couldn't fight for now, and if he really couldn't, he would have to use the life reversal ability. But it was also a life-saving ability. It would be a waste to waste it. Look, there's a dead body over there. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. A capsized boat was sailing across the wide river. The boat wasn't big, but it was more than enough to sail across the river. The one who spoke was a young girl standing on the deck of the boat. She was only 15 or 16 years old, and her eyes were as clear as water. She looked innocent and unaffected. Hearing this, everyone on the boat looked at the river. What a strange corpse. It's floating on the water, but its clothes aren't even wet. No, he didn't die. I think he moved a little. Wow, it's actually a living person. Let's hurry up and save him. The young girl said anxiously. No, what if he's a water bandit? Young miss, don't forget that old master was ambushed by water bandits a few days ago, which was why he was seriously injured. Someone advised. How could he be a water bandit? If he really was a water bandit, he would have been rescued by his companions. Don't forget that the water bandits are rampant here. They are more likely to discover him than us. Perhaps they thought it was a corpse and ignored it. Why don't we save him and tie him up with a special rope? This way, even if he is a water bandit, he can't do anything. Although the girl was young, she had a lot of ideas. All right, save them. Anyway, we need help now. If they aren't water bandits, they'll be a force to be reckoned with. The others thought about it and saved the young man from the water. What a handsome young man. But I wonder how strong he is. The young girl giggled. Young Miss Feifei, he doesn't look old, so his strength shouldn't be that great. At most, he's at the 5th or 6th level of the divine vein realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten unconscious. No matter what, let's go back first. Father has good eyesight and should be able to tell this person's identity. Although Mu Feifei was young, she was the young miss of a large family in this generation. She had learned to manage the family's affairs from her parents at a very young age. Therefore, she wasn't as innocent as she looked on the surface. She was a girl with a lot of ideas. Ling Xiao didn't know that he had floated along the river to a place isolated from the rest of the world, Peach Blossom Bay. The connection between Peach Blossom Bay and the outside world was a teleportation gate. This teleportation gate was in a very secluded place. Ling Xiao accidentally floated in because he couldn't control himself. Peach Blossom Bay's Mu clan could be said to be the strongest clan here. However, they were still harassed by water bandits for a long time. Especially the purple blood water bandits that had recently emerged, their development was extremely fast. Not only the Mu clan, many people in Peach Blossom Bay were also harassed by the purple blood water bandits. This was also the reason why the few people on the ship didn't dare to easily save Ling Xiao. Not long after, the ship arrived at a city on the water. The streets of this city were basically waterways. People didn't travel by carriage, but by boat. The demonic beasts they rode could also swim in the water or fly in the sky. The scale of the city wasn't small. It was as big as a purple spirit capital city. This was the largest city in Peach Blossom Bay, and also the city with the most developed business, Peach Blossom City. Nearly 70% of the people in Peach Blossom Bay lived here. When entering the city, everyone had to be interrogated. Of course, this was not a method to accept bribes, but to prevent the water bandits from the purple blood water bandits from sneaking in as spies. Recently, many people in Peach Blossom City had died innocently at the hands of those water bandits. There were even rumors that those water bandits were waiting for an opportunity to attack Peach Blossom City. Of course, the Mu clan was the #1 clan in Peach Blossom City. The Mu clan's old master was also the Peach Blossom City's city lord. Therefore, no one dared to search their ship. No matter where it was the same. Sometimes, power was really useful. After arriving at the Mu clan, Ling Xiao was arranged to rest in a room. However, the room was locked and guarded by a 9th-level divine vein realm martial artist. Ling Xiao's identity was unknown. They naturally did this for his safety. Mu Feifei invited an apothecary to treat Ling Xiao's illness. However, the apothecary's conclusion confused her. This person is not sick. He should have entered some kind of special state of comprehension, so he can't wake up for a while. We can only wait for him to wake up naturally. Mu Feifei was helpless and could only wait. Now, she was even more curious about Ling Xiao's identity. Half a day later, The room was empty. Ling Xiao suddenly sat up from the bed. Actually, he knew everything that had happened in the past few days, but he couldn't wake up. It was really worrying. However, sleeping for these few days was not without benefits. He discovered that his cultivation had become much more exquisite. Some of the loopholes that appeared in his cultivation in the past had actually been completely repaired. Not only that, the effects of the Tai Chi eye and the four-leaf demonic eyes had become stronger than before. And these were all done while he was sleeping soundly. It was as if he had a dream. In his dream, he saw the great battle in the ancient times. From the battles between those experts, he comprehended many essences of the martial Tao. Growl tilde, his stomach suddenly grumbled. Ling Xiao's old face turned red. Even as a martial artist, he still had to eat. It was just that not eating for 10 days to half a month was not a big problem. It was just that his physical body would weaken because of this. Chapter 38-27. Clang. The door was pushed open. The martial artist guarding outside the door was obviously very nervous. "You don't have to do that. I'm just hungry. Can you get me something to eat?" Ling Xiao looked at the guard and said. He knew what had happened before, so he was actually grateful to this family. Therefore, his tone was relatively gentle. "Go get the young lady. Can the young lady be eaten?" Ling Xiao was speechless for a while. Fortunately, the little girl named Mu Feifei understood his words. She hurriedly ordered the kitchen to prepare some food and bring it over. But a few minutes later, Mu Feifei's eyes almost popped out. "Is this a human or a beast? Good heavens, one person ate the food of 100 people. He actually wants to continue? Haha, sorry, I haven't eaten for a few days. I've consumed a lot of energy." Although food was not the best thing to replenish one's physical strength, it was the most enjoyable thing for a human. How could eating pills be more satisfying than eating delicious food? "Are you full?" Mu Feifei asked with her little face in her hands. "Well, almost. Thank you." Ling Xiao touched his stomach and smiled. "This is just almost." Mu Feifei smiled bitterly. "Why were you thrown into the water?" she asked curiously. "Actually, it's nothing. I was fighting with others and was injured, so I fainted." Ling Xiao felt that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. "I see. But you're really lucky. You were discovered by us. If you were discovered by the water bandits of the Purple Blood Water Fort, you would probably be in trouble. Those people are bad guys who kill without batting an eyelid. Our Peach Blossom Bay has developed waterways, so all the traveling merchants have to pass through the waterways. Now that the Purple Blood Water Fort has caused trouble, business and life are difficult." Mu Feifei sighed and said. "Is the Purple Blood Water Fort very powerful?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. He had always been the kind of person who would repay the kindness of others with a drop of water. After repaying the favor, he could leave with peace of mind. And if he wanted to get out of here, he would probably need the help of the Mu family. He had to give them some benefits. "Actually, there have always been water bandits in our Peach Blossom Bay. Later on, my ancestors worked together with some people to build this Peach Blossom City. After gathering the people, there were also facilities to manage Peach Blossom City. There were also Peach Blossom soldiers to clean up the water bandits. This made the water bandits no longer dare to act recklessly. But recently, for some unknown reason, the Purple Bloodwater Fort had suddenly risen. A powerful expert appeared and seriously injured our Mu family's patriarch and Peach Blossom City's city lord. As a result, Peach Blossom City was now without a leader. Although Peach Blossom City had the Peach Blossom soldiers, they were not afraid of the Purple Blood Bandits for the time being. However, the people who went out were in danger. The activities of the Purple Bloodwater Fort were becoming more and more rampant. Some of the water bandits who did not dare to act openly in the past also joined their ranks, causing the strength of the Purple Bloodwater Bandits to increase greatly. I heard that he was looking for something. Speaking of this, Mu Feifei glanced at Ling Xiao. Although this little girl was young, her mind was not muddled at all. She was observing Ling Xiao's reaction. "You don't have to look at me like that. I'm not from Peach Blossom Bay, and it's impossible for me to have any relationship with the Purple Bloodwater Fort. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Mu Feifei's thoughts were seen through, and she couldn't help but feel annoyed. What the hell? What the hell? But, since you saved my life, if there's anything I can do for you, just tell me. But, I have something urgent to deal with, so I hope it won't take too long. Ling Xiao added. Just as Mu Feifei was about to say something, a man suddenly rushed in. Not good, Miss Feifei. Something bad has happened, something big has happened. Speak slowly, don't panic. Mu Feifei said with a frown on her face. Miss Feifei, the purple Bloodwater fort suddenly surrounded Peach Blossom City. I have no idea why they are doing this. The man took a deep breath, then told Mu Feifei a shocking news. Hearing the news, Ling Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Peach Blossom City was an existence that was equivalent to a purple spirit capital city. According to Mu Feifei, there were more than 100,000 Peach Blossom soldiers. Although there weren't as many as the Purple Palace soldiers, they were all elites, and all of them were at the Divine Core realm. The strongest among them was a perfect 4th Heavenly Core warrior. As for the Mu family's clan chief, the Peach Blossom City's city lord, he was a mid-5th Heavenly Core warrior. He was also the number 1 warrior of the Peach Blossom Bay. Although the Mu family's clan chief was severely injured, the Peach Blossom City was still heavily guarded. The Peach Blossom City was still heavily guarded, and the Purple Bloodwater Fort's water bandits numbered less than 10,000. Attacking the city? What a joke. These water bandits must have some kind of purpose. Mu Feifei said they were looking for something, and that was most likely the case. Listen to my orders, don't panic, guard the 4 city gates, don't let the water bandits attack. Also, without my orders, no one is allowed to act on their own, those who disobey will be killed. Mu Feifei was actually displaying the qualities of a general. It seemed that her parents had raised this girl very well. The people of Peach Blossom City were united against a common enemy, although some of them were afraid of the water bandits. But, most of them were sharpening their weapons. They didn't look like they were the ones being attacked, but more like they were going to eliminate the water bandits. The people here were quite valiant. This was completely different from the scenery of the Peach Blossom Spring. Young lady, is there anything I can help you with? Ling Xiao asked. Not at the moment, you just need to have a good rest. Once the water bandits retreat, I'll send you away. But, for your safety, I'll still send some men to guard this place. Don't think too much about it, you're a stranger after all. Mu Feifei stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. All right. Ling Xiao nodded his head. He believed that if Mu Feifei really had a problem she couldn't solve, she would definitely come to him. He was happy to stay in his room and cultivate. Strengthening the seal of Celestial and Demon. The seal of Celestial and Demon had only reached minor completion. Therefore, it wasn't too powerful. 2 days had passed, and Ling Xiao had cultivated the seal of Celestial and Demon to the proficient level. This had something to do with his previous comprehension. The power of the seal of Celestial and Demon had more than doubled. But strangely, those water bandits didn't retreat, nor did they attack. It was really hard to figure out. Mu Feifei didn't come either, and Ling Xiao was a little anxious. After all, Zi Qianye was still waiting for him in the Purple Mansion Royal City. Thinking of this, he directly released the Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul and then entered the Shadow Warrior form. He quietly slipped out of the room. Smelling Mu Feifei's scent, Ling Xiao came to a side room. At this moment, he could hear Mu Feifei crying. Father, tell me, what should I do? I really miss you so much. Mother passed away early, and you have always been my backbone. Now that you're seriously injured and the Purple Bloodwater bandits are stirring up trouble, I really feel powerless. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned and walked in. He directly showed his true body. Mu Feifei was shocked to see someone suddenly appear beside her. She was about to scream, but Ling Xiao covered her mouth. Chapter 38-28. Don't shout. I don't mean any harm. It's just that as an apothecary, I think I might be able to save your father. Compared to martial arts, Ling Xiao was actually more confident in alchemy to save people. Mu Feifei nodded. Only then did Ling Xiao let go of her. As expected, Mu Feifei didn't shout. although her eyes were still filled with doubt. She still wanted to give it a try. After all, her father had been seriously injured for several days. If this continued, it would be troublesome. "Can you really save my father?" Mu Feifei asked. "You'll know once you try." Ling Xiao grabbed the Mu family head's hand and injected a trace of vital essence into it. He couldn't help but nod and say, "Your father was plotted against, and there's an evil aura in his body blocking his meridians. That's why he's unconscious. Is there a way to wake him up?" Mu Feifei asked again. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly increased the input of vital essence. The blood-red bloodthirsty plague flowed in along with the vital essence. It swallowed the evil aura and absorbed it into Ling Xiao's body. In that instant, the Mu family head moved. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He's really awake. Mu Feifei felt like she was dreaming. A random person she saved actually helped her father recover from his serious injuries. He's awake, but due to the accumulation of the evil aura, it'll probably take more than 10 days for him to fully recover. Ling Xiao reminded her. He's already very lucky to be able to wake up. Mu Feifei was extremely grateful. "By the way, I really don't know who you are. Until now, you haven't said your name," she asked hurriedly. "Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "This name is simple and easy to understand." Mu Feifei smiled. At this moment, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile, "I'm afraid I left the room and caused the chaos." "It's okay, I'll explain." Mu Feifei was very grateful to Ling Xiao. She also believed that if Ling Xiao was really one of the water bandits, he would never save her father. "Feifei, gather everyone. I have something important to announce." The patriarch of the Mu clan struggled to sit up and said. He looked very anxious. "Oh." After a while, the important leaders of the Mu clan and Peach Blossom City gathered in the Mu clan's meeting hall. Ling Xiao and Mu Feifei stood to the left and right of the Mu family head. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. The Mu family's patriarch said in a clear voice, "Today, I will talk about 2 things. Firstly, this is brother Ling Xiao. He is the one who saved me. Secondly, the water bandits did not besiege the city to attack Peach Blossom City. Their true goal was to find the legendary Peach Blossom treasure." These 2 sentences caused a huge commotion. The fact that Ling Xiao had saved the patriarch of the Mu family was already new and shocking enough. But the water bandits were actually looking for the Peach Blossom treasure. This was even more ridiculous. The Peach Blossom treasure has always been just a legend. No one has ever really found it. That's right. When our ancestors came to Peach Blossom Bay, this legend was already spread among the local natives. But now that 1,000 years have passed, even those natives don't know the whereabouts of the Peach Blossom treasure. How did the purple blood water bandits know? Everyone was extremely surprised. And at this time, Ling Xiao also finally understood the reason why those water bandits surrounded but did not attack. Sure enough, just as he expected, the other party's goal was not to attack Peach Blossom City, but to find the treasure. Perhaps that mysterious expert who suddenly descended on the purple blood water bandits was the key. This group of water bandits was also powerful. Surrounding Peach Blossom City and not letting the people of Peach Blossom City out. In this way, the treasure would naturally belong to them. Patriarch, if that's really the case, then we absolutely can't just sit here and do nothing. Once the Peach Blossom treasure falls into the hands of the water bandits, it will be a disaster for Peach Blossom City. Right. Even if we can't get it, we absolutely can't let the water bandits get it. For the people of Peach Blossom City, the treasure wasn't important. They were living a good life right now, they were safe, and they were happy. Although it was undeniable that some people were greedy. But, most of them just didn't want the treasure to fall into the hands of the water bandits. Because if they did, the water bandits would become stronger, and the people of Peach Blossom City would have a hard time. There's no need to argue anymore, the treasure can't fall into the hands of the water bandits. I agree with you on this point as well. Therefore, I suggest that we form an elite team and break through the water bandits' encirclement, then we can go and fight for the treasure. The Mu family's patriarch had made this decision after careful consideration. If they launched a large-scale attack, both sides would suffer losses. Although the people of Peach Blossom City were tough, there had never been any battles. How could they be compared to those ferocious water bandits? Therefore, it was better to let these men guard the city. Then, they would send out an elite team to fight for the treasure. This way, they could take care of both sides at the same time. His suggestion was supported by all the leaders of Peach Blossom City. Therefore, soon, a team of 100 men was formed. Within this team, there were 10 perfect 4th Divine Core Warriors, 23rd Divine Core Warriors, 32nd Level Divine Core Warriors, 41st Divine Core Warriors. All of them were Divine Core Warriors, and there were exactly 100 of them. But too bad, the Mu family's patriarch was a mid-5th Divine Core Warrior, and he had just recovered from his serious injuries. Therefore, he couldn't move. If not, this team would be even stronger. The leader of this team was Mu Feifei. Although Mu Feifei was young, she was a perfect 1st Divine Core Warrior. The energy in Peach Blossom Bay was much richer than the outside world, and it was a very nourishing environment. Of course, Mu Feifei's strength wasn't the key point. She was mainly responsible for commanding the troops. Dad, I have a request. Why don't you let Ling Xiao come with us? His medical skills are so good. If one of our people is injured, he can also help. Mu Feifei suddenly suggested. No, he's too weak. He'll only be a burden if he comes with us. Besides, I still don't trust him. Who knows if he's a spy for the water bandits? In Peach Blossom City, not everyone was as nice as Mu Feifei. Of course, there were also those who didn't like Ling Xiao. Even though Ling Xiao had saved the Mu family's patriarch, it was still the same. Or, to put it bluntly, there were some people who wanted the Mu family's patriarch dead. Since Ling Xiao had saved the Mu family's patriarch, he had naturally become a thorn in their side. That's right, we don't know what's going on right now. I suggest we lock him up in the water dungeon and keep a close watch on him. It won't be too late to release him after everything is over. Someone agreed. Nonsense. Since when did the people of Peach Blossom City become so ungrateful? Do you want me to be a person who bites the hand that feeds me? The Mu family's patriarch furiously shouted. There's no need to discuss this any further. Brother Ling Xiao, do you plan to stay in Peach Blossom City, or do you plan to go with Feifei to fight for the treasure? He decided to ask for Ling Xiao's opinion. I'll go with Miss Feifei, she's my savior, I want to keep her safe. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Chapter 38-29. Alright, then it's decided. Young Master Ling Xiao will go with Feifei and the others to fight for the Peach Blossom treasure. Hearing Ling Xiao's answer, the Mu family head smiled. Although he didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, just his medical skills were enough for him to make friends with him. But I have a question. What exactly is this Peach Blossom treasure? Ling Xiao had just arrived and had never heard of the legend of the Peach Blossom treasure, so he asked. Hearing this, everyone was even more relieved. Ling Xiao didn't even know about the Peach Blossom treasure, which meant that he wasn't from the Peach Blossom Bay. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to have heard of this legend. This was something that even a 3-year-old child knew about. Speaking of the Peach Blossom treasure, in fact, there was this legend long before our ancestors came to the Peach Blossom Bay. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, there was an existence called Thief God in the Golden Heavens domain. The Mu family head said, the reason why the Thief God was called Thief God was because his stealing skills were simply amazing. With his powerful strength, magical movement, and strange stealing skills, this person had created a reputation in the Golden Heavens domain. He stole countless treasures. It was said that when he was at his strongest, even the emperors of the 4 great countries were no match for him. And his movement skills were even more mysterious. Even the experts of the Golden Heavens domain couldn't catch him. The 4 emperors joined forces with many experts of the Golden Heavens domain to encircle and suppress him, but he still escaped. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. This person was really worthy of being called the Thief God. He could actually escape from the siege of so many experts. It was really amazing. This Peach Blossom treasure should be related to this Thief God. He had stolen so many things in his life, and he must have sealed them in the Peach Blossom Bay. That was why it was called the Peach Blossom Treasure. But why did the thief god come to the Peach Blossom Spring? This matter made him a little puzzled. The Mu family head's next words gave him an answer. The thief god's consummate skill, the plum blossom acupuncture technique, is a terrifying divine skill that can be cultivated to the 9th level of the Emperor realm. But there is a problem with cultivating the plum blossom acupuncture technique, which is that it needs to constantly challenge the strong. Only in this way can there be a breakthrough. Otherwise, they would remain stagnant, unable to grow and evolve. This thief god was also very bold. In order to upgrade his plum blossom acupuncture hand, he actually targeted the Golden Emperor of the Golden Heavenly Nation. The result was obvious. No matter how strong he was, no matter how outstanding his body movement was, he was no match for His Majesty Golden Emperor. However, this guy was tenacious enough. His movement technique was even more stunning. He was heavily injured by Huang Jindi. In the end, he fled to Peach Blossom Bay and was rescued by the local natives. Thus, the legend of the Peach Blossom Treasure was born. It was said that he had put everything he had learned in his life, as well as all the treasures he had stolen, into his storage ring, and then hid them in Peach Blossom Bay. There were also 2 versions of that aboriginal. The first type was killed by a god. The other was that the natives didn't know about the treasure and died in a shipwreck. Either way, the treasure's whereabouts were unknown. I don't know how the Purple Blood Mountain stronghold found out. Hearing up to here, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. No wonder these people were so excited when they heard about the Peach Blossom Treasure. Not to mention other things, just the plum blossom acupuncture technique was enough to tempt everyone. That was a growth-type martial skill. The highest level it could reach was the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Even the 9 heavens of slaughter or the immemorial martial skill could not reach such a level. Not to mention the thief god's godly body movement technique. To be able to escape from Huang Jindi with serious injuries, it was definitely a top-grade treasure. In addition, the thief god's life savings were also a huge amount of wealth. If it fell into the hands of the Purple Blood Mountain stronghold, it would be troublesome. Peach Blossom Bay would no longer have peace. It's precisely because the Peach Blossom Treasure is of great importance that we can't let the Purple Blood Mountain stronghold succeed this time. Even if we have to destroy it. Yes, if we can't get it, we'll destroy it. Although there were a few people who were greedy, there were more people who were panicking. Because they were worried that after the Purple Blood Mountain stronghold obtained the thief god's treasure, they would break the peace of Peach Blossom Bay. Ling Xiao smiled. Since you want to destroy those treasures, then I won't stand on ceremony and accept it. He thought of himself as a normal person, and there was no way he wouldn't be tempted by the treasure. After all, most of the people in Peach Blossom City just wanted a peaceful life. By doing this, he was repaying his debt of gratitude. As long as he didn't let the Purple Blood Mountain stronghold or those with evil intentions obtain the Peach Blossom Treasure, everything would be fine. After a brief moment, the 101 men were ready. Led by Mu Feifei, they charged out from the weakest point of the Water Bandits' defense. Those Water Bandits were merely divine Vein Realm martial artists. There was no way they could defend against the combined attack of 101 Divine Core warriors. Ling Xiao tried his best to keep a low profile. He didn't attack, instead, he used other people's battles to break through the encirclement. Among these people, many of them were staring at him. Perhaps they didn't trust him. Or perhaps, there were other reasons. But, there was no way they could escape from Ling Xiao's soul energy. Although the group encountered some water bandits along the way, they weren't too troublesome. Because they were all strong warriors, they were easily dealt with. After traveling for 2 miles, they finally arrived at the place where all the strong water bandits gathered. An iron-armored ship was docked in this area of water. The warriors on the ship were ready for battle. The leader was wearing a silver mask, and he was emitting a powerful aura. It was a terrifying aura. I think that man is the outsider. Mu Feifei said. Everyone, since you're here, why don't we have a chat on the ship? The man didn't give the order to attack. Instead, he spoke with an indifferent tone. Sure. Mu Feifei smiled and asked everyone to board the ship. Some people tried to persuade her, But Mu Feifei was firm. Ling Xiao was secretly praising this girl. He had a rough idea of the situation on the ship. Apart from the silver-masked man, who was a mid-5th level divine core warrior. As for the rest, they were far weaker than the elites in Peach Blossom City. If both sides fought with brute force, no one would have the upper hand. In the end, both sides would perish together, and the outsiders would be the ones who would benefit. Mu Feifei had probably realized this as well, and she knew the other side wouldn't dare to act recklessly. That was why she acted this way. Everyone boarded the ship. The silver-masked man smiled and said, "I won't lie in front of you. The reason we sealed off this place is to prevent the news from leaking out. Since all of you are here, why don't we search for the treasure together?" "No, the treasure belongs to Peach Blossom City." "That's right, why should we share it with you?" Perhaps because the silver-masked man's attitude had softened, the warriors of Peach Blossom City became complacent. "Shut up, all of you." Mu Feifei suddenly shouted out in a cold voice, "Don't forget, I'm the one who makes the decision this time." She looked at the silver-masked man and said, "I agree." This girl was indeed not simple. She was so young, but she was extremely intelligent. She could tell with just a glance that the silver-masked man was strong. If they fought with force, it wouldn't benefit anyone. Chapter 38:30. Hihi, there are so many people in Peach Blossom City, but none of them are as courageous as a little girl. The silver-masked man sneered and said, "Let me put it bluntly, your treasure? Do you know where it is?" His voice was filled with disdain. "The reason why we're working with you is because we don't want to consume too much. Don't think too highly of yourself. All right, stop talking nonsense. Since we're going to open the treasure together, let's share the information." Mu Feifei said coldly. Working with bandits was a very dangerous thing to do. If she didn't have any other choice, she would never do it. Naturally, she didn't feel comfortable about it. "All right, the Peach Blossom City's treasure is underneath this ship. But there's a problem. The place where the treasure is hidden has been set up with a powerful formation. Even a divine vein warrior won't be able to withstand it. My men went down a few times, but many of them died. Only then did I get the exact information. There is indeed a hidden underwater secret room underneath." Hearing what the silver-masked man said, Ling Xiao activated his Taikai eye and looked underneath the ship. Just like what the silver-masked man said, the water was very deep, about 1,000 meters deep. Every 100 meters, there would be a layer of formations. It could increase the water pressure by 10 times. In other words, the deeper they went, the greater the water pressure would be. It was impossible for ordinary people to reach the deepest part. No wonder the silver-masked man said all divine vein warriors were dangerous. He was right. "I'll go down and have a look, I don't believe it." In Peach Blossom City, an early first-rank divine core warrior stood up and said, "I advise you not to go down." Ling Xiao reminded him, "These bandits are willing to work with us to open the treasure. This only means one thing, it's very dangerous down there. If you go down there, something bad will happen." He didn't want to tell the man what he saw with his Taikai eye. But he could still give a kind reminder. Too bad, the man didn't listen to him. He simply tied himself to a safety rope and jumped down. After a brief moment, the safety rope started shaking violently. Everyone hastily pulled the rope up. But they found that the man was dead. His body was compressed into a thin layer, and his internal organs, including his inner core, were all broken. Terrifying. What is going on? Only now did the crowd believe Ling Xiao's words. They didn't dare try anything else. After all, his life was the most important. "Ling Xiao, what do you think?" Mu Feifei had always thought highly of Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao had made the right judgment this time. That was why she asked Ling Xiao for help. Faced with Mu Feifei's request for help, Ling Xiao would naturally help. No matter what, this girl had helped him. "I suspect that the thief god has set up layers upon layers of formations in the past. Although the effect of the formation may not be as good as before due to the lack of maintenance, it is still very terrifying," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, the silver-masked man's eyes flashed. Obviously, Ling Xiao was right. This was the conclusion that they had reached after risking over a dozen lives. This brat had actually seen through it with a single sentence. "Boss, there's something strange about this kid." The chief of the Purple Bloodwater Fort looked at the silver mask and could not help but ask. He should know a little about formations. However, his cultivation is too weak and there is nothing to be afraid of. The silver mask pondered for a moment and shook his head. Ling Xiao's current strength was only at the 7th level of the divine vein realm. He had done this on purpose. Letting others look down on him was the best way to hide himself. Hearing that there was a formation, the people of Peach Blossom City immediately began to discuss. Among these 100 elites, there were still people who knew about formations. Ling Xiao did not participate in the discussion. At this moment, he was standing on the deck, looking at the water below indifferently. Tai Chi was quickly analyzing. A moment later, the conclusion was out. The method to break the formation and the entrance to the treasure were already clear in his heart. Of course, he would not say it out loud. If he really said it out loud, the Silver Mask and the people of the Purple Bloodwater Fort would probably vomit blood. They had spent more than a dozen lives and only knew that there was a terrifying formation below and that there was indeed a secret room. They did not know anything else. But Ling Xiao only took a few glances at the bottom of the water and knew everything. Wasn't this crazy? After waiting for a long time, the two sides clearly still did not come to any conclusion. Ling Xiao turned to Mu Feifei and said, "Come here for a moment." Mu Feifei was startled for a moment, but she still obediently walked to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and whispered into her ear, "Thief God didn't set up this formation to kill everyone. He also hoped that someone could inherit his legacy. Therefore, this formation is not a killing formation. If you trust me, find someone to try it out. After entering the water, just circulate your true yuan to maintain your body's normal condition. Don't try to fight against the water pressure. Also, it's best to send a third divine core warrior down there. The entrance to the treasure is in the deepest part of the formation, it's easy to find." Although Ling Xiao really wanted the Peach Blossom City's treasure, it was too dangerous for him to go alone. Therefore, he might as well give the method to break the formation to these people. Then, everyone would go down together. This way, it would be safer. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, Mu Feifei furrowed her brows. Obviously, she was still hesitating. "Why don't I try it out myself?" Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. "But you're so weak." Mu Feifei furrowed her brows and said, "Don't worry, although my cultivation is weak, I've been cultivating my body. The water pressure won't kill me." Ling Xiao didn't want to explain further. If he continued to waste time here, the news would only spread faster. A long night would bring more trouble. If a stronger warrior came, it would be troublesome. He didn't care what Mu Feifei thought, he just jumped into the water without even asking for a safety rope. After a brief moment, a whistling arrow flew out from the water. "We did it." Mu Feifei was pleasantly surprised. "What's going on?" Everyone looked at Mu Feifei with a blank expression. Ling Xiao said that it's easy to break this formation, we just don't need to fight against the water pressure with our true yuan. Also, it's best to send a third divine core warrior down there, or else it'll still be dangerous. Mu Feifei explained. He's only a 7th divine vein warrior, but he can go in there, why can't we? Let's go in together. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would take all the treasures for himself. No matter if it was the people from the Purple Blood Stronghold or Peach Blossom City, none of them took Ling Xiao's warning seriously. They all jumped into the water. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao flew out from the water. "What's going on?" he asked Mu Feifei. "They're all crazy, they don't want to live anymore." Mu Feifei said with a bitter smile. "Let's go, I'll bring you down with me." Ling Xiao didn't care if Mu Feifei agreed or not. He grabbed Mu Feifei's hand and jumped into the water. With him leading the way, Mu Feifei arrived at the bottom of the water safely. However, those people down there had bitter expressions on their faces. Because they didn't listen to Ling Xiao's warning, nearly half of them died on the way down. Although the method was correct, they still needed to be strong enough. Chapter 38-31. Ling Xiao had no sympathy for those who didn't listen to his warning. They were courting death. Who could they blame? This time, there were a total of 60 people who came to the entrance of the treasure room. There were only 40 men left in Peach Blossom City, and 20 pirates. Before they came down, there were nearly 300 men on both sides. The overall strength of the pirates was weak, so more of them died. More than half of the warriors in Peach Blossom City were killed. It was a miserable situation. Misfortune never came alone. Right after they entered the water, the iron-armored ship was quickly taken over by someone. The rest of the pirates were killed before they could even see who it was. There were only 4 men who appeared on the iron-armored ship. 2 men and 2 women. The leader was wearing a white robe, and he had a handsome face. His eyes were filled with shrewdness and valiance. If anyone recognized him, they would know he was a famous pirate in the Peach Blossom Bay, the White Robe Master. This man imitated the legendary thief god. He acted in the same way. In terms of strength, he was somewhat comparable to the young god of thieves. Too bad, he didn't have the thief god's plum blossom acupuncture hand and falling plum clear shadow steps. That was why he was dissatisfied. The reason he came here was obviously for the Peach Blossom City's treasure. Next to him stood a beautiful girl. She wasn't old, but her strength wasn't weak. Behind her stood 2 tough men who looked like iron towers, as if they were made from the same mold. Both of them were 2 meters tall, and their bodies were muscular. Who is it? One of the pirates came out from the cabin. When he saw his comrade being killed, he immediately cried out in shock. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was killed. The White Robe Master seemed to have used a hidden arrow. With just a light wave of his hand, the first Divine Core warrior was killed on the spot. He didn't even last for a second. He was turned into a puddle of pus. It looked like the hidden arrow contained a deadly poison. "Young master, do you want to go down?" The beautiful girl next to him asked with a smile on her face. Her voice was soft and flirtatious. Any ordinary man who heard it would feel their bones melt. "No need." The White Robe Master shook his head and said, "Let's just stay here and reap the benefit. The thief god's treasure, it's not that easy to get it. Even if they get it, they will be exhausted. We just need to snatch the treasure from their hands. Actually, what I want is only the plum blossom acupuncture technique and the falling plum blossom clear shadow steps. The rest will go to the 3 of you. Young master is wise." The woman giggled. The 2 tower-like men did not speak. They looked like puppets. At the bottom of the water, after a moment of grief, everyone began to discuss how to enter the secret chamber. The dead cannot be brought back to life. This was something that could not be helped. They could only blame themselves for not listening to Ling Xiao. They couldn't blame anyone else. In front of them was a dark water cave. The entrance of the water cave was covered with algae. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to find it. "You guys go first." The silver-masked man looked at Mu Feifei. "Let's go together. This entrance doesn't look small. It shouldn't be a problem for 4 or 5 people to go in at the same time." Mu Feifei said lightly. Although the 2 sides were in a cooperative relationship, after all, one side was water bandits while the other was an army. They would definitely be on guard against each other all the time. No one could be completely at ease with the other. Both sides finished their discussion, then they entered the water cave together. There was water in the cave as well. But, about 500 meters in front of them, there was an ingenious mechanism that diverted the water to the sides. The passage in the middle had become dry. Everyone was delighted. Although for a Divine Core warrior, this kind of water wouldn't drown him to death. But, the problem was that they didn't live in water often, and it was inconvenient. Dry ground was more comfortable. The deeper they went, the bigger the space became. Ling Xiao guessed that when the thief god came here, he knew he would not live for long. Therefore, he used money to lure the local natives to help him build this secret chamber. He used it as his burial place. Looking at the scale of the construction, although it was not as big as the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's palace, it was not far behind. The silver-masked man seemed to be an expert in the art of mechanisms. On Mu Feifei's side, there was also a powerful warrior who was an expert in the art of mechanisms. They walked at the front, opening a path for everyone. Everyone was walking carefully and nervously. Only Ling Xiao walked next to Mu Feifei. He didn't show any nervousness on his face. Under his Tai Chi eye, he could see everything clearly without missing a single detail. Whether or not there was any danger, he knew best. Look, the entrance is so luxurious, and there are words on it. The words of the Golden Sky realm from 1,000 years ago were no different from the words of today. Everyone saw the words clearly. It was Paradise of Peach Blossoms. A great thief actually had such an elegant name, as if it was the residence of an immortal cultivator. It was funny. There are no traps or formations here, we can continue. The silver-masked man and the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossoms City made their judgment. These two were experts in mechanisms and traps. While everyone was still walking, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. Because he noticed that there was something wrong with the signboard. Rumble. Suddenly, for some reason, the entire secret chamber shook a few times. Kid, what are you doing? Right at this moment, someone noticed that Ling Xiao had flown up into the sky, and was fiddling with the words Paradise of Peach Blossoms. That rumbling sound just now, was it you who made it? The silver-masked man had an ugly expression. The rest of the people were unhappy with Ling Xiao's actions as well. If he triggered some kind of trap, it would be troublesome. Bullshit, didn't you say there are no traps here? Ling Xiao looked at the silver-masked man with disdain and said, I heard you're an expert in mechanisms, why don't you show me, is this trap good or bad? Why would he be afraid of the silver-masked man? He was now a mid-4th divine core warrior, and it wouldn't take him much effort to kill the silver-masked man. But he didn't want to reveal his true strength just yet. Actually, only 3 of the words were carved on the signboard, and the last one was a mechanism button. With just a light press, it would sink in. Traps and mechanisms were just basic formations, and Ling Xiao was also an expert in them. He was almost certain that this trap had to be activated. If he didn't, he might have to come out again after entering, and he wouldn't be able to get any treasures. This was the real reason why he decided to attack. But no one knew about this, and that was why they blamed him. He was too lazy to care about it. The silver-masked man coldly harumphed, then he flew up into the sky and started studying the mechanism. But too bad, it seemed like the mechanism was a one-time use item. Once he pressed it, he couldn't press it again. After studying it for a long time, he still couldn't find anything. The same was true for the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City. Kid, don't touch these things in the future. Who knows if there are any hidden dangers behind these mechanisms? The silver-masked man looked at Ling Xiao and said with a cold expression. He was strong, and he was an expert in mechanisms and traps. Perhaps this was the reason why he dared to come here and search for the Peach Blossom City's treasures. Chapter 38-32. How do you know that this mechanism isn't the key to opening the treasure? Ling Xiao mocked, to think that you're a mechanism expert. You can't even differentiate between beneficial and harmful mechanisms. You're courting death. The chief of the Purple Blood Bandits was furious and wanted to attack Ling Xiao. However, he was stopped by Mu Feifei. He's right. If we didn't discover such a mechanism, it's very likely that it's not a dangerous mechanism. Otherwise, it would have been set up in a place that's easier to trigger. Mu Feifei explained. On one hand, she was protecting Ling Xiao. On the other hand, she really had such thoughts. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if a harmful mechanism was set up so secretly that no one else could see it? Normally, if you were not careful, you would definitely trigger a dangerous mechanism and trigger it. One-eyed, forget it. Finding the treasure is more important. The silver-masked man gave Ling Xiao a deep look. Although he was very dissatisfied that Ling Xiao dared to contradict him. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao's words made sense. Everyone continued forward. Along the way, they encountered many mechanisms. The silver-masked man and the deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City resolved them all. However, Ling Xiao discovered that these two people's skills were still limited. The thief god's mechanism skills could be said to be top-notch. The most troublesome thing was that many of the mechanisms in the depths were actually set up by a combination of mechanisms and formations. Even if the silver-masked man and the deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City cracked the mechanisms, they wouldn't be able to crack the formations. Every time she couldn't decide, Mu Feifei would ask for Ling Xiao's opinion. Ling Xiao wasn't stingy either. He told everyone what he saw and discovered in a vague way to remind everyone. However, Mu Feifei's actions made the deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City uncomfortable. Among the team, he was the best at mechanism skills. Mu Feifei didn't ask him but asked Ling Xiao. This made him feel a strong dislike for Ling Xiao. After walking for a while, they arrived at the place where the mechanisms and formations were combined. The silver-masked man noticed the mechanism and secretly reminded the water bandits. However, he didn't tell the people of Peach Blossom City. The two sides were competitors to begin with, so it was normal that they didn't say anything. On the other side, the deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City also noticed the mechanism and secretly reminded everyone. Only Ling Xiao was left out. Ling Xiao was amused by this. Feifei, inform everyone in Peach Blossom City that the way to break this mechanism is to use all of our Jin Yuan to defend ourselves. As long as we are at least at the third divine core realm, we will be able to defend ourselves. But remember, you must walk slowly. Don't waste your Jin Yuan, not even a little bit. Ling Xiao secretly warned Mu Feifei. Mu Feifei secretly transmitted this matter to everyone in Peach Blossom City. As for whether these people would listen or not, it was unknown. At this moment, the group arrived at a passageway made of stone bricks. Suddenly, the mechanism was activated. The mechanism here was actually triggered by the temperature of the human body. As long as something with temperature passed through here, it would be attacked by the mechanism immediately. Suddenly, many small holes appeared in the wall. Then, numerous arrows shot out from the holes. An arrow like this was equivalent to a full force attack from a peak second heavenly core warrior. As long as a warrior at the third level of the divine core realm or above defended with all his strength, he wouldn't be seriously injured. This was something that Ling Xiao had reminded him of before. Let's go. The pirates moved quickly, trying to dodge the arrows with their movement skills. Many people in Peach Blossom City saw this, and they followed suit. But in the end, these people were targeted by the arrows, and their injuries were only light. Some of them had their heads pierced by the arrows, turning them into porcupines on the spot. It was hard for a divine core warrior to die. But, it seemed like those arrows contained a frightening poison. It was a poison that specifically targeted the inner core. Once a person was shot too many times, his inner core would rot, and he would die on the spot. Within Peach Blossom City, there were also some people who were circulating their Jin Yuan like Ling Xiao and Mu Feifei. All of these people had safely passed through the mechanism. When they arrived at the opposite side of the mechanism, they turned around and saw a few more dead men. And they all died in a miserable manner. It wasn't easy for a divine core warrior to cultivate, and it wasn't worth it for them to die just like that. I told you what to do, why didn't you listen? Mu Feifei was slightly annoyed. It wasn't a big deal that some of the pirates had died. As for Peach Blossom City, a few people had died as well. All of them were idiots who didn't listen to her advice. The warriors in Peach Blossom City lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They knew they were in the wrong, and they had no reason to refute. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be as angry as Mu Feifei. He had done his best. If those people wanted to die, he wouldn't stop them. Miss Feifei, be careful of the ground in front of you. It looks hard, but it's actually hollow. It's arranged in the same way as the Big Dipper formation. Follow me. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to those guys who didn't know what was good for them. He only wanted to protect his savior, Mu Feifei. Before Ling Xiao could finish his words, suddenly, a Peach Blossom City warrior let out a miserable shriek. His feet sank into the void, and he fell into a bottomless abyss. This was obviously an alternate dimension formed by a formation. Once someone fell into it, they would never be able to come out. They could only die of old age inside, which was even more miserable than dying directly. Damn it! Mu Feifei felt helpless. Although she was the leader of these people, her authority came from her father, the city lord of Peach Blossom City. Not her. So sometimes, talking really didn't work. I don't believe that I can fall after flying. Another cultivator from Peach Blossom City rushed out recklessly. He soared into the air, trying to cross this strange area. However, a moment later, he was actually sucked into that alternate dimension. That thing was like a black hole. As long as you appeared directly above it, you would definitely not be able to escape. The only way was to accurately walk out of the Big Dipper Formation's path of survival. Those who want to die, do as you please. The rest of you, follow behind. Mu Feifei's heart turned cold. She didn't want to care about those who were courting death. Let's go. Ling Xiao walked towards that area. He didn't walk fast. Mu Feifei followed closely behind. And the others were obviously hesitant. They all waited there without moving. Until Ling Xiao and Mu Feifei had already reached the opposite side. Only then did these people know that Ling Xiao's judgment was extremely accurate. They tried to follow the path Ling Xiao had taken. But at this moment, some of them didn't remember accurately. As a result, whether it was the water bandits or the people of Peach Blossom City, they were all injured. Several more people died. At this moment, everyone was full of admiration for Ling Xiao. They all felt that although this young man's strength wasn't very good, his comprehension of formations and mechanisms was higher than anyone else. Young man, join us. After this matter is done, we can give you a quarter of the treasures we obtain, Silver Mask said to Ling Xiao after careful consideration. He no longer had the arrogant and fierce look from before. There's no need. I'm just repaying a debt of gratitude. Ling Xiao shook his head and continued walking forward. Chapter 38-33. Although the Silver Mask was unhappy that Ling Xiao was unwilling to cooperate with him. But at this time, he didn't dare to turn hostile. Because he needed Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao move forward, neither side dared to neglect him. They continued to move forward. They encountered several more traps ahead. But because of Ling Xiao's existence, except for a few idiots, they all passed safely. The loss was much smaller than before. Finally, after passing through numerous obstacles, they arrived at a large hall. Ling Xiao looked around. There were no signs of traps or formations here. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The Silver Mask and the Deputy City Lord of Peach Blossom City also asked everyone to rest. The layers of traps from before had caused them to suffer all kinds of torture. Now, they naturally had to take a break. Ah! Suddenly, someone screamed, ruining the peace and tranquility. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and was shocked. This person suddenly went crazy and slashed at his companions. 2 people had been injured by him. Everyone, be careful. There's trouble. Just now, they thought that everything was fine and were about to rest. But now, this strange situation suddenly appeared, which really made them anxious. Insects. Ling Xiao shouted, be careful of insect. The Tai Chi eye caught the key of the problem. In this place, which was similar to the main hall, there was a small flea-like insect. Being bitten by this insect would immediately cause hallucinations. Heart-devouring insect. Damn, why are there heart-devouring insects in this place? The Silver Mask also noticed the trouble and exclaimed, everyone, be careful not to be bitten by the insect. However, both Ling Xiao and the Silver Mask discovered this a little late. Many people were bitten by the insects and began to go crazy or crazy. Collect. Ling Xiao gently touched the Dongsheng Emperor Ring and collected the heart-devouring insects. The Dongsheng Emperor Ring had a special place to raise insects. This heart-devouring insect was a rare good thing. It could be refined into a heart-devouring insect or directly used to attack the enemy. Think about it, if this thing was put into the Z Mansion army, what would happen? Ling Xiao was not willing to do such a cruel thing, but if someone wanted to stop him from saving Zi Chenye, then he would be sorry. I'll keep this heart-devouring bug as a trump card. After collecting the heart-devouring worms, the rest of the people would not be bitten by the worms. But those crazy people were still wantonly attacking the people around them. Kill them. The silver-masked man snorted coldly and personally killed all the water bandits and Peach Blossom City's crazed people. Aren't you being too ruthless? Mu Feifei couldn't bear to say that. HMPH, soft-hearted. Let's go. Silver Mask knew that after passing through this hall, they would most likely arrive at the location of the treasure. Therefore, he didn't want to stay. Who knew if there would be other bugs or something like that appearing here? The people of Peach Blossom City were not willing to be left behind, so they all followed. At this time, there were only about 30 people left on both sides. There were less than 10 water bandits and only 20 or so people from Peach Blossom City. Those bugs were truly terrifying. After walking out of the main hall for about 100 meters, the crowd furrowed their brows once again. Because this time, what they saw was a densely packed group of snakes. There were more than a few tens of thousands of them. Furthermore, these snakes were all divine core demon beasts. Although they were only at the first divine core realm, there were so many of them that no one dared to enter. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed dramatically. However, what shocked them the most was that behind the group of snakes, there was a door that had just been opened. It was obvious that the door had just been opened, because there was dust that had just fallen to the side. The portal was glowing brightly. This is. The silver-masked man looked at Ling Xiao with a surprised expression. In an instant, he realized that the door was opened because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you've really done us a great service. If it wasn't for you, we would have had to return to the outside and open this door. I wonder how many people would have died on the way here. Mu Feifei also noticed what Ling Xiao had done, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ling Xiao just nodded his head lightly. To be honest, he was just trying his luck. He wasn't sure before this. He didn't expect that the mechanism would really work. TMPH, so what if you opened the portal? There are so many poisonous snakes, how are we going to get through? Someone coldly harumphed. Sorry, we'll be leaving first. The silver-masked man sneered, then he unleashed a poisonous mist and beckoned all the bandits to enter. This poisonous mist had the same aura as the poisonous snakes. They were able to safely enter the group of snakes, and they weren't hurt at all. Let's go as well. Ling Xiao grabbed Mu Feifei's hand and suddenly walked into the group of snakes. The moment he entered the group, he transformed into his Hell Hydra beast soul. In an instant, all the poisonous snakes around him moved away. They were all trembling with fear. Ling Xiao had actually arrived at the portal earlier than the silver-masked man and the rest of the Peach Blossom City bandits. Without even thinking about it, he jumped into the tomb. Since he had a chance to get the treasure, he wouldn't just give it away. At the same time, the 4 men who were waiting on the iron-armored ship had also entered the tomb. With the people in front of them leading the way, they basically didn't encounter any danger. The reason why they wanted to enter was because they were worried that some treasures would be used on the spot. If that happened, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Damn it, that kid went in first. Let's go too. The deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City's eyes shot out a vicious light. He had always wanted to replace the position of the Mu family's patriarch, and he had even contacted a group of people who were willing to be loyal to him. Who knew that Ling Xiao would actually save the Mu family's patriarch, making his efforts go to waste. This time, he definitely couldn't fall behind in the matter of the treasure. Although he didn't have the silver-masked man's poisonous mist, nor did he have Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation. But this guy actually took out a mechanical beast and let a few experts who were loyal to him enter it. No matter how the poisonous snakes attacked, although the mechanical beast was constantly injured, it still sent them to the portal. They only entered a moment later than the bandits. At this point, 7 people from the bandit side had entered, while 10 people from the Peach Blossom City side had entered except for Mu Feifei and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the first to enter the portal, and naturally, he was the first to obtain a lot of benefits. Inside the portal was another unique world. Through the Taikai eye, he could sense that this space was connected by 3 wormholes. They formed 3 separate small worlds. He was currently in the first small world. Miss Feifei, I'll have to trouble you to hide for now. Ling Xiao placed Mu Feifei into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. He didn't care if she agreed or not. Because the journey ahead was going to be even more dangerous, and bringing Mu Feifei with him would definitely bring him endless troubles. Furthermore, he was going to take those treasures that were useful to him, and he didn't want Mu Feifei to see them. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary conflicts. There were 4 treasures in the first small world. The first item was actually a 9th level divine core demon core. And it was a Vajra ape demon core that Ling Xiao could use. Chapter 38-34. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao put away the King Kong ape's crystal core. The second item was a pill. Even with his knowledge, he had no idea what it was. He could only ask a Yuan venerable for help. This is a bone refining pill, and its quality is excellent. Hurry up and eat it, it will greatly improve the strength of your body. If you use it with the black tortoise divine body, the effect will be even better. Ling Xiao quickly shoved the pill into his mouth. It was tasteless, but it melted in his mouth. Moments later, he could feel a fiery energy filling every single cell in his body. He circulated the black tortoise divine body. Moments later, he could feel his black tortoise divine body becoming stronger. It was now equivalent to a 5th order Emperor realm defensive martial skill. With this level of defense, no warriors below the 4th order divine core realm would be able to hurt him. Even if it was a 5th level divine core warrior, the damage they could inflict on him would be greatly reduced. If he used it with the King Kong ape's indestructible body, he would be even stronger. If he encountered Yu Zhen again, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Ling Xiao quickly took the remaining 2 items. The remaining 2 items were a fine heavenly king weapon, the profound theory bow, and a nurturing pill. The nurturing pill was enough for Ling Xiao to break through to the late 4th order divine core realm. But he didn't have time to eat it. Because the bandits and the men from Peach Blossom City had arrived. Kid, hurry up and take out what you got, or else I'll kill you. The chief of the Purple Blood Stronghold, one-eyed, shouted. What a joke. Do you think I'll give you what I already ate? Ling Xiao said with disdain. Then let's kill this kid and take out what's in his stomach. The Vice City Lord sneered. Hey, buddy, I seem to have helped you a lot. Why are you biting the hand that feeds you? Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of this Vice City Lord. Hearing what he said, a killing intent emerged in his heart. Hee, if you didn't take away those treasures, we would have let you live. But now, just wait for your death. The Vice City Lord said coldly. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao sneered and headed straight for the wormhole. He had already collected all the treasures in the first small world. Next was the treasure of the second small world. Chase after him. We can't let him snatch any more treasures. The water bandits and the people of Peach Blossom City actually reached an agreement and chased after Ling Xiao together. At this moment, the 4th wave of people finally arrived. The 4 forces appeared in the second small world at the same time. In the second small world, there were still 4 treasures. It was about the same quality as the items in the first small world. Just like before, there were 2 types of pills, a weapon, and a demonic beast core. The weapon was very strange. It was a glove, but it was a common grade Heavenly King artifact. It was not even as good as the profound theory bow from before. However, Ling Xiao noticed that whether it was the Silver Mask, the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City, or the people in the 4th wave, their eyes were all fixed on it. Looks like there's something strange about this glove. I have to get my hands on it. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Just as he had guessed, the glove was called the 1,000 Trickery Hands. Although it was only a common grade Heavenly King artifact, it contained a special treasure. However, because it contained a special kind of treasure, it could transform true Yuan into all kinds of hidden weapons and mechanisms. For example, hooks, arrows, poison needles, and many others. It could be transformed at will, and it was very mysterious. Furthermore, it didn't take up too much space. Even if one wore the 1,000 Trickery Hands, they could still wield other weapons. Therefore, in the eyes of those who knew how to use it, the 1,000 Trickery Hands was much better than many premium-grade Heavenly King artifacts. As for the 2 pills, they were still the bone refining pill and the cultivating pill. After eating one, the second pill wouldn't have the same effect. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to give up. There were too many opponents, and it was almost impossible for him to take all of them down. Therefore, he had no choice but to go for the glove and the demonic beast core. The demonic beast core was a 9th rank divine core Hydra beast core, and it could help Ling Xiao improve his third-rank divine core Hydra Beast Soul. He had to get his hands on it. White-robed thief. You're here too. When the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City saw the leader of the fourth group, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. The appearance of this guy wasn't a good thing. This guy was very strong, even stronger than the Vice City Lord's hidden strength. In order to keep a low profile, the Vice City Lord had broken through to the early 5th rank Divine Core realm. However, he had purposely pretended to be a peak 4th rank Divine Core warrior. He didn't want anyone to notice him. But the problem was, even so, he was still no match for the white-robed thief. A helpless expression emerged in the silver-masked man's eyes. "Let's make a deal," the white-robed thief suddenly said. Although he was very strong, if the bandits of the Purple Blood Stronghold and the men of Peach Blossom City joined forces to fight him, he wouldn't be able to handle it. "What's the deal?" the two men asked. "I'll take 40% of the treasures we find later, and both of you will take 30% each," the white-robed thief said with an indifferent tone. He was the strongest here, so of course he would take the most. "I have no problem with that." The Vice City Lord nodded his head. He didn't want to offend this white-robed thief either. "I have no problem with that," the silver-masked man replied. They had directly ignored Ling Xiao, who represented the fourth power. It was as if Ling Xiao didn't exist. "I'll build a good relationship with you first, then I'll take you down one by one. None of you will be able to survive." The white-robed thief wouldn't give up his target so easily. The reason why he gave up his target was because he didn't want the other two powers to join forces. "Alright, let's start cracking the mechanisms." Since the white-robed thief dared to come here, he was naturally an expert in mechanisms. He was much stronger than the silver-masked man and the Vice City Lord. With the three men working together, the mechanisms were quickly cracked. "Take it." Right when the mechanisms were cracked, the three 5th rank Divine Core warriors unleashed their frightening auras. They wanted to prevent the others from taking what they wanted. The white-robed thief leapt towards the 1,000 trickery hand. The silver-masked man also leapt towards the 1,000 trickery hand. The Vice City Lord felt his strength was slightly weaker, so he chose the cultivating pill. He wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible, so he could surpass the Mu family's clan chief. The rest of the men had their own targets as well. However, the only ones who could really interfere with Ling Xiao were the chief of the Purple Blood Stronghold, the Peach Blossom City's General Dao, and that charming girl. Ling Xiao followed his own plan and leapt towards the Demon Beast Core first. Not many men were interested in this Demon Beast Core. Perhaps it was because there weren't any beast souls here. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't face any resistance. Turning into a blood-red lightning bolt, it instantly collected the Hell 9-headed snake's crystal core. In the next moment, he aimed at the 1,000 trickery hand. Although he didn't know what it was, with his Tai Chi eye, he would soon find out. Since it was something two 5th level Divine Core warriors were fighting over, it was definitely not some ordinary item. He couldn't let it fall into the hands of the white-robed thief or the silver-masked man. Chapter 38-35. Only the white-robed thief and the silver-masked man were trying to steal the 1,000 trickery palms. While they were fighting, Ling Xiao suddenly dashed over. He grabbed the 1,000 trickery palms and shoved them into his storage ring. "Little thief, put it down now." The silver-masked man was fuming with anger. While he was locked in battle with the white-clothed thief god, Ling Xiao, this little brat, had taken advantage of the situation. How could he not be angry? With a furious roar, he charged towards Ling Xiao. The white-robed thief had a murderous expression as well. At the same time, he charged towards Ling Xiao. He could give up everything else, but the 1,000 trickery palms, he had to get it. "Two idiots, do you really think you have the final say in this place?" Ling Xiao let out a disdainful sneer, then he turned into a blood-red lightning bolt. He flew straight towards the third small world. After getting the 1,000 trickery palms and the underworld Hydra's demon core, he was satisfied. He had no idea what was in the third small world. "I'm sure it'll surprise everyone." "Stop right there, or I'll turn you into ashes. Little thief, you should know that treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others, right?" If you dare run away with it, you'll lose your life. The silver-masked man and the white-robed thief didn't care about anything else. They immediately chased after Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, the other two items had already found their owners. The cultivating pill was in the hands of the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City. The bone-refining pill was in the hands of the charming woman. No one had expected that the charming girl was actually an early 5th Divine Core warrior. Her strength was no weaker than the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City. Let's go. The wormhole leading to the third small world was much longer than expected. And it was filled with danger. The three groups of people chasing after him were all stopped, and Ling Xiao was the only one who managed to escape with his Tai Kai Eye. With that, he easily entered the third small world. Within the third small world, there was a dead body. The dead body was sitting on a throne, and it looked alive. To be honest, when Ling Xiao first entered the small world, he thought it was a living person. Only when he confirmed with his Tai Kai Eye that it was a perfectly preserved corpse did he finally let out a sigh of relief. There's a strange treasure in his stomach that can prevent his corpse from decaying. Interesting. Through the Taiji Eye, Ling Xiao also learned the reason why the corpse was so fresh. The god of thieves is indeed the god of thieves. He can even get his hands on such a good treasure. There was no doubt that the corpse in the last small world belonged to the thief god. Ling Xiao looked around and found that there were layers upon layers of traps and formations around the thief god's throne. It was impossible for ordinary people to get close to it. Even if the thief god was dead, he still wanted to protect his body. What was he trying to do? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a bold guess. However, he also felt that it was a little ridiculous. According to common sense, those who died, especially those who were powerful, would want to be revived. The reason why he kept his body from decaying was so that he could be revived one day. However, those things were basically just rumors. He had never heard of anyone who could do this. Most likely, the thief god only had that thought in mind, and it was unlikely that he would succeed. Thinking of this, he stopped looking at the corpse and looked around it. In front of the throne was a table. There were also 4 items on the table. The first item was actually a pair of windfire wheels. According to the ancient legends, the windfire wheels were a magical treasure that combined flight, defense, and attack. However, it seemed like this windfire wheel was just a replica. Its quality was actually at the level of a spiritual grade heavenly emperor weapon. It was the same as the Blood Sovereign sword. Disciple, you must get the windfire wheels. It's a good item for you at this stage. Yuan Venerate suddenly said. Master, you know about this item too? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Master has passed by here before, so of course you've heard about the windfire wheels. To be precise, this item is a defensive magical treasure. It can release the power of wind and fire to form a windfire boundary to defend against damage. If it's in your hands, even a 7th tier Divine Core warrior won't be able to kill you easily. It's that terrifying. Yuan Venerate replied, apart from its defensive effect, its offensive effect isn't bad either. It's just that it's not a direct attack, but a negative effect on the enemy. Wind can cause chaos. Fire can cause coma. When wind and fire combine, it's very easy for the enemy to fall into a state of confusion or coma. This explains why there were so many people who fell into such a state when Thief God passed by in the past. Apart from that, it also has a powerful auxiliary effect. It can absorb a large amount of the power of wind and fire in the air, increasing your cultivation speed and tempering your body at all times. Of course, its flying effect is even more outstanding. Its speed is increased to the extreme, and it's even faster than your blood lightning. It's almost at the level of the Earth vertical golden light technique, and it doesn't consume too much true yuan. This is simply a divine weapon. Ling Xiao's heart warmed when he heard this. Master, is there a way to break the mechanisms and formations here? Nonsense, who do you think your master is? Thief God's little tricks can be solved in a matter of minutes. Yuan Venerate laughed. Then I'll have to trouble master. After all, Ling Xiao was still inexperienced. He had never seen Thief God's mechanisms and formations before. Therefore, even if he could break them, it would take him a lot of time. However, what he lacked the most now was time, and he couldn't afford to waste it. After all, no one knew when the other three factions would rush in. While the Yuan Venerate was breaking the mechanisms and formations, Ling Xiao continued to look at the table. Beside the firestorm wheels was a jade tablet. Plum Blossom Acupoint Technique. Ling Xiao could confirm through his Taiji eye that the jade tablet contained the essence of the Plum Blossom Acupoint Technique. Acupoint technique was a profound skill. Ling Xiao had never learned it before. In the few continents that he had experienced, there was basically no one who knew how to use acupoint techniques. This was the first time he had seen a martial technique that specialized in cultivating acupoint techniques. He had the Taiji eye, and coupled with the Plum Blossom Acupoint technique, he could really give many people a headache. Furthermore, the Plum Blossom Acupoint technique was a growth-type martial technique that could be developed to a high-level 9th level emperor. How valiant! Then the other jade token should be the thief god's other famous skill, the falling plum clear shadow steps. Ling Xiao confirmed his guess through his Taiji eye. Then, Ling Xiao looked at the last item. This item was wrapped in a box. His Taiji eye couldn't see through it. He didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Master, how much longer do we need? Ling Xiao couldn't wait any longer. One day. The Yuan Venerate replied. So long. Ling Xiao froze for a moment. He was a little worried. You don't have to be so worried. The mechanisms and formations in the wormhole are enough to give those people a hard time. They won't be able to enter the third small world without at least 2 days. The Yuan Venerate's words made Ling Xiao heave a sigh of relief. He planned to start cultivating. He still hadn't used the Origin Nurturing Pill and the 2 Demon Beast cores he had obtained earlier. He reckoned that after using them, his cultivation would definitely break through to the late 4th level of the Divine Core Realm, or even the Perfect Realm. This way, he would definitely kill Yu Zhen when he left Peach Blossom Bay. Chapter 38-36. After consuming the Origin Fostering Pill, he swallowed the King Kong Divine Apes Demon Core and the 9-headed Hell Snakes Demon Core. Ling Xiao began his one-day cultivation. After all, he had the help of a Yuan Venerate to break the traps and formations. He didn't want to waste this precious time. Time passed very quickly during cultivation. At the same time, the group of people in the wormhole were still trying their best to break through one trap after another. The White Thief, the Silver Mask, and the Deputy City Lord of Peach Blossom City all knew how to break through traps and mechanisms. They also knew a little about formations. However, even when the 3 of them worked together, they still couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's Taikai Eye. Just as the Yuan Venerate had expected, they would spend at least 2 to 3 days in the wormhole. While they were wasting their time, Ling Xiao was still cultivating. The Origin Fostering Pill was a pill with excellent effects. Moreover, its quality was different. The pill in Ling Xiao's hand was extremely effective for Divine Core warriors. It could help them break through in their cultivation. If it was someone else, they would at least break through to the next realm. However, after Ling Xiao used it, he only broke through to the late 4th level Divine Core Realm from mid 4th level Divine Core Realm. It couldn't be helped. Every time he broke through to the next realm, he would gain a lot more improvement than others. Therefore, the pill's effect on him was reduced. However, he wasn't dissatisfied with this. Breaking through to the late 4th level Divine Core Realm was already pretty good. After that, the 9-headed Hell Snake Beast Soul broke through to the 9th level Divine Core Realm, and it provided Ling Xiao with a much greater boost in combat strength. Furthermore, the power of these 2 special abilities had increased as well. Of course, the most noteworthy thing was the improvement of the King Kong Divine Ape Beast Soul. The King Kong Divine Ape Beast Soul had fallen behind too much, and it was only at the Divine Vein Realm. Therefore, Ling Xiao hadn't used it for a long time. But this time, the King Kong Divine Ape had broken through to the 9th level Divine Core Realm. The effect of the King Kong Divine Body skill had increased tremendously. The most amazing thing was that the second skill had been awakened. It was also a passive defensive skill, Secret Technique Immunity. Secret Technique Immunity meant that it could defend against all secret techniques. Of course, there was a limit to this defensive skill. Just like the King Kong Divine Body, It could only defend against 5th-level Emperor rank secret techniques and below. Indestructible Vajra could resist martial techniques, while secret techniques could resist secret techniques. Ling Xiao could be said to be a defensive expert now. At the very least, when he was in his Vajra ape state, there were very few people who could hurt him. Not only did the 2 demonic beast cores increase the grade of his beast soul, but the remaining energy also flowed into his cultivation C. This allowed his cultivation C energy to increase by 50% on the basis of the late stage of the 4th layer. Success. Suddenly, the voice of a Yuan Venerate was heard. Ling Xiao sensed that the formation and mechanism had indeed been broken. He was just about to go and take the 4 treasures. All of a sudden, the corpse opened its eyes. A cold voice came from the corpse's mouth. If you are not a fated person, you are not allowed to take anything away. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Oh! You actually managed to preserve some of your divine sense. Ling Xiao smiled and said coldly, since you still have some divine sense, then listen to me. Be a good girl and let me take everything, then tell me the way out. I can guarantee that I won't destroy your body. Otherwise, I will burn your body with fire and make you unable to reincarnate for all eternity. Aren't you afraid of me? I am the thief god. The voice had obviously lost some of its confidence. Thief god. In my eyes, you are just a thief. What bullshit, thief god? Most of your treasures were stolen from other people, right? I heard that the plum blossom acupuncture technique and the falling plum shadow steps were also stolen from other people's graves. In that case, what right do you have to look for the fated person? Don't tell me you intend to pass these to another thief. Let him inherit your mantle. Stop dreaming. Ling Xiao didn't give the thief god any face. How could he be afraid of a corpse that only had a remnant consciousness left? After saying that, he walked straight over and put the 4 treasures into his storage ring. All right, tell me the way out. Ling Xiao said coldly. Little brother, how about we discuss this? The thief god suddenly said. Discuss what? Ling Xiao asked. You can take the firestorm wheels and the last treasure, but can you pass the plum blossom acupuncture technique and the falling plum shadow steps to that white-clothed boy? The thief god said. Why should I do that? Ling Xiao asked again. The firestorm wheels are a treasure that I used before. If you want to get it, you have to make it recognize you as its master first. Without my permission, you can't do it. The thief god reminded him. In other words, as long as I agree to your conditions, you can help me make it recognize me as its master. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's right. Isn't that a good condition? The thief god said with a bewitching voice. Hey, I don't believe in such things. Anyway, I can't get out now. I want to see if this thing really can't belong to me completely. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to subdue the firestorm wheels. The full name of the firestorm wheels should be the tricolored firestorm wheels. Interestingly, after the blood-colored thunder god's lightning was integrated into the firestorm wheels, there would be a change. Red lightning, green wind, and white flames. They formed a complete tricolored firestorm wheel. This was something that the thief god had never done before. In the past, he had stolen this thing from an expert, but he could only create 2 colors of wind and fire. The thief god thought that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to make the firestorm wheels recognize him as its master. However, the result made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Not only did Ling Xiao make the firestorm wheels recognize him as its master, but his divine sense was also forcefully erased. Moreover, the dual-colored firestorm wheels became tricolored firestorm wheels. Its power increased greatly. In just an hour, the tricolored firestorm wheels had completely merged with Ling Xiao. With just a thought, the firestorm wheels would appear around Ling Xiao's body. Except for when flying, they would appear under his feet. The rest of the time, they would appear on both sides. They could be used for defense and attack. How is this possible? The thief god was stunned. He had spent 3 days and 3 nights to make the firestorm wheels recognize him as its master. Moreover, it was only a dual-colored firestorm wheel. What the hell is this young man? It seems like we can only wait. The thief god couldn't deal with Ling Xiao now. The only thing he could rely on was the 3 groups of people that were about to appear in the 3rd small realm. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with him and asked the Yuan Venerate to help him find a way out. He started to study the plum blossom acupuncture technique and the falling plum clear shadow step. The reason he didn't threaten the thief god and force him to tell him the way out was because he wanted to. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. In fact, he had realized this from the very beginning. Although the physical body was very important to the thief god, it was still not enough. Even if it was really destroyed, the thief god would never let Ling Xiao out. This guy must be plotting something. Ling Xiao really wanted to see what he was scheming. The thief god was very bold. He actually dared to sit there and cultivate. Chapter 38-37. The Plum Blossom Acupoint Palm was a high-grade 5th-level Emperor Realm martial skill. The Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps was a high-grade 6th-level Emperor Realm movement skill. It wasn't any weaker than the Blood Devil Seal. From this, one could tell how profound this movement skill was. He decided to start cultivating with the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. He had a lot of offensive skills, but right now, it was better for him to accumulate more life-saving skills. When the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps was cultivated to perfection, its speed would reach the same level as the Earth Golden Light skill. However, the best part about this movement skill wasn't its speed, it was its combat prowess. During a battle, it looked like plum blossoms were drifting in the air. Every single plum blossom represented the next coordinate. Those who cultivated this movement skill would be able to arrive at any coordinate at any time. It would catch the enemy off guard. Looking at your cultivation, you're only at the 4th level of the Divine Core Realm. It's still too early for you to cultivate a 6th-level Emperor Realm martial skill. Let me advise you to leave it there. Thief God said. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to him. He had already cultivated a high-grade 6th-level Emperor Realm martial skill, so he had experience in it. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to cultivate this Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. Just as I expected, in order to cultivate this Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, I'll need Demon Beast Cores. They'll also need Demon Beast Cores at the 4th level of the Divine Core Realm or higher, and they can only be Speed-type or Flying-type Demon Beast Cores. Ling Xiao murmured to himself. Correct, that's why I said you won't be able to cultivate it. With your strength, it's impossible for you to find 3,000 Demon Beast Cores. That's just a pipe dream. Thief God sneered. Idiot. Ling Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Thief God, but in his mind, he was laughing. When he was collecting bloodthirstiest demon beast cores, he had already expected this to happen. Therefore, he collected other demon beast cores as well. Sure enough, they came in handy. After searching his storage ring for a while, he found the 3,000 demon beast cores he needed. You're crazy. Am I seeing things? You've already prepared everything? Did you know you were going to come here? Thief God was stunned. Not really, but opportunities are always given to those who are well prepared. I've just made some preparations. With a faint smile on his face, Ling Xiao continued, but, we do have 3,000 4th Divine Core Demon Cores. But, I still don't have any 6th level Divine Core cores. He suddenly looked at the God of Thieves with a half-smile on his face. What are you doing? I don't have that. Thief God hurriedly shook his head. Who are you trying to fool? You even have a 9th rank Divine Core Demon Core, why don't you have a 6th rank Demon Core? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, take it out. It's not like it's anything precious. Think about it, if I learn this Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, after I go out, I can make you famous. No, you lack the martial spirit of the Steel Sect. Thief God shook his head and said, Thief Sect. Lord Soul. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It doesn't matter if a cultivator's overall strength increases, the key is to make the cultivator more suitable to be a thief. Thief God replied. Take a look at this. Ling Xiao unleashed his Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul. Hell Shadow Rabbit. You actually got the Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul? You're a treasure given to me by the heavens. I thought Bai Yi's martial soul, Flying Shadow, was strong enough. But, your martial soul is even more abnormal. Good, very good. Take this. Thief God's sudden change in attitude didn't make Ling Xiao happy. Instead, it made him feel worried. This old man, don't tell me he's up to something again. But he would deal with whatever came his way. Many people had tried to set him up in the past. However, the people who had plotted against him had already gone to the netherworld, while he was still alive and well. Jiang Chen caught the 6th-level divine core demon beast core thrown to him by Thief God. It was a flying demon beast core, and it was perfect for cultivating the plum-clear shadow steps. The moment Jiang Chen caught the core, he immediately sensed something strange. There was something mixed inside the core. It was some colorless and tasteless poison that could numb a person's soul. Also, there was an extremely violent divine sense. It was hidden very well. Ordinary people would think that it was a remnant divine sense left behind by a demon beast core. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. He sneered. This guy was trying to set him up. He might as well beat him at his own game. But Thief God didn't know that the one thing he wasn't afraid of was poison. A few more hours passed. In total, it had been almost 2 days. Ling Xiao had finally succeeded in cultivating the plum-clear shadow steps. Although it was only a small success, it was enough to increase his speed by at least 2-fold compared to before. Of course, the best part was still the unpredictable method of using the plum-clear shadow steps. Its effect on increasing one's combat strength was simply incredible. Just as he finished cultivating the plum-clear shadow steps, enemies finally appeared in the wormhole. 3 groups of people arrived at the same time. They saw the firestorm wheels floating on both sides of Ling Xiao's body. The Thief God said in surprise, "Good boy, he has already obtained the tricolored firestorm wheels. I reckon that the other treasures have also been taken by him. How did this guy crack the formation and mechanism? Don't worry about it. Kill him first and we can get everything." The city lord of Peach Blossom City roared. The silver mask's face was also gloomy. A group of people pounced on Ling Xiao almost at the same time. They wanted to bully him with their numbers and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Although they didn't know Ling Xiao's exact strength. But at this moment, in order to fight for the treasures, they naturally had to attack with all their might. After killing Ling Xiao, how to distribute the treasures was another matter. But right now, they definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao take advantage of them. Definitely not. Facing the sudden attack of the crowd, Ling Xiao's face revealed a hint of contempt and disdain. To be honest, even if he didn't use the tricolored firestorm wheels, he would definitely be able to defeat these people. But that would be too strenuous. He still had to save his strength to deal with the Thief God's scheme. Whatever scheme the Thief God had, he would only have a way to deal with it the moment he revealed it. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how he thought about it. The firestorm wheels released 3 colors of light. Lightning, flame, and gale. They formed a thick barrier in front of Ling Xiao. The group of people attacked. But they were all sent flying. Those who were weaker were killed on the spot. Those who were stronger were dumbfounded. Facing Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the ground and didn't even move, they couldn't do anything. This was simply impossible. Oh no, that kid has already made the firestorm wheels recognize him as their master. This is too fast. The Thief God seemed to know quite a bit about the Thief God's things. At a glance, he knew that only the firestorm wheels that had recognized him as their master could unleash such terrifying power. Damn it, I came so late. I didn't expect him to do so many things. The silver-masked man's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Chapter 38:38. 3 groups of men, dozens of men, and even though they kept attacking, none of them were able to hurt Ling Xiao. Instead, they had even injured a few of their own men. This scene shocked and enraged the men who had just arrived in the 3rd small world. The wind flame wheels, the legendary Thief God's scariest magical treasure. If not for this wind flame wheels, the Thief God would have been killed by Huang Jindi long ago. I never thought it would fall into the hands of this young man. The silver-masked man's eyes were bloodshot. After entering this secret chamber, what he wanted the most was the wind flame wheels. So, when he saw that it had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands, how could he not be enraged? But something's not right. The wind flame wheels belong to the Thief God. How did this young man get them? The white-clothed thief was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this reality. "Why are you attacking me?" Suddenly, chaos broke out among the three groups of men, and they started fighting among themselves. Some of them felt dizzy, as if they were going to faint at any moment. "Not good, move away, stop attacking. The wind flame wheels can cause chaos and dizziness, don't get too close to it." The white-clothed thief had studied the thief god thoroughly, and he knew the effects of the wind flame wheels very well. Everyone quickly backed off, and the warriors who were fighting in the chaos were knocked out by the white-clothed thief, preventing them from killing each other. But even so, a few men had died because of the chaos and dizziness. When the three groups of men retreated to a spot furthest away from Ling Xiao, they all had ugly expressions on their faces. The wind flame wheels were extremely powerful, and it made them feel fear. But at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of greed. If this thing fell into their hands, their strength would definitely increase by a large margin. They believed that Ling Xiao didn't just have the wind flame wheels. Perhaps, all the treasures in this third small world had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. In order to obtain these treasures, they had to kill Ling Xiao. But, in order to kill Ling Xiao, they had to first destroy the wind flame wheel's defense. This was going to be troublesome. 4 fifth Heavenly Core warriors, and a few perfect 4th Heavenly Core warriors. Facing a mere Ling Xiao, they had no way to deal with him. Damn it, this young man is only a 7th Heavenly Core warrior, how can he be so strong? One-Eyed couldn't help but ask. Are you an idiot? How can he only be at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm? It was obvious that he had been hiding his strength. I think his cultivation is at the late 4th Divine Core Realm. The martial spirit of the white-robed thief god, Flying Shadow, could not only hide his tracks, but also had a pair of terrifying eyes that could see through the enemy's cultivation. Late 4th Divine Core Realm. No wonder this kid's expression didn't change in the face of our threats. I think he came to Peach Blossom Bay in the first place for the treasure. I'm not in trouble at all. Peach Blossom City's Vice City Lord said fiercely. Thief god, you old thing, it's time for you to say something. Everyone is here. Ling Xiao suddenly put away his firestorm wheels and looked at the fresh corpse behind him. Everyone was surprised to see Ling Xiao put away the firestorm wheels. The chief of the Purple Bloodwater Stronghold, One-Eyed, reacted the fastest, because he was stupid and would not think too much. Everyone was worried that Ling Xiao was up to something. But, he didn't think too much about it. When he saw Ling Xiao put away his firestorm wheels, he immediately dashed forward. He wanted to capture Ling Xiao. Falling plum blossom steps. Ling Xiao lightly chanted, then he suddenly appeared at another location, as if he had just teleported. In the sky, there were even illusory plum blossoms falling down from the sky. Die. One-Eye's attack had given Ling Xiao the chance to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward. Bloodlight clone slash. 3 sword beams instantly sliced One-Eye's body into a few pieces, causing them to fall onto the ground. Even his inner core was pierced through. One-Eyed was killed on the spot. After killing One-Eyed with a single strike, Ling Xiao just casually smiled and said, "Do you really think I'm not afraid of you because I have the firestorm wheels? Let me tell you the truth, if you stay where you are and don't move, you might still have a chance to live. Or else, if you annoy me, I'll kill all of you." His cultivation had reached the late 4th Heavenly Core Realm, and with the falling plum blossom steps, he could even kill a peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior with ease. But, none of the people here had such a cultivation base. Therefore, he could totally ignore their threats. Ling Xiao's formidable strength had made these people tremble with fear. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The thief god's corpse suddenly stood up, and he started forming hand seals. Ling Xiao let out a miserable shriek as he held his head in his hands. "Ha ha ha, kid, I've been planning this for 1,000 years, waiting for a suitable body to be delivered to me. You're perfect for it. A shadow rabbit beast soul, and such a strong defense, it's like you're tailor-made for me." The thief god's corpse came back to life, then he threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. No one expected things to turn out like this. "You're surprised, aren't you? This kid used the demon beast core I gave him, and he even swallowed it. It contained a powerful soul poison, and the brutal divine sense that I've spent 1,000 years refining. Soon, he'll be controlled by the divine sense, and he'll become my clone. The thief god proudly walked towards Ling Xiao, then he turned to the white-robed god and said, "Speaking of which, you're my original target, that's why I saved those things for you. But who knew you'd be so stupid that you couldn't even defeat this kid? But, since you're here, kneel down and worship me. All of you have to eat my heart-devouring GU. If you don't, you'll die. Mph, you're just a corpse, how strong can you be? I'm going to kill you." The silver-masked man coldly harumphed, then he leapt into the air and thrust his palm at the thief god. The thief god sneered, then he waved his hand. The windflame wheels on Ling Xiao's body flew up and smashed towards the silver-masked man. How could the silver-masked man withstand this attack? He was sent flying away, and he was severely injured. Although this kid hasn't become my clone, he's already under my control. He'll kill whoever I tell him to. Kill that masked man for me, the thief god shouted sternly. As expected, Ling Xiao made his move. The silver-masked man was already seriously injured. Now that he was attacked by Ling Xiao, how could he withstand it? He died on the spot. The faces of the water bandits changed drastically. "We're willing to surrender, we're willing to surrender." On the water bandits' side, with the death of the one-eyed man and the silver-masked man, they had no leader. If they didn't surrender now, only death would await them. The white-robed god and the Peach Blossom City's deputy city lord were still hesitating. They could see that the thief god could only rely on Ling Xiao to attack the enemy. They didn't seem to have any fighting strength. The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly, one of them charged towards Ling Xiao, while the other attacked the thief god. The remaining people also blocked Ling Xiao, not allowing Ling Xiao to rescue them. "Mph, since you don't know what's good for you, then all of you can die." The thief god coldly harumphed. Chapter 38-39. Thick smoke billowed out. It was all poison. Everyone fell to the ground and begged for help. But how could the thief god let them go? After all the corpses had turned into liquid, the black smoke reformed into a human form. So, that's how it is. You've spent 1,000 years using poisonous insects to reconstruct your body. Even though it's a little disgusting, it's still a good idea. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing the thief god to jump in fright. Even though his poison was not targeted at Ling Xiao, he knew that Ling Xiao would be his perfect avatar. But Ling Xiao had been poisoned before. How could he speak? But, he had clearly seen the smile on Ling Xiao's face. You, what's going on? The thief god was stunned. By the way, let me tell you something. Yours truly is immune to all poisons. Poisons do not pose any threat to me. In fact, they are the best nourishment for me. Ling Xiao looked at thief god with a smile and said, "Now that I know your secret, I'm sure you'll be fine. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Let's talk things through. Let's talk things through." The thief god chuckled. This fella was also the king of changing his expression. His speed was really fast. To change from fear to a smile in the blink of an eye. Interesting. Talk things through? I clearly heard that you wanted to turn me into your avatar. You think that's negotiable? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. You can't kill me. If you do, you can forget about ever getting out of here. The thief god said hurriedly. The only thing he could rely on was his body of poison. In order to cultivate this body of poison, he had sealed all of his cultivation within his inner core. And right now, the inner core was in the box on Ling Xiao's body. The reason why he wanted an avatar was to fuse the inner core with the avatar. To create a thief god that was as strong as he was in the past. This body of his was no longer human. It did not have a true dantian. He could not form an inner core either. Therefore, in front of Ling Xiao, he had no fighting strength at all. Hell Hydra, devour him. Ling Xiao roared and released the 9-headed hell snake beast soul. The huge hydra almost filled the entire space of the small world. He opened his mouth and swallowed the thief god whole. To be more precise, he had devoured the thief god's body of poison. This body of poison could allow the second skill, Myriad Snake, to produce a snake king with a body of poison. This made myriad snakes' attack power as terrifying as mine. Master, can we go out now? Ling Xiao asked after killing Thief God. Let's wait for a while. You can take all the treasures here first. I found it when I was looking for the exit. The Thief God hid all the treasures in the storage ring on his hand. The ones outside were only the best. However, you are the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. For you, the more treasures, the better. Yuan Venerate replied. Ling Xiao nodded. Not only did he take Thief God's storage ring, but he also took everyone's storage rings. There was basically nothing in those people's storage rings, only a few spirit stones. However, many a little makes a mickle. They had probably all come to search for treasures and wanted to use their storage rings to store treasures, so they didn't put too many things in them. We can go now. Yuan Venerate's voice rang out again as a teleportation array leading outside appeared. This teleportation array had been set up temporarily by Yuan Venerate. However, it also had something to do with the original array formation of the secret room. When they reached the outside, they appeared very close to Peach Blossom City. After going in, only Mu Feifei is left alive. Ling Xiao sighed and let Mu Feifei out. This girl was in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring and knew what had happened outside. She was obviously a little unhappy. Ling Xiao didn't want to say anything more. He took out a storage ring and gave some of the treasures he had obtained to Mu Feifei. This could be considered repaying her kindness. As for what happened after that, he didn't care anymore. His cultivation had broken through, his strength had increased, and he had obtained the Thief God's treasures. He planned to continue his journey and head to the Purple Mansion Royal City. I reckon those people are still waiting for me to send myself to my death. However, don't worry. This time, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave. However, Mu Feifei stopped him. This is for you. It's a map that leads outside. There is only one exit. Thank you. Ling Xiao glanced at Mu Feifei gratefully. Then, he left. This time, Mu Feifei didn't stop him. She sighed softly as she watched Ling Xiao's back. Actually, this underwater trip had been extremely lucky for Peach Blossom City and the Mu family. The Deputy City Lords group, the Water Bandits group, the White-Robed Thief God, and the others had all died. Peach Blossom Bay should be able to return to its former tranquility. However, she couldn't openly announce that this credit belonged to Ling Xiao, which was really depressing. Regardless of what she was thinking, Ling Xiao was already heading in the direction of the exit as fast as he could. With the tricolored wind-fire wheels, his speed was simply intrepid. In a few minutes, he had left Peach Blossom Bay. However, when he left, he did one more thing, which was to set up a brand new array at the entrance. This would make Peach Blossom Bay even more peaceful. It would prevent him from getting involved in the chaos of the outside world. After doing all this, he headed straight for the Purple Mansion Royal City. Sister Qianye, wait for me. Although he knew that there were many experts in the Purple Mansion Royal City. Even if he could defeat Yuzhen now, facing the three generals, the Purple Mansion Marshal, the Purple Mansion King, and the terrifying Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue, the chances of winning were too small. But would he not go just like that? Of course not. He, Ling Xiao, had never stopped moving forward because of fear. Those experts in the past had all become stepping stones on his path of growth. No matter how strong they were, he could surpass them in a short period of time. A swordsman was fearless. A martial artist was fearless. If he was afraid, then there was no need to continue moving forward on the path of martial arts. He didn't forget his goal. The great ambition of unifying the profound world. The hope of reuniting with the Moon Lady. The hope of reuniting with his brothers Long Chen and Xiao Jin. The hope of finding his sister Ling Jiaojiao, his friend Shen Dian, and Cold Plum. All of these were his goals. Therefore, he couldn't stop. He still had a long road ahead of him. Once he stopped, his will would be worn down. The key to achieving these goals was strength. Strength included cultivation, martial skills, magical treasures, and so on. Ling Xiao was crazily moving forward on this path. In terms of martial skills and magical treasures, he was no weaker than Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. However, the speed of his cultivation was incredibly fast. It had only been 3 months since he arrived in the Purple Mansion Royal City. From the Divine Vein Realm, he had broken through to the late 4th rank Divine Core Realm. Chapter 3840. You're still alive. Just as Ling Xiao was rushing towards the Purple Palace Kingdom, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The voice was cold and filled with ridicule. This man was Yu Zhen, the man who had severely injured Ling Xiao. Seeing Yu Zhen, not only was Ling Xiao not surprised, he even had a disdainful smile on his face. He had been hoping that Yu Zhen would be waiting for him outside. That way, he would be able to exact his revenge. His cultivation base had improved, and he had obtained many treasures. His overall strength had skyrocketed. For Yu Zhen to come looking for him at this moment, he was just asking for a beating. Coincidentally, he needed some external help to break through to the perfect 4th Divine Core Realm. Yu Zhen had come at the right time. That's right, I'm still alive. But too bad, you're going to die soon. Ling Xiao smiled, then he took out the Blood Sovereign sword. The cold tip of the sword was glowing with a murderous light. The terrifying aura caused Yu Zhen to be startled. Actually, even though it was the Blood Sovereign sword, with Ling Xiao's current strength, he still couldn't unleash its full potential. Even with the innate Fiend God Sword Soul, Ling Xiao could only fully control a premium Heavenly King weapon. This spirit rank Heavenly King weapon was extremely powerful. But, the stronger he was, the more he could fully control the Blood Sovereign sword. Therefore, the aura unleashed by the Blood Sovereign sword today was completely different from before. No wonder Yu Zhen was startled. It seems like your strength has improved again, but you still haven't broken through to the 5th Divine Core Realm. Yu Zhen furrowed his brows. This Ling Xiao was too abnormal. He had only disappeared for a few days, but he had become stronger again. Even Yu Zhen felt threatened by him. But luckily, Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the point where he could kill him. Of course, this was just what Yu Zhen thought. I haven't broken through yet, I'm just waiting for your help. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. H, you're still smiling now, but you won't be able to smile later. You managed to escape last time, but this time, don't even think about escaping. Double Dragon Trapping Talisman. Last time, Ling Xiao broke through the Dragon Trapping Talisman's obstruction and escaped. This infuriated Yu Zhen. Therefore, this time, he used 2 Dragon Trapping Talismans. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could still escape. After using the Dragon Trapping Talisman, Yu Zhen's body shimmered with sword light as a pair of sword chi wings appeared on his back. His whole body was wrapped in sword light. There was even green lightning. It seemed that Yu Zhen's sword martial spirit belonged to the Thunder Sword martial spirit. Not only did it have the characteristics of a sword martial spirit, but it also had the characteristics of lightning. Green Lightning Devil Domain Sword. With a thrust of the sword light exploded. The terrifying sword chi was infused with the violent green thunder. It was even more powerful than before. One had to know that previously, Yu Zhen looked down on Ling Xiao and did not use his full strength. Now that it was unleashed, its might could be said to be domineering. At the end of the day, it was merely a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. Even though it was stronger than other low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skills, it was still a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. But it was still at the same level. The violent lightning wrapped in sword chi locked onto Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. What a joke. Is this your attack? It's as slow as a turtle. Can you touch me? Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. Martial skills and movement techniques could only be improved faster in battle. Therefore, Ling Xiao used the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step to practice this movement technique. Otherwise, with Yu Zhen's attack, it could not hurt him at all. It could not even break his defense. The moment he used the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than 2 meters in front of Yu Zhen. Blood Shadow Kill. Although the power of a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill was not as powerful as Ling Xiao's more high-end martial skills, the execution speed was faster. Ling Xiao did not give Yu Zhen a chance to breathe at all. He directly stabbed the Blood Supreme sword in his hand at his opponent. His body turned into a blood shadow. Seemingly real yet also illusory. This guy has such a strange movement technique. Yu Zhen really jumped in fright. This whatever falling plum clear shadow step, not only was the movement technique strange, but the speed was also fast to the extreme. This feeling made Yu Zhen have a kind of terror where his life was threatened. Impossible. He only went missing for 3 to 4 days. Could it be that he could cultivate such a terrifying movement technique? This is also too strange. Although these thoughts were many, in reality, it all happened in a blink of an eye. Yu Zhen was also a powerhouse in the end. In a panic, his body forcefully moved to the side, avoiding the fatal blow of the blood shadow kill. However, he did not completely avoid it in the end. One ear was cut off by that bloodlight. Immediately, blood splattered. It hurt until Yu Zhen screamed loudly, "Bastard! Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you." Yu Zhen roared furiously, erupting with terrifying sword energy, charging towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not take it head-on either. He still used the falling plum clear shadow step to dodge. It was as easy as taking a leisurely stroll. The key was that he was not just dodging. Every time he dodged, he would launch another attack. The moves he used were only the most ordinary blood shadow kill and phantom kill. However, it gave Yu Zhen a headache. There were already several terrifying wounds on his body. In fact, if Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, it would not be too difficult to kill Yu Zhen. However, in order to make a breakthrough in his falling plum clear shadow step, he wanted to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Ling Xiao was willing to tangle with Yu Zhen for a while. Therefore, he did not use the powerful and domineering magic treasure like the firestorm wheels. In his eyes, the poor Yu Zhen was just a training puppet being played with. Gradually, Yu Zhen also noticed this point. Because in the battle, he discovered that Ling Xiao's movement technique was becoming more and more strange, and his speed was becoming faster and faster. "Ling Xiao, are you looking down on me? Why don't you use the Godfiend seal?" Yu Zhen roared hysterically. At this point, his confidence had already turned into fear. Instead of being played like this, he might as well fight to the death. "Godfiend seal? The current Yu is not worthy at all." Ling Xiao shook his head contemptuously. In order to kill the current Yu Zhen, Ling Xiao did not need to use such a powerful martial technique like the Godfiend seal. This feeling is really not bad. Ling Xiao felt that his falling plum clear shadow step had finally advanced to the large success stage. And the energy in his cultivation sea had also increased to 60%. Although it had not broken through, it was already not bad. He suddenly looked at Yu Zhen and said, "Use your most powerful move, or you won't have a chance." Of course, he was not so generous as to give Yu Zhen a chance. It was just that Yu Zhen's current attack could not increase his cultivation sea again. Only when the other party burst out with a more powerful attack would it be the best situation for him. "Good. Since you think so, then I'll fulfill your wish." Lightning Sword Body. Lightning Sword Body and Immortal Sword Body were both special battle bodies. But there was a big difference. Although both could greatly increase combat power, but Immortal Sword Body could make people immortal for a period of time. Lightning Sword Body could make people's attack power soar for a period of time. In terms of strength, Immortal Sword Body was of course better. Chapter 38-41. Following Yu Zhen's outburst. Terrifying thunder and lightning bloomed from his body. Bolts of lightning pierced through the ground, leaving many gullies on the ground. The surrounding trees were hit so hard that their leaves flew everywhere and their branches were broken. The forest suddenly burned. Thunder God Sword of Annihilation. This was the most powerful move of the Lightning Sword physique. Yu Zhen suddenly flew to a high place, then locked onto Ling Xiao and swooped down at a terrifying speed. Wrapped in the power of the violent thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Before the attack arrived, the terrifying thunder and lightning had already begun to shatter the rocks around Ling Xiao. Fortunately, it was in the 4 major regions. If it was in the west region, everything would have been completely destroyed. Good. Ling Xiao felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure, his potential erupted, and the energy in his cultivation sea finally increased to 70%. This was probably the biggest threat that Yu Jun could bring to him. He didn't plan to continue wasting time. Next, he wanted to end this battle. Amidst the sneer, the firestorm wheels appeared. The tricolored firestorm wheels spat out 3 types of energy: thunder, fire, and wind. An extremely horrifying pressure erupted from his body. Yu Jun, don't you want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Since you're so obedient as my sparring partner, I'll give you a quick death. Amidst the voices, the 3 types of energy in the firestorm wheels turned into 3 divine dragons. A crimson divine dragon, an azure divine dragon, and a white divine dragon. Boom! The violent energy caused a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. The destructive power was much stronger than Yu Jun's thunder godsword of annihilation. The firestorm wheels could absorb the 3 types of elemental energy between heaven and earth: thunder, wind, and fire. It kept getting stronger. Therefore, what Yu Jun was facing was not only Ling Xiao, but also heaven and earth. This power should be almost equivalent to a beginner 6th level martial skill of the Emperor level. Ling Xiao felt the terrifying power of the 3 divine dragons. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Tremble." At that moment, Yu Jun suddenly trembled. He trembled for no reason, but it made him even more terrified. Do you want to know where I've been these days? I won't tell you. However, you should have some impression of the firestorm wheels, right? It was a treasure owned by the god of thieves who had wreaked havoc in the Golden Sky region. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be after 1,000 years of wear and tear, it's enough to kill you. Thief God. Hearing this title, Yu Jun was shocked. 1,000 years ago, many powerful people had appeared, and this thief god was one of them. He was even more famous than the Bloodsword Supreme. The Bloodsword Supreme was being chased by the Dongsheng Emperor. However, the thief god could hunt down the Dongsheng Emperor. He had only lost to the Golden Emperor. Why would such a terrifying name be associated with Ling Xiao? He was puzzled. But Ling Xiao wouldn't answer him. In the distance, in a peaceful city, people suddenly saw the collision of 2 terrifying energies in the sky. On one side was the terrifying lightning sword. On the other side were 3 domineering divine dragons. Wife, come out and watch the immortals fight. People scrambled to inform him. However, none of them dared to approach. When the immortals fought, the mortals would suffer. Who dared to approach? Wouldn't that be courting death? The 3 divine dragons soared into the sky. The lightning sword whizzed down. The 2 collided in the void. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Yu Jun roared. Because of fear, he began to burn his inner core. Burning the inner core was different from exploding the inner core. Exploding the inner core was an instant destruction. Burning the inner core could make one's attack or speed more powerful. He wasn't confident, so he was going all out. He knew that if he didn't go all out, he would definitely die. No, I don't want to die. The lightning sword was torn apart by the 3 divine dragons and then shattered. Yu Jun knew that his end was here. He couldn't understand. Why did this happen? How did Ling Xiao, who had been suppressed by him earlier, suddenly become so frightening? He didn't even need to use the divine demon seal to make him feel the threat of death. He removed the dragon trapping talisman, turned around, and fled frantically. However, how could his speed compare to the speed of the 3 divine dragons? A terrifying explosion sounded out. The 3 divine dragons tore the terrified Yu Jun into pieces. At the moment before Yu Jun died, his eyes were still filled with shock and regret. He had never expected that he would die in Ling Xiao's hands this time. This was just like a terrifying nightmare. Come back. Ling Xiao waved his hand, then the 3 divine dragons merged back into the firestorm wheels. It was as if nothing had happened between the heavens and the earth. Only a storage ring was kept by Ling Xiao. Among all of Yu Jun's belongings, the only thing that interested Ling Xiao was the energy stones. As for the rest, he was going to use them to build his kingdom. Killing a peak 5th divine core warrior with a late 4th divine core cultivation base. No one in the 4 domains had ever heard of such a thing. Under normal circumstances, it was possible to kill someone with a higher cultivation base than the same core realm. But this frightening leap of one core realm was something that had never been heard of before. Ling Xiao had always been like this. He was always able to bring surprise and disbelief to people. Ling Xiao looked at the direction where Yuzhen died. With an indifferent expression, it was as if he had just stepped on an ant. But if this ant was placed in the Purple Palace Royal City, it was nothing. There were a lot of people who were stronger than him. And most of them were Ling Xiao's enemies. They wanted to stop him from saving Zi Qianye. But he would deal with whatever came his way. Would he be afraid? With his previous strength, he still had the courage to go to the Purple Palace Royal City. Now that he had obtained the Firestorm Wheels and cultivated the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, he had even more reason to go. I should learn the Plum Blossom Acupuncture technique along the way. Since the Plum Blossom Acupuncture technique is only a 5th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, it is much easier to cultivate compared to the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. But it is still useful. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao continued walking towards the Purple Palace Royal City without any hesitation. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, Ling Xiao had started from the lowest level of beggars. That was why he was able to achieve what he had today. If those top warriors knew about his experience, they would definitely be shocked. A man with such a low status could actually have such strength. Those so-called geniuses would all be overshadowed in front of him. But he still had to be careful. The road ahead was much more difficult than he had imagined. The Dongsheng Kingdom was just a subsidiary power of the Golden Heavenly Nation. There were only 4 such kingdoms in the Golden Heavenly region. The so-called Dongsheng Combat Strength List was just a ranking made by those so-called young geniuses. It had nothing to do with the real strong warriors. It would be more appropriate to call it the Dongsheng Potential List. Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue were ranked in the top 10 of the list. He wondered how terrifying the strongest one was. Would he be at the 8th level of the Divine Core Realm? Would he be at the Heavenly Core Realm?